Speaking of which, let's get ourselves an energy. Hopefully not have that bad of a speech. Let's get ourselves an energy drink. Why? Because this debate starts at 8 o'clock. It's going to kick my ass. Oh, that's delicious. What the hell? All right. Does genetics support creation or evolution? Did I even put that on? I don't even think I put that on. Let me do a quick edit on my YouTube channel. Quick old edit. By the way, you're free to talk if you want opinionated. You're welcome to. Just be aware that you are being
yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's the only thing you got to be aware of.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let me see here. 55 just showed up saying, woo! What's up, 50? 55. Shiggity schwa, shiggity schma, 55. My account is 55. You must pay. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what this is? Do you know what I'm...
No, I have no idea. No, I've been unlucky enough to get bombarded. Do you know those World Cup songs?
Yeah, I'm going to be debating a guy with 34K subs? Bro.
Damn.
For Standing for Truth Ministries. You know, it's a bit of a misnomer if you think about it, right? How can you be standing for truth and also be a ministry? Hey, Rainbow, how you doing? I'm going to be coming in with them zingers. 55 says, my boyfriend is traveling, so I'm glad to have the stream company. Let's go. Let's go. Seriously, though, how can you be a ministry and at the same time be standing for quote-unquote truth? That blows my mind.
Honestly, it sounds like Big Brother.
At everyone. Streaming live. Going to go on modern day debate. Rainbow Ash says, I'm good. How are you? 1stAmender. I'm doing great. Is the music too loud? Turn it down a little bit. It's my combat music. You understand. We gotta have music for combat. Because it begins. Oh boy. I'm going to chug this Red Bull. I'm so addicted to caffeine. It barely works. How about you? Do you have any problem with caffeine?
Huge.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I drink a lot.
Energy drinks galore.
Yeah. Well, I don't drink that many energy drinks. I typically only drink an energy drink when it's like I'm about to do like a serious debate and I need to have like my brain firing on all cylinders. It's moments like that.
Yeah. It's when I'm up late writing documents for university.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. AWOL Thought says, cool beans, unexpected stream. Yeah, dude. I cannot tell people that I'm doing these streams because it is so often where just somebody just ducks out for no freaking reason. I've just stopped telling people. I'm like, listen, I can't get your hopes up because people just stuff happens and they'll be like, oh, I don't know, man. I gotta do a marathon on the on the Great Pyramids. I'm like, okay. I wasn't expecting to do this 2 weeks ago, but I am doing it now, you know. Oh, sorry. I'm actually in I'm in Antarctica. I was in a Publix in Florida earlier, like an hour ago, but now I'm in Antarctica. I cannot do a modern day debate. This guy is going to come in with some crazy technical jargon. Looks like we have Cowcrapper saying, "Why, hello, folks. Hello." Perhaps they fear you first. LOL. It's maybe. So what's the debate topic tonight? Who are you debating? The debate is, does genetics support creation or evolution? Simple answer, evolution. It's not even close. I have no idea why this is even a valid debate. It's not a valid debate. It's like, are you on the side of like believing in facts and reality? Okay, well then you're on my side on this one. But if you're like anti-facts and you don't like reality and you prefer to like, I don't know, walk into the literalism of the Bible, even though that the book of Genesis is caked in allegory, then I suppose, you know, you could pick the creation side. It's just a really dumb. Yeah, Cowcrapper says genetics overwhelmingly supports evolution. AWOL says, interesting. And who are you debating? I'm going to be debating. Well, there's two. It's a 2v2. I didn't want to like fit 4 people in my freaking thing. So I was just like, you know, I just picked the biggest guy standing for truth and put him like next to me. I guess that's what I did. Craig was invited to a debate of is evolution true? And the person taking the no stance said evolution happens in his opening statement. Great. Maybe I get that lucky. Hopefully. I don't know. Who knows? It's funny. Well, listen. We could take some calls while we're waiting. It's 6:51. We've got an hour. Let's open up the phones. If I don't get any calls, then no big deal. I'll probably just like, I don't know, open up Twitter or something. Twitter. What is up in Twitter? Cowcrapper says, pretty easy slam dunk. This will not actually be an easy slam dunk, sadly. This guy is going to toss a lot of technical jargon my way. And because they're going to be throwing that much technical jargon, what they're ultimately going to try to do is be like, oh, you don't know, insert X random esoteric thing that you've never heard of here. No, I haven't heard of that. And then they go, see, you are clearly not as educated as me on this topic. That's what I was, that's what I'm expecting coming from Standing for Truth Ministries. Give me a sec. Freaking phone. I gotta mute this fucking phone. Oh boy. It was a, I think you're in the wrong debate moment. I mean, the guy is going to throw a lot of technical jargon, but at the end of the day, like, what is a better model? Like, is there a better, like, explanatory model for the diversity of species? No? Okay, moving on. It's just pretty stupid. Cowcrapper say, yeah, that's annoying. I hate the shenanigans they pull. So yeah, it's always rhetorical games. It's never like actually addressing what is being said. All right. Let's look at some fun stuff. Public service announcement, y'all. Do not plant bamboo near data centers. Do not plant bamboo near data centers. Bamboo can spread rapidly through underground rhizomes and can be extremely difficult to remove. Please choose responsible landscaping alternatives. Thank you for your cooperation. Did you hear me, opinionated?
Yeah,
don't.
That's just common sense.
Do not plant bamboo.
Yeah, it will almost bury.
Near data center.
It would almost grow through anything. They used to use it as a execution.
Don't do it,
technique.
guys. Don't do it. I know what you're thinking, but don't do it. It's dangerous. It could spread rapidly, don't you know? Don't do it. I'm just adjusting my camera to make sure it's good for the stream. That's just funny. That's funny stuff right there. Ooh, this is kind of interesting. Someone offers you free dinner and $4,000 to eat with Trump. What are you saying? God, what could I even possibly say to him? Like, in all seriousness, I'd probably be like, Mr. President, people are really hurting. It's bad. You got to do something about this. It's bad. I would try to appeal to him. I would be like, go down as the president that everybody wishes you were, which is to help out the American people. I'd probably tell him that. Dude will be weaving the entire time, Amender. Are you talking about my debate coming up, or are we talking about the dinner? I'd say, hell no, $4,000 is not enough to eat with Trump. I'd do it. I would do it. Standing for Truth Ministries sound interesting. Trust me, it's not. It's not. It's really not. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in, have a discussion, I am here. I'll hear you out. I got to write notes for the debate. It's a Rubik says for $4,000. Yeah, I would. I think I would. I mean, I would do it for free, but I would just tell him, I'd be like, I would try to appeal to his like narcissistic sensibilities. Like that would probably be the way that I would approach it, but I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong way. Maybe I should just spend the whole time just insulting him. Take a look at this. Someone type, why is ice made in India so cheap? I didn't know ice was expensive. I just like press a button and ice comes out. I didn't know they had like designated ice maker guys. That's new to me. That's new to me. Let's see. AWOL says $4,000 is $4,000. More importantly, what's the point of talking about all these political things if you had the chance to actually speak to the man face to face? It'd be worth it just for that. I agree. Exactly. All right. So take a look at this, right? We've got here, are these supposed to be free energy? Are these supposed free energy real? The answer is no. No, absolutely not. Yeah. Okay. Stop. None of this is going to work. No, no amount of whatever you're doing is going to make free energy. It's not going to happen. Doesn't exist. It literally breaks like some pretty universal physics. Yeah. No, this is bullshit. Load of horse shit. Okay. So here's my response to this. The hardest part about building a perpetual motion machine is figuring out where to hide the battery.
I've actually got an interesting thought on this.
Yes.
Do you know those the Casimir experiment? Technically, it moves, right? So it is. So I would assume it's a form of perpetual motion, but you can't extract useful energy from it. Does that still count as a perpetual motion machine?
No.
Ah, fair enough.
No, you cannot have perpetual motion because it literally breaks the fact that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It breaks fundamental forces that it's just not possible. It's just never going to happen. Let's see here. Cowcrapper says accurately, perpetual motion does not exist. That's correct. It does not. It cannot. Let's take a look here. So it turns out, did you know that on the reflecting pool, it appears that there is now algae all over it, and they've just recently put in hydrogen peroxide to try to fix the algae
I've seen
problem.
that. I saw a Fox News clip of it. It's quite funny.
Yeah, so here we have Brendan Keefe, Atlanta News First, saying just flew by the reflecting pool on approach to D.C. It looks like this morning's hydrogen peroxide bleaching is having an effect on the perimeter. Mountain Dew Baja Blast color. What the fuck? By the way, y'all, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Ooh, we got a spicy one right now. What is this? This is a little spicy. What do we got here? It appears Don Jr. pulled out a little baggie of white powder out at his dad's birthday party. Let's take a look. Hold on, let's see here. So we've got Donald Trump. Uh-oh. What's that? Oh! Oh no! Bro, the timing on that. That's got to be a joint, right? Does that look like a joint to y'all? Hey, yo. Bruh. What is that? That's so weird. Hold on. AWOL says, yeah, I'm fed up with you already. Why? What's wrong? They got that good stuff, right? Watch the Trump administration say cocaine is good now. Watch like the maggots say that it's okay now. The cocaine, it was fine. The cocaine in the White House when they were talking about Hunter Biden. Yeah, guys. Remember that? I wonder if they're going to try to cover this up. What are they going to say? They're going to be like, cocaine's fine. In fact, why is it so tightly regulated? Let's see. Sloppy Second says, what is the topic for the debate? Yes, the debate is, does genetics support creation or evolution? That is going to be the debate. I should probably write that down for the... Here, I'll put that in the description. All right. Debate topic. Does genetics support creation or evolution? Evolution. Comma. Duh. There you go. There, I edited the description. Which is Amender debate on evolution? I'm rock hard right now. Thank you. This ought to be good. What is this? 1stAmender? Let's see. 1stAmender, YouTube. The View full broadcast. I can't play that. I will get in trouble if I play that. All right, here we go. Michelle Obama is not a man, but there is proof that Melania Trump was an Epstein whore. Listen, I'm not about slut shaming. I'm anti-slut shame. Why? Because sluts are awesome. Everybody should love sluts. What I don't understand is that there's all sorts of men out there that are like, oh, I can't get a girlfriend. I can't get a girlfriend. What do I do? Oh, God, I guess I'm going to become an incel. And also at the same time say, I wish girls would like hold out, right? They're all sluts. I can't, we got to wait until marriage and then it will be a proper. That's what they think. They think that and they operate that way. These two things are not compatible with one another. You need a whore. You need a girl that's like, listen, I'm going to give you a shot. You'll be happier. I promise you'll be happier, right? If you just get laid, it'll be okay. All right. You need a slut. And listen, maybe not. Epstein is probably the problem. It's not the whore part. It's the Epstein part. That's the part that I'm concerned with. Cow Crapper says LMAO. It's funny. Can I make this? Should I make this bigger? Is this good? Just make it bigger like that? I suppose we could always make it smaller. Let's take a look here. Let's see. 55 says any sort of premarital sex equals whore. LOL. Yeah, bro. Not a good idea. Sluts are awesome. And, you know, just make sure you use protection. Protection is good. You'll be okay. Just a little bit of protection. Calcrapper says, wow, please do not clip me saying that. I love sluts. Sluts are great. We love sluts. We love sluts in this chat. We do. Sluts are a good thing. Let's take a look here. Let's see what I can find. Sloppy Second says, I used to like the ladies of the nights, but not anymore. The ladies of the night? Are you saying prostitutes? Listen, there's nothing wrong. Prostitution, that is a legitimate, in my opinion, career. We should completely change the way that we look at prostitutes. They need to be respected like any other profession. If you think about it, right? Plumbers, they work with shit all day. That's what they work with. They do shit, right? They work on trying to move shit around. Literal shit. We don't look at them in a negative light. Why are we looking at women in a negative light? Sex is a completely natural thing. The Jezebels. That's the word. Jezebel. Let's see. Prostitute is offensive, Amender. It's ladies of the night. Prostitute should be legalized and regulated 100%. What is a slut, though? We love the sluts, dude. Sluts are great. Sluts are team players is really what they are. They think about other people. They are not selfish. You know? I'm calling it. It's legal if you have a camera in the room. Yo, true. Isn't that a weird, did you just pay this woman for sex? Oh, okay, that's illegal. Oh, but no, I have this camera where I plan on selling the film later. Oh, okay, then continue on. Calcrapper says, dude, without sluts, my college time would have been really boring. See? Told you. Sluts if there is a God, they're doing God's work, really. If you really break it down. AWOL says, I wouldn't even argue with you about legalizing it. The problem is that you're not going to get a majority of society to treat that job as if it is respected. So here's the thing. If you go to the Netherlands, it is respected. Ain't no freaking way someone's going to mistreat one of their escorts. Nope, they are not going to tolerate that. Amender, what is your stance at kink at Pride? Okay, I used to have a different stance than I do now, but my stance I think is very logical. I got news for you. If you go to a if you go to a Pride event, you best be sure you about to see some gay shit. I'm sorry, right? If you don't want to see it, don't go. Presume you're going to see some gay shit. Are you taking your kids there? Okay, well, guess what? Guess what your kids are going to see? They're about to see some gay shit. Deal with it. It's just some gay shit. It ain't nothing. Nobody is involving the kids other than the parents. If you don't want your kids to see it, don't take them there. Go elsewhere. Go to Disney. Go to the library. Go anywhere. Don't go to the gay pride parade, right? If you're concerned about, oh, what if I see nudity? What if I see some gay guy in a thong? What is gonna happen? Oh no, bro! You went to the LGBT event. You're gonna see some gay shit. I'm sorry, it's not like. Calcrapper says gay stuff, electric guitar solos and monster trucks. It's funny. No, it's true. You're just gonna. I'm sorry. You just have to tolerate it. Listen, you're gonna. If you really didn't want your kids to see there, why are you there? Don't be there. AWOL says, a First Amender you. No, I do not give a happy damn about the Netherlands. Their society structure is different from ours. You can't erase what everybody thinks about things overnight. I agree, but you can change the culture. It doesn't take that long. You can. It is possible. We've done it in the past. We can do it now. I personally believe that escorts should be treated with just as much respect as you would an electrician, a plumber, anybody that is an expert in their field. I do. I believe that. Sloppy Second says, I'm guessing most of the people that take their kids would be the people that support LGBT. I don't think conservatives would take theirs. Okay, yeah. So then like talking about like, oh, like, couldn't there be kids around? Okay, where are the parents? You're just pearl clutching. Like, that's all you're doing. At the end of the day, when they're like, oh, what about the kids? It's just anti-gay. I'm sorry. It is. Like, cause ain't no freaking way a single one of these people are going to give a damn about, say, like trans inclusionary care for kids, things that literally are known to save people's lives. Meanwhile, at the same time, oh, won't you think of the children? What's that one? What is it? It was on, actually, yeah, that's on The Simpsons, where they say, oh, won't somebody please think of the children? Freaking every time, bro. Here we go. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Anytime there's any progressive legislation, it's always this. Wait.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Every freaking time. There is never a moment where that's not where that's what they're thinking, but it's ultimately a total red herring. It has no relation to children. They don't care. They don't care. That's why they are okay with the Second Amendment. They don't care about children. They never did. Stop pretending like they care about children. As soon as you hear, insert red flag children coming from a right winger, you need to immediately act with skepticism because they don't give a shit. They don't. They never did. Cowgrabber says, America suffers from being prudish. Let's be honest. True. When I was in the Netherlands, and this blew my mind. It blew my mind, and I'm progressive as fuck. I was walking down the red light district. It was in the daytime, and there was a mom with her kid just walking down, and there was just some chick with boobs. But they didn't give a crap. They just let fucking walk. They just walked right past it. What's the boobs doing? Who cares? What are you worried about?
I think that a big issue is the perception around it and not the thing itself. I don't think people can really readily explain why we draw the line at breasts. There's a lot of things adjacent to the males that you could flag in the same respect.
Well, I was saying that, if there is a pride event, I swear it's like really often where, people are like, well, what do you think about like kink at pride events? And I used to have a different take on this, but as I've realized a bit more, what I've realized is that it's a parent's choice to take their child to the LGBT event. And if they're there at the LGBT event, it is reasonable to assume that if you go to the LGBT event with your kid, you and your kid are gonna be seeing some gay shit. I'm sorry. That's just what's gonna happen. To presume otherwise is completely insane and also unreasonable. If you don't want your kid to see kink, then don't go to the pride event. It's that simple. Let's take a look here.
So there's a reason why when we look at the Supreme Court rulings on obscenity, None of them stand for very long. There was something called the erection test, and that went away because what happened was Justice Blackmun joked to one of the justices, "Whose erection, his or mine?"
That's funny. Hey, what's up, Biodrug?
Hey, Amanda, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, we got a debate in about 40 minutes. Hope you guys
Yeah, I
join in
noticed.
on that.
Who is he? Standing for
Standing
Truth
for
Ministries.
Truth
What's his
Ministries.
background? Yeah, what's his background?
Yeah, I mean, he's nothing.
What is homie's? What is the debate?
The debate topic is: does genetics support creation or evolution?
Fuck.
The guy's
That
going to
seems
throw a
like
lot
a
of
boring
heavy
topic.
jargon. He's going to toss some pretty heavy jargon at us, and he's going to act as if he's going to basically come in and say, "Oh, you don't know this insert jargon you had never heard of here." No, okay. Therefore, you don't know what you're talking about. I win the debate. Like that's.
Well, so just walk him to Occam's razor, and that should be enough. Because essentially he has to posit that God operates in such a way that his elimination would not be missed from the system.
No, I would say apply a model that has greater explanatory power than evolution. The answer is that doesn't exist.
What he's just going to do, no, but like he's going to own evolution. What he's going to do is he's going to like step.
He's going to grant evolution?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I win the debate.
Why not? Wait, isn't the debate about if does genetic evidence support creation or that?
Evolution?
Yeah, but he could just use the intelligent design argument.
The intelligent design argument?
Right? Isn't that basically what you're arguing for?
Okay, but
that seems like the easiest way for him to argue.
It doesn't really explain all the phenomenon that we have.
It does, because he gets to basically take all your arguments and say God did it.
Well, he's going to say fine tune.
That doesn't provide any explanation. It's just ad hoc reasoning.
Yeah, you just walk him to Occam's razor because you're basically adding a bunch of extra steps. If he denies evolution, you basically have to get him right to the fundamentals of the question, and then yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he's gonna go because basically these guys are like one of two people. They're either the biggest snake in the possible that like quotes like pseudo academic jargon, or they're like nutters who have like really weird
Sloppy
niche
Second
beliefs
says,
that
looked
no
up
one's
the
heard
title
before.
on Modern Debate, and your image is not there. It is. It's not in the thumbnail, but it is there. In the sense that it's a 2v2 debate.
Dude, Mender has been on MDD like 8 times. I don't know why you would be skeptical now.
Who's going to be a partner for the debate?
Ron. I was talking to him this whole time.
Interesting. And what time is it? I'm just wondering if I'm actually going to be awake for it.
In about 40 minutes. 38 minutes.
Maybe. Let's see. Oh, that should be fun.
Rainbow Ash says, 1stAmender, what are you eating? This is Australian licorice. It's fucking delicious. I'm just going to tell you right now, it's fucking delicious. This ought to be fun. I hope I do well.
Well, I think that you might do better if you had notes in front of you when you did these things.
I haven't seen you do a theological debate in a while, to be fair.
Well, you basically say, like, hey, if God not real, nothing happened. If God real, bad stuff happened, and he's just gonna shatter.
Yeah, they're not my fortes, to be fair. I don't really like those type of debates.
Oh, it's so boring, dude. I like to listen to it like when I was fucking 13. But that was like me first getting into debate, and now I just so snooze. Like it's like you guys aren't even making arguments that are sufficient for your worldview. It's all window dressing. Right? Like there's no fucking teeth to the debate. You could lose the evolution point entirely and still have God.
Yeah, they'll argue fine tuning when they they'll probably go down that road.
I would use intelligent design if I was him, but he could be like a nutty motherfucker, so who knows?
Yeah.
No, he's gonna probably bring in some. He's gonna bring in some pretty technical jargon. For example, like he's gonna likely bring up the fact that there is a large differentiation of the Y chromosome to that of chimps among humans, which, yeah, I mean, evolution accounts for that. I mean, the Y chromosome is less than 2% of the entire human genome, and that's only occurs in males. So he would have there are numerous explanations as to why, but he's going to say, well, because of this dissimilarity, therefore genetics supports creation, not evolution.
You might also want to have a rebuttal on hand for essentialism.
Okay.
That is essentially the greatest divide here. You believe that things are in response to its environment. He believes they are sort of ontologically such a way as according to a creator's design.
Trying to understand your position of essentialism.
Okay, so essentialism is this idea that there is like an essence to something. It is inborn, right? When you drill deep, this is like what bores out, right? It's sort of like an appeal to nature, right? There's like greater forms. Sometimes it becomes fallacious. Sometimes it's not. But there is sort of like an environmental determinist thing, or like a determinist model that says that basically everyone responds to these environmental signifiers, and you are sort of born in the environment, right?
Why would that be his argument?
Well, that's what it comes down to, actually.
I don't understand. I don't follow.
At the roots of all of this is an argument against like sort of empirical sort of like reality based logic, or like a rationalized sort of thing, right? So at the heart of this is an essentialism versus an environment.
But
so that's how it comes.
Isn't like the empirical point of view already rational?
Well, the rationalist idea is that you can only find information through reason, and your senses are like inaccurate or less valuable.
I think like empiricism already recognizes that your senses are not perfect. I don't think that's the claim of empiricism. The claim of empiricism is that all knowledge is derived from your senses, which is true.
Yeah, but they say that you can't trust sense experience, and you should have like.
Yeah, that's why we use things like machines, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what they believe.
Yeah.
Right at the highest level, this is where like the root of like a lot of science denial is they go to like things like scientists cannot be trusted. What you can readily observe is more valuable, and the more you move away from that, right, the less it sort of is reliable, right? Ironically, rationalism is founded a lot more on realism and empiricism is more an idealist view.
going over my head.
Okay, yeah, but anyway, so the point I'm making is that he is trying to say that there's like an essence that's instilled by God that leads to all these behaviors, and you're trying to say, no, motherfucker, if you're in the savannah and you're a giraffe and you have to eat those leaves, your neck has to fucking grow or you're gonna die.
Well, it's talking about does specifically genetics support creation or evolution?
Mm-hmm. And the genetics are a response to the environment, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and so he is going to say that that's like inborn design from God.
But it's just an ad hoc reasoning. It doesn't actually have any like backing.
I'm saying this is like the two worldviews. You can like have the rebuttal, but I'm saying that's basically what this roots down to.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're playing devil's advocate. I'm saying like these would be my responses, I guess.
Okay. It is sort of ad hoc, or it is sort of like unfounded. But you'd have to demonstrate that in the debate, and you can't go right to there. You had to walk people to the step.
This ought to be good. I'm excited. We got 30 minutes.
Hey.
What do we got
Do you
here?
hear me?
Is this Hey, Lisper. Yeah, we're live right now.
Yeah, I thought I'd come join the pre-show.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
This is my debate partner, by the way, guys.
Oh, nice.
I should probably
Nice.
decloak.
Yeah. I apologize. I did not add you to my thumbnail,
No worries.
despite the fact you're probably going to be the one ending up doing the heavy lifting. No, I'll that was a joke. I'll do my best. I just did it because, you know, people kind of expect my face.
Yeah, no, I don't
And-
care. This is not about ego for me. I
Yeah.
don't have YouTube
So-
career ambitions. I'm doing this as a public service.
Okay, so Amender is Magic Johnson, and you're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
If you say so.
I don't know
He's gonna
anything
set
about
you up.
basketball.
One was someone
I
who
don't
passed
really
the people,
follow
and the other
hockey.
was who scored.
Say what?
One is somebody who passed the ball, and the other one's someone who scored. You said he was going to do all the work. I said all you had to do was set him up then.
I mean, this is our first time trying this, but I get the feeling that we have a pretty complementary skill set and
Oh,
we'll work pretty well together.
I got an email, by the way,
Yep.
from one of the guys. The guy that here, I want to read this out because this is a wild, it's a wild response. Let me see here. Hold on. Where is it? I gotta find this email. Hold on. This is so good. Okay. So I emailed a doctor. It was a doctor of evolutionary biology who apparently had a discussion with Max on the Yerba Mate Talks channel. And so I decided to email him and I said, hey, I run a small YouTube channel and it appears that I will be debating Donnie and I could use your assistance due to the immense jargon he throws in his debates. Would you be willing to have a quick chat? This was on June 9th. Okay. It's now currently June 16th. He messaged me today at 4:30. And he said this: hey, sorry I didn't get this sooner. Summer classes and some work around the house have eaten me in the last few weeks. My advice is do not debate Donnie.
So,
It's not-
wait,
Really?
Amender.
Do not debate Donnie.
Amender.
He will gish gallop with tons of jargon, and if there is a single thing you do not know, he will latch onto that and beat you over the head with it. If you do not know this stuff, cold, backwards, and forwards, better not do it. He only offers to debate people he thinks he can dazzle with fancy words. He will not debate me, Erica, Dapper Dinosaur, or anyone in that circle because he knows we'll call him on his shit. He'll even use arguments like he knows are wrong on the chance that you do not know the response. Tremendously dishonest, and he's trying to use you as a prop and nothing more.
Is this Dr.
Okay,
Dan?
so
Yes.
That sounds like Dr. Dan.
Right, Amender. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he needs to.
Mhm.
You messed up that quote. No. You bugged
I think
me
that's
as
exactly what he said.
you bugged me as a Tolkien nerd. I
God.
gotta correct you on this. He says specifically, a wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins, nor is he early.
Oh,
He arrives precisely when he means to.
I was quoting the third movie, and when he returns.
That is, it's
Not
the
the
same in the
original
book
book.
and in the movie.
No, I'm talking about the second iteration, which is the callback, like the reprise of that line,
What?
not the original one.
Let's see. Joel
you
Feliciano
can't watch
says,
it on-
what's the debate about today? I do not know who your opponent is. It's in the description. Debate topic. Does genetics support creation or evolution? The answer is evolution. Duh. We got 20 minutes, and I'm going to receive an email.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested how he's going to make the argument to support creationism. Like, I've never seen someone
Prepare for it to get into some pretty intense jargon.
Yeah.
Look, so it's gonna
How
be
do you
like
connect
jargon.
your
He's gonna
live
try to.
stream to the debate stream?
What? Oh,
How do you
yeah. So I just joined the stream, and then I just set up the scene in OBS.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
So if
Standing for Truth Ministries.
Hey, we got
is just-
Standing for Truth Ministries is here.
so, the
Can't wait to
big
get
thing-
started.
The big thing is if he's going to gish Gallup and he's attempting to essentially derail the argument with sort of side quests, to sort of use a sort of
Well, we'll see
ethos
what
victory,
we'll
right?
see. We'll see what happens.
What I would suggest doing is playing to the moderator and keeping him on track by reminding people of the topic and suggesting that the moderator stop him so you can actually respond to his points.
Anthony Blinken just donated
Wee,
$5
Madonna.
USD. Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Anthony Blinken, saying, the moon is hollow. We are an alien experiment, and the moon holds a soul catcher. They're joking.
I would honestly say go on the offense. Don't let him.
They're in the chat.
dictate
They're hearing everything you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's what he does, though, and everyone knows it, right?
Oh, well,
That
we'll
he'll just
see.
go on the offense and then put out a series of fringe knowledge to bamboozle our opponents. So why can't you do that to him?
Wow, I don't know.
Well, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, for starters.
He claimed he's actually debated that guy a couple of times.
That's
though,
what he
on his
claimed.
comment.
Why would Dan say to not debate him?
Because Dan thinks that only experts can handle the extreme demands of debating creationists.
Ah,
that-
okay.
That the only legitimate tactic for debating them is to have an extreme command of all the facts and details, which of course he does. And he just has this very proprietary attitude about that.
I see.
And I, of course, disagree with him about that vehemently, but he won't talk to me. I'm on his shit list because I am willing to go on modern day debate at all, because he thinks that modern day debate is a haven for Nazis and white supremacists and that everybody should boycott them. So, it's really ironic how much the side that that side of the issue tends to eat its own. I find it very frustrating.
So what would you suggest?
About what?
Like, where do you stand on the issue regarding modern day debate and white supremacy?
Well, I'm no fan of neo-Nazis. I'm no fan of white supremacists. I don't. I have very mixed feelings about it. When I did a fairly deep dive into some of the specifics of the charges that he was leveling against them, and I found them to be just objectively without merit. So he cited 3 people that had been on modern day debate that he said were these neo-Nazis, and 2 of them had publicly recanted, and one of them was out of the public eye.
Who was it?
Who were the ones that had recanted?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't remember anymore. I'd have to go look it up.
that's fine.
And
No,
now,
you're good.
now is not the time.
Mhm.
But I'll go look it up and find out if you really want me to.
No, no, you don't need to. It's fine. It is. I agree with Rubik's where they're saying modern day debate is a right wing circle jerk.
I think the VC, well, I can't speak for the YouTube side of it, but the VCs have toned down a little bit lately.
That's
It's
good.
not
Yeah,
as bad.
on
Yeah.
Discord, yes. Now,
Yeah.
with that being said, there was one part that stuck out to me, and if I'm not mistaken, it was during DebateCon, which that James hosts DebateCon and wants people to show up to DebateCon, and he asked with a show of hands, how many of you would want to get rid of women's right to vote? And it was over 60% voted wanting to get rid of women's rights to vote. 60%.
Yeah, it's not too surprising. I mean, he certainly does give a platform to people with extreme fringe views. And so he attracts an audience of people with those same extreme fringe views. And I'm not happy about that. But on the other hand, I do try to maintain a belief in free speech as a principle, because as soon as you get into the business of censorship, you face this problem of who gets to do the censoring.
Yeah.
And so I think that the right way to fight these ideas is to engage with them.
Yeah.
Because and also specifically to engage with them with as sympathetic an approach as you can muster, because I think that most of the people who subscribe to these extreme views do it because they've been chewed up and spat out of every other part of life, and they find a home and community in these extreme views. So it's because it's not their fault. It's that the world has failed them. That's my current model of the situation. I haven't really been exposed to enough of it to be sure, but that's my working hypothesis.
I just find it mental when you'll see Andrew Wilson debate against pretty much anyone else that's on the left, and then you look at the video comments in MDD, and it's just flooded with all Andrew Wilson voters.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's sad.
Yeah, and I think that can thwart sometimes the view of like who might actually have like had a good upper hand on the debate. But I'll still watch it, despite that.
Let's see. AOL says, thus I do not have to have the legal... Oh, I guess somebody's talking. Incarnation says here, online spaces are filled with a bunch of young men who are being young Germaned into being perpetual victims for the upcoming Mecca Christian crusade. Okay, wow. Mayhaps. We got a little bit of time. Got about 17 minutes before the debate officially starts. Not much time though, so I'll see if I can find something fun. All right, so here we got this. It says, what is the logic? We've got healthy. That's subjective, right? I feel like if you're taking carbohydrates, that in itself isn't healthy. This is healthy. This is healthy. This is healthy. Cheese, not so healthy. That meat in moderation is healthy. But then when you combine it, it is unhealthy. To be honest, honestly, just one burger, that's really not gonna, that's not unhealthy. I'm sure that's fine. One burger. The problem is people get 2, 3, 4 burgers with a large Coke.
And they do it every day.
And then they do it every day. And that's where the unhealthy part comes. Not necessarily eating that one burger. What's that one Popeye character that just eats burgers?
Wimpy.
Of course you know this character.
Wimpy.
Yeah.
He has his own burger chain in the UK.
Yeah, bro just shows up and just wants a burger in like all the episodes. He's just eating a burger. Let me see if I can pull it up.
That is his defining characteristic.
Yeah, he's this. That's it. That's
him.
His character is just I eat burger, bro.
I never understood Popeye. Because his defining characteristic is that he eats spinach and
Yeah,
he gets strong and he punches the villain, and that's like every episode of Popeye ever, as far as I can tell.
It's true. He shows up, right? And also, let's just be honest. Like, who's he fighting for? Who is he fighting? He's fighting for what's her name? Olive oil. Can we just talk about like olive oil in Popeye? You know, she's not good looking.
Well, looks aren't everything.
Clearly not. I didn't understand like what even when I was like little, I didn't understand like why are these two guys just so down bad for olive oil? She's not good looking.
Maybe she makes the spinach and the burgers.
Like, look, like, bro,
well, Minnie
that
Mouse and Daisy Duck never did much for me either.
Tell me you're down bad. I'm not down bad. She ain't good looking. She looks kind of frumpy. In fact, I think she was deliberately drawn just frumpy.
Are you being a little misogynistic?
Am I?
Yeah.
Listen, if a guy is being
judging
frumpy,
a woman by her looks.
Okay, but a guy, bro, trust me. You know, the burger guy didn't look good either. He looked frumpy. I'm just saying, right? I just didn't understand the fascination. It's like in every episode, it's just like, I don't know, Bluto steals.
Well, they are literally 100-year-old cartoon characters. So,
okay.
Who knows what it was about the culture at the time that made them appealing.
But they made, hold on, but there's some cartoon characters. They deliberately drew them sexy,
Not many, actually. There's Betty Boop.
Betty Boop, that's one of them.
Who else? From that time period, I can't think of any other ones.
See, now here's the thing, right? Like my temptation was I type in Google old sexy cartoons, and then I go, I don't want that on my
on your search history.
I don't want that on my search history. Yeah, they already mentioned Betty Boop, Rubik's.
Allow me to introduce you to the wonders of VPN and private browsing.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta just here. Hold on. What? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, just bite the bullet at this stage.
Hold on, we're gonna bite the bullet. Like what are we talking? Like 1940s? That's probably about right.
Yeah, something like
that.
that.
I think Popeye's earlier than, Betty Boop goes back to the 20s.
Wait, how old is Popeye?
He's old. I think they both go back to the 20s.
How old is Popeye? Popeye.
Cartoon. No.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Wow. It's a 93-year-old cartoon. That is wild. That is such an old cartoon. So okay, if it's if it's a 97-year-old cartoon, right? So 2026, 1926. So 1929 is roughly man, Depression era. Holy crap. God. I think people were probably willing to watch just about anything. And they just watch this dog ass cartoon.
Offhand, I can only think of one other example of a sexy cartoon character, even from modern times, and that's Jessica Rabbit.
She was good looking. That was a good looking character. You know who's also a good looking character? Tony the Tiger. Calling it. Tony the Tiger. Tony the Tiger. What do you want? They're good looking. This guy comes in. He's like, hey, you want to do some sports? Fuck yeah, I want to do some sports.
I've got a hot...
What?
What about Marvin the Martian?
Marvin the Martian?
Oh, yeah, totally.
He looks like a nerd. Like, with
I'm all about the Marvin hentai.
The Marvin hentai. What, dude? This dude just said hentai. This dude just said hentai. That's wild. Marvin the Martian. You know what's funny? You know what I thought, Lisper?
Yep.
Somewhere out there is a kid who turned on like Boomerang or something and then saw the Flintstones and was just like, oh, it's those vitamin guys.
Yeah. Actually, Wilma and Betty were pretty good looking too. Now that I
Who?
think about it. Wilma,
yeah, they
Flintstone
looked all right.
and Betty Rubble.
They didn't look too bad. But that's like, that's like 1940s, right? 1950s.
No, they were from the 60s.
They were from the 60s. Really?
Yeah. Pretty sure. They're contemporaneous with the Jetsons.
I'm trying to think like what is like a good looking character in like a 1930s cartoon. They're definitely few and far in between, right? Because they're more attracted to oh bro, what about Josie and the Pussycats? Oh my god, they looked good.
I gotta hand you that one.
I was 10 and I was like, something's happening. I don't know what.
I know this is like...
I don't know what. But something is going down.
You're nowhere near old enough to remember Josie and the Pussycats.
No, I'm not. But they were playing that stuff in Cartoon Network. I mean, it was
oh, okay. So you're watching reruns.
Yeah. What was the guy Ted Turner? He created Cartoon Network and he bought out all of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And so he put on Cartoon Network in the 90s, a bunch of Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And one of the cartoons that was on was Josie and the Pussycats. And I was like, man, these are some really hot characters. I was like, bro, this is wild. Let me take a look here. Not Marvin the Martian, but the Martian Queen is a baddie. I have no idea what you're talking about. We got to pull up the Martian Queen. We got 8 minutes and then the debate's supposed to start.
I just got the Zoom link. So.
Huh? You got the Zoom link? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, just now.
Let me check it. Hold on.
So I'm out of here. I'll see you there.
See ya.
Take care.
Dexter's mom was hot, Sloppy Seconds. Dude, so true. She was good looking.
I was trying to figure out, obviously I was thinking of like Wonder Woman, but I was trying to figure out when they actually broadcasted her as a cartoon.
Oh, I got my Zoom link. I got to go.
Yeah, no worries.
Hop in my YouTube channel. Yeah, hop in my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're starting. Open Zoom meetings. Join from this browser. Oh no, Zoom. Hold on, meeting passcode. All right. Microphone. That's good. Hopefully that work. Do that work? Oh shit! Is it doing it from?
Man.
No, two more or one more.
Oh yeah,
Two.
yeah. No, Donnie's the last guy. Don't let Donnie in.
All right, hold on.
Whatever you do.
Hey, First Amender, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Just want to ask if you're already streaming.
I am streaming already. Yes.
Okay. All right, we're just waiting for one more, and then I'll be able to get all the cameras set up here.
All right. Let me...
Sam, have you been on the channel before?
I have not.
Okay, I've done debates with both these other two gentlemen here, and Donnie, I believe, too. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go throw something in the trash here, and I'll just wait for Donnie. In fact, I'll let him know.
Hey, James, out of curiosity, and feel free to not answer this question because I don't know if I'm stepping on a landmine here.
You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Aren't you? you know my name.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead,
no. My apologies. Yeah, no. What? Do you know what happened to Ryan?
Oh, he got deported back to Canada.
What?
Seriously?
I'm just joking.
No,
I'm just joking.
I mean, that's a real possibility nowadays.
I don't know. I have no idea. And even if I did know, I don't know that it would be exactly apropos to say.
Okay, no, you're good. You're good. I just thought I wasn't sure. Anyway, you're fine.
How did you get fired from your last job? No, I'm just kidding.
How did I get fired from my last job? I
joking,
yelled at my
bro.
manager.
I mean, that's pretty common. I definitely have gotten into it with my bosses before.
Yeah, I was pissed.
It's not a real job unless you hate your boss.
True.
That's why I feel like this isn't a real job. You know, I don't dislike James at all.
Let me try something out. I'm assuming you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
Can't hear you now.
Now we cannot hear you.
all right, cool. I got like a little mute button over here for me. So
Excellent.
How's my audio, by the way?
Good.
Okay,
you sound great, Ron. You know,
glad to hear it.
the content though, we're gonna work on tonight.
Okay, let's see. I might be able to get it. No, it's gonna move everybody
Yes, I'll
around
just
the
make sure
moment
my slideshow's good.
he joins.
Yeah, it's good.
How's your podcast been going, Ron?
Not too well, actually.
Did you only do the one episode? Because I would say might be the
I've done
reason.
two, and
But
since
it's been
then,
like
I've
what,
not
2 months
been,
since we did the debate?
I don't remember, but you can go.
It's been
on the-
long enough, man. I think you got to start hammering them out weekly.
Well, so I picked this format where I would interview guests, and I've just been unable to recruit people to come on. I think they're afraid of me, frankly.
About what? What's your content?
There you go. I think you're lining it up for Sam to be the next guest right there.
Yeah, so
Fish on the hook.
I decided to call it the Lion's Den. I'm an atheist who, for the last 20 or 30 years, depending on how you count, has made a hobby of trying to understand points of view that he doesn't agree with. Okay. So I bring on young Earth creationists and other people who believe in things that I don't, and try to have a civil discussion with them.
Okay.
So a less adversarial environment than these debate formats.
The
But
name
basically
of it
the
sounds
same
a
idea.
little more adversarial than I think you come across.
Well, yeah, I mean, the name was meant to
Lion's
be
Den.
the name was meant to be ironic.
Yeah, no, it's funny though.
It was, and the channel name is Ron the Fearsome Lion. So the idea that people would be afraid to come on was supposed to be a joke, but now I'm not sure that it's actually is a joke.
You should try to get an astrologist on.
I would love to get an astrologist. I'd love to get a MAGA person. I'd love to get Mormon. I'd love.
I like
to
how you threw those
get
in the
a
same
Jehovah's
category.
Witness.
That's funny.
Didn't mean for this to be any category other than people who believe in things that I don't.
Text.
I'll come on to your show.
Will you?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Episode.
Yeah.
3.
Hey, if we're still friends after this,
Well,
I've
that's
seen you
actually not.
debate. You're aggressive. You're a savage. You know what I'm saying? I got a Sparta hat. I don't
I'm
want to
nothing
get scalped.
compared to Jim Bob.
No, I'm just kidding.
Honestly,
You are
though,
savage.
if you watch that back, like he did seem apologetic, and then if you watch the stream afterwards, he's like, "Okay, maybe I just needed to figure out where the boundary was, and I crossed it pretty far."
Yeah, when he asked a married man when the last time he visited a prostitute was, that was pretty clearly over the line
Well,
as far as I was
that wasn't
concerned.
exactly what he asked. What
That
he
was
asked
exactly
a
what he
little
asked,
worse.
and it's all been recorded. So,
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's like I watched the recording back, and what he asked was actually worse than that.
okay, well,
I'm not trying to.
You know,
defend
there was
him. I'm
this
trying
other
to just
episode
say
in
like
our-
that was actually worse.
there was this other episode in our first debate where he said something, and I said, "Jim Bob, the literal words out of your mouth just now
There he
were
is.
X and Y and Z," and he said, "No, they weren't. You're a liar." And it was
Hey,
all
Don.
recorded, so you can go back and play it. I was actually going to make a short out of this.
Real quick, Ron. Don, can you give me a mic check?
Yes, just one sec.
Okay, yeah, it's just a little
Is that good?
quiet.
Okay.
Maybe just a slight bit higher.
Okay. Hello.
There
Here,
we go.
maybe I do have it on the Shure. Is there a way
It sounds good now.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yep. Now I can get everybody's cameras without Zoom rearranging things to throw me for a loop.
Ron, good to see you. Long time no see, but
Yeah,
I
it's
missed
been a
you.
minute.
How you been?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you face to face, actually, because I think all those times we hung out together, it was just audio.
No, we did some debates, and I've always been uncloaked.
Right, for you, but I mean,
real
for
quick,
me.
guys. Are you asking me something, First Amender?
No, actually, this is some advice for every single person who's listening right now. In the audio settings, when you hit the little up arrow for your microphone, everybody needs to do this. FYI, you're going to hit the little up arrow, and if you scroll down, there will actually be something that is enabled by default that says automatically adjust microphone volume. Remove that, because it will make people quieter for literally no reason. This is the one reason that everybody has sound issues on Modern Day Debate. I've been here long enough where I know that is exactly what happens to people every time I watch Modern Day Debate.
No, that's good advice. So I'm in there and I put it to output volume 75, and I don't see no automatic.
I don't either.
So I'm guessing that it's coming in okay then. Like
If you
Where is it on the screen?
I
turned
see
mine
it.
off,
Yeah.
so-
Okay.
Yeah, if you
So
scroll
I turned
down,
it off.
it says automatically adjust microphone volume just below input volume. Turn
Yeah.
that off. Because if you say anything loud at all at any point, it will turn you down and permanently leave you there.
So can I do another audio check now?
settings? Okay.
Yeah, I just turned mine off. Thanks for. I didn't even notice that. So
Yeah,
appreciate you.
It drives me. It
letting me
drove
know.
me nuts for the longest time. I would just have my sound up and watch it go down, and then have to like put it back up and do it over and over for debates. And it took me forever to figure that out.
Where it says
Still here?
built-in noise suppression. So I'm in
Test.
settings.
Yeah, see, that setting right there is why no one could hear QQ Pop or whatever his name was, the Flat Earth guy, beatbox in the
Yeah.
last one.
So which one? So I'm in the audio.
QWOP, that was his name.
Yeah. Sam, if you click the drop down box on the audio
Okay.
and
There.
then scroll down past input audio. So keep scrolling down past output, past microphone.
I don't see any of that. Mine just says
All right.
audio. It
So
says speaker.
Bottom left hand
microphone.
corner where it says audio, if you hover over it, creates a little up arrow. It's like a little up on the top right hand corner there of the icon. You're going to click that and hit audio settings.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing it. So on the bottom left, I got this little speaker icon then it says video. And then if I go over more, participation chat, reset share.
Do you see
It's
audio?
it's going to be a little arrow drop down box on where it says audio, Sam. So audio, video to the left, but where it says audio, click the little arrow, the drop down box.
That's all right. We don't need to hear Sam.
Yeah,
You can just read your lips,
that's
Sam.
pretty much how they go. Oh, audio. Okay, audio settings. Well, I got audio settings, but I don't see where
That's
there's
it.
a box.
Yeah. So you're going to scroll down to where
won't
you
let
can
me.
see it says automatically adjust microphone volume. You're going to turn that off.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I'm not able to scroll anywhere. It just
It's not a
says,
huge deal.
Well,
I mean, you're
Sam
still
doesn't
coming
look
in
like a
alone.
guy who's gonna scream and shout, so he might be good.
yeah,
Okay.
he might be all right. Well,
Is
we'll
my-
see.
Is my level still okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Do
that's it.
I'm just getting the last camera set up right now, and then we'll be able to hit the intro.
Have we decided
So
who's
if we-
first?
yeah, that's a good question.
Who's got the
who's gonna go
positive
first?
claim?
Well, technically,
there
I
is
think
no-
we both have a positive because it's titled
Yeah, it's this or that.
"Does genetics?" Yeah, so it could
Okay.
go.
Well, then,
Anyone
yeah,
have a
You
preference?
guys want to decide then?
You guys
I
want to
don't-
start?
I don't care.
Don, talk real quick.
Hello.
Okay.
How you
just gotta-
doing, Mike?
Good. Just got to get
That
that
comes-
green line underneath the bottom. James changed the overlay. I've been Big Mike for about 8 months, and he just changed it on just wantonly today to Magic Mike.
He's trying to throw you off, give you a tougher
Rebrand.
job.
I'm gonna weasel my way into making the overlays for him, and then I'm gonna just change his name, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I got everybody's cameras set up. Boom, boom, boom. It's all good. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the intro here and start the stream.
But wait, who's starting right now?
We haven't decided.
Flip a coin if you guys don't come to a
Well,
decision.
it sounded like
here.
Ron said he didn't mind. I don't really know the angle. I think it might make sense for Ron in first, although we don't mind starting too. But Ron, if you don't care either way, my man, why don't
Untitled,
we
do you
just have
care?
you guys start?
I don't care. Yeah, I can
Well,
go
let's
first
us-
if you want me to.
How about if I go first and then you follow me, and because I think I'm gonna give you a good lead in, and then they'll try to recover.
We're not going to
Cool.
be
So,
recovering after the
real
Ron.
quick.
I already know that you're forcing me into early retirement.
All right, real quick.
Actually, here's the thing: I like Ron too much, so I'm going to be.
I think it was Ron's email saying what had been agreed upon between you guys was 15 minutes for each team, and then y'all will break it up however. So when I start the 15 minutes, I'll just let you know when you're about halfway through.
Perfect.
Rebuttals 10 minutes each after the 2 15s, and then a 50-minute discussion, 5 minutes closings.
And
we'll
then
hit
when
the
we
Q&A.
need to screen share, Mike, do I
let
just
me
give you the
know.
cue?
Actually, go ahead and screen share now, just so I can make sure it's all tidy,
good.
so I don't have to do any of that on the spot.
So screen share. Yeah, it's a little different than StreamYard. So let's see. So I'm technically screen shared right now.
Okay, yeah, just let me restart this camera. Zoom gets frozen whenever. Okay. Yep. Okay. And what would be all right? And then are you going to go into PowerPoint mode, or are you going to leave it there?
No, I'll go into PowerPoint mode when it's like I'll
Yeah.
go like this.
Okay, yeah, just hit the PowerPoint mode just so I can see the full screen, make sure it's all set up. Can I delete this image? It's just blocking my ability to grab this. Okay. Looks pretty good. All right.
And then there's a little box that's kind of distracting in the corner, but it looks like it allows me to minus it. Oh yeah, okay, that's good.
Cool. Just let me know in advance when you need to. That way I don't leave it on the debate view after you've already switched. There's 2 scenes that we use generally. And then, okay. So it decided to swap everybody around when we went back. Okay, good to know. Let me just move people around.
Your name, by the way, James, says James.
Correct. Yeah, we have a company Zoom.
Okay.
No,
So you're
he
just
is
gonna be
James. He
James
just has
now.
a split personality. So every other week he turns into Mike.
I like Dr. Jekyll Hulk out into
He's
Dr. James.
evolved.
Bruce Banner and Hulk.
Okay, so this one down. No.
Yeah, because Mike, remember last time a few months ago when we weren't screen shared, suddenly the audio was all echoey.
Yeah, what happened was whenever I made a new screen share, there was still a mic that's created with every display capture that
I
I
see.
needed to turn off.
No worries.
I had to
So
make a
you
new
got that
display
fixed anyway.
capture. Yep. All right. So where SFT is where. Okay. Boom. Boom. Now I just got to switch Sam and Dr. Ron. All right. Everyone's in the right place again. Cool. All right. You guys ready? Make sure there's no microphone. Yep. Okay. I think I only have the one screen share mic. So we're going live. Start streaming. Yes. Okay. Go live. I'm going to pull it up on my phone and double check that it's working.
Just got notified.
Cool. Got about a minute, 45 seconds on that.
Minute 45 seconds for the intro.
Minute 35 now.
Okay, cool. I'm going to fill up my water real quick.
By the way, guys, if you guys did not hit that like or that subscribe button, do hit it right now. I hope you guys enjoy debate content. If you do enjoy debate content, make sure you hit that. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you. I love you. Mwah.
You gotta do what you gotta do, bro.
I give my fans kissies.
Give them an uwu. All right. We got 55 seconds. Does genetics support creation or evolution?
Got it. Mike, you've been getting some sun. You're getting that vitamin D.
Oh, I live in Texas, man. It's been hot as balls.
Nice. I'm in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. It's been good. It's been good here, but a little stormy.
Yeah, no, we have a tropical depression right now, so I'm hoping my internet doesn't cut out. I'm hardwired in though, so it's got to be an entire electrical outage to make it really mess up.
I'm in California. Our weather's been perfect. So God must love us more.
I think so, Ron. I'm going to move out to California. Well, actually, Sam lives in California too. We'll have to get together.
Oh yeah,
I know it's a big
15
state.
seconds.
Whereabouts, Sam?
Southern California, just south of LA.
I'm in NorCal, but I used to live in Pasadena.
All right.
All right, guys. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. Welcome back to Modern Day Debate. We have a great debate tonight on evolution versus creation. And the debate prompt is going to be, does genetics support creation or evolution? We got SFT, Mr. Donnie. We got Sam versus Dr. Ron and 1stAmender. Welcome back, guys who've been here before. And I believe this is Sam's first time. So everybody in the chat, give him a big welcome. And then we're going to get right into it after I ask you to like, share, subscribe to this channel and video. We have DebateCon at 8 coming up. I'm going to put a little ad in the bottom corner here. Let's see if, or it's already there. It's already there. And we got our headliners right there for you to see. Andrew and D'Souza. I'm not sure if I say his name right. Z's. Okay, so for tonight, we're going to start with, I believe, Dr. Ron and 1stAmender, and how we have agreed to set up the format for tonight is 15-minute opening statements for each team. They'll kind of hopefully moderate themselves on the time there, and we don't go over. And then 10-minute rebuttals after that, and then a 50-minute discussion. We'll do a 5-minute closing section. If at any point in time, you know, everybody in the chat's like, hey, everybody's talking too loud, blah, 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 can't hear anybody, they're talking over each other, we could break it up into 2-minute back and forth, and you guys decide who's going to take that 2 minutes, or I give you both like 2 minutes to respond or something. We haven't done 2v2 in a while. I believe actually it was with Don last time. That might have been the last one. Or no, 1stAmender, you might have been the last one. Either way, we're going to get right into it, guys. One more time, like the video, get your tickets to DebateCon 8. And without further ado, I will start the 15-minute timer whenever Ron and 1stAmender are ready.
Okay. I've never done a tag team debate like this before, so this is going to be interesting. Does genetics support creation or evolution? Evolution. There hasn't been a legitimate disagreement about this for about 150 years. I want to read a quote from the Amazon.com description of Darwin's Origin of Species. The Origin of Species attracted widespread interest upon its publication. As Darwin was an eminent scientist, his findings were taken seriously, and the evidence he presented generated scientific, philosophical, and religious discussion. Within 2 decades, there was widespread scientific agreement that evolution with a branching pattern of common descent had occurred. Now, Darwin didn't know about genetics. Gregor Mendel had started doing experiments on pea plants 3 years before Origin of Species was published, but Mendel didn't publish until 7 years after that. And obviously neither Mendel nor Darwin knew anything about DNA. That wouldn't be discovered until the 20th century. So although it's possible that there is or will be new data that shows that Darwin was wrong, any such discovery would be the start of a major scientific revolution. And again, it's possible that our opponents are at the vanguard of this revolution, and it just hasn't made the papers yet. But the odds are very much against them. There is now, and has been for over 150 years, an overwhelming consensus among biologists, which is to say, among the people who make their living studying this stuff, that evolution is true and all life forms on Earth are descended from a single common ancestor that lived 3 or 4 billion years ago. Now, it's possible that the scientific community has got this wrong. Ben Stein made a movie in 2008 called Expelled, where he argues that anyone who dares question the scientific orthodoxy gets, well, expelled, censored, silenced. So Stein argues that this is not a legitimate scientific consensus, but a manufactured one. This is quite literally a conspiracy theory. It's true that creationists aren't much respected in the biology community, but it's not because of prejudice. It's because creationists have an agenda, and that agenda is not to advance the cause of science or objective truth. It is to advance their religion. If you doubt this, all you have to do is search for Answers in Genesis Statement of Faith, and you will find a webpage that says this, quote, "In order to preserve the function and integrity of the Answers in Genesis ministry, in its mission to proclaim the absolute truth and authority of the scriptures and to provide a biblical role model to our employees and to the global body of Christ, the community and society at large, it is imperative that all persons employed by the AIG ministry and in any capacity or who serve as volunteers should abide by and agree to our statement of faith and conduct themselves accordingly." And then it goes on to list 46 bullet points that you have to accept without any evidence, or you can't keep your job at AIG. It is hard to imagine a more unscientific position than that. Now, this is just AIG, and AIG is not the only creationist organization out there, but their statement of faith is not at all unusual. The Creation Research Society has a similar statement of faith, which reads, quote, "All members must subscribe to the following statement of belief. The Bible is the written word of God, and because it is inspired throughout, all its assertions are historically and scientifically true. The account of origins in Genesis is a factual presentation of simple historical truths. All basic types of living things, including man, were made by direct creative acts of God during the creation week described in Genesis. Whatever biological changes have occurred since creation week have accomplished only changes within the original created kinds." And it goes on to affirm Noah's Ark, Noah's flood, Adam and Eve, and so on. And if you go to the Institute for Creation Research, you will find 18 core principles, including the phenomenon of biological life did not develop by natural processes from inanimate systems, but was specifically and supernaturally created by the Creator.
Oh my goodness, they just
So it's not the biology community that expels people who dare to question the orthodoxy, it's the creationist community. There is a well-funded creationist industrial complex out there whose explicitly stated mission is not to advance science, but to advance the Word of God. We know this because they say so. In science, It is in fact the exact opposite. No one is more celebrated in science than the person who overturns the old orthodoxy, because that is how science makes progress. But there's a catch. You have to do it with evidence that supports the hypothesis you are advancing, and creationists don't have any. So it's a little weird to be debating this because the creationists have already lost this war many times over. They lost 150 years ago when Origin of Species was published, and then they lost again when the Scopes Monkey trial in 1925, and then again in Kitzmiller versus Dover Area School District in 2004. They lost and continue to lose for a very simple reason. Their hypothesis that Genesis is the literal truth is violently at odds with the data. But as long as we're talking about the Bible, I'd like to mention my favorite Bible verse, which is Deuteronomy 18:22. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. That is my favorite verse in the Bible because it is a full-throated endorsement of the scientific method. Make a prediction, do the experiment. If the result doesn't match the prediction, your hypothesis is wrong. If you look at the predictions made by biologists, they have a pretty good track record. Essentially, all of modern medicine comes out of biology, and modern medicine works pretty well, a hell of a lot better than faith healing. So where are the technological advances based on predictions made by creationists? There aren't any. None, zilch. There is not a single biotech startup based on creationism for the very simple reason that creationism is wrong. This is the difference between science and religion. Religion demands faith. Science demands contact with reality. Over to you, Amender.
All right, I got to go ahead and share a slide real quick. Give me 1 second to get my timing correct and everything. Hang tight.
Okay. So yeah, I'll pause the time here and be fair. We're at 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay. Share.
Just give me, yeah, quick heads up as soon as you're ready. And then I'll start the time the moment you start screen sharing. Cool.
Okay, can you see it okay? And we're good
Yep,
to start?
go
Okay. All right. Scroll to my notes. Sorry, just give me a sec. Does genetics support creation or evolution? The simple answer is it's evolution. It is, in fact, one of the main cornerstones of biology. You cannot do any biological research without acknowledging evolution as a fact. Evolution is, in fact, one of the strongest lines of evidence for common ancestry in biology. Creation and evolution evidence standards aren't even in the same plane of reality. My opponent might say something along the lines that human and chimp Y chromosomes are too different from ancestry, when the reality is that the Y chromosome evolves rapidly and is in fact one of the fastest changing chromosomes in mammals. This divergence is exactly what evolutionary biology predicts. It is not a problem. The reason why it changes as fast as it does is because there is no recombination for most of its length. There is strong genetic drift, only small effective population sizes. Y chromosomes are not present in females and sensitive to random loss in lineage. There is repetitive sequence turnover, satellites, palindromes, repeats. Large amounts of repetitive DNA are structurally unstable, frequently expand, contract, duplicate, and delete. There is gene loss and rearrangement over time, losing genes over evolutionary time, or the degeneration process rearranging remains genes structurally among the Y chromosome. So, different does not mean it is unrelated. It simply means this region has evolved rapidly under known mechanisms. The human genome is more than just a Y chromosome. You use the Y chromosome, making roughly 0.9% to 2% of the total DNA of only male cells, leading to an incomplete data set, as well as a mischaracterization of the full scope. Creationists cherry-pick Y chromosome entirely, ignoring the full genome-wide signal. Evolution is not inferred by a single chromosome. It is inferred by the whole genome alignment. We observe chromosomal fusion, otherwise known as human chromosome 2. Humans have 46 chromosomes, while other great apes, such as chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, have 48. In our evolutionary past, two separate ape chromosomes fused end to end. That fusion created in what we now call the human chromosome 2. We can even see remnants of telomeric DNA, that's the ends of the DNA strands, between two fused chromosomes, and I have provided an NIH source for that. So humans did not gain or lose genes. We mostly just have them packaged differently. Independent experiments of yeast bacteria telomere separation and recombination of identical DNA sequencing resulted in highly similar and functional surviving yeast bacteria. You can even see the proof right there in the picture. When you observe the entire genome, humans and chimps show 98 to 99% similarity in aligned coding regions and strong structural homology across chromosomes. If creation were true in the literal separately engineered sense, you would not expect identical broken genes in identical genomic locations. Pseudogenes. One example is the GULO gene in vitamin C synthesis. Previous creatures can synthesize vitamin C, but it is inactive when the human mutation must get vitamin C from diet. Identical viral insertions and identical loci, as well as a perfectly nested tree of genetic relationships. There are various fields of science that diverge with the God creation mythology. Across multiple independent scientific fields, the data consistently converge on the evolutionary common descent rather than special creation. Can I ask how much time I have left?
Yeah, you got about 4 minutes.
Okay, so under genetics and genomics, DNA sequence comparisons across species, shared pseudogenes and mutations in various identical locations, endogenous retroviruses, chromosome 2 human fusion evidence. We have already provided that information. Molecular biology, conserved developmental genes or Hox genes, shared biochemical machinery across all life, universal genetic code consistency with predictable variation patterns indicating descent with modification, not separate origin systems. Evolutionary biology. Am I ahead of slide? I apologize. Evolutionary biology, observed speciation events, phylogenetic trees built from independent data sets, DNA morphologies, proteins, and all concurred same outcomes. Population genetics, models matching observed variation. Paleontology, ordered fossil succession over time. Transitional forms such as fish to tetrapod to land mammal to whale. Vestigial structures, predictable skeletal similarities across species. There are no modern mammals in the Precambrian. The first true mammals did not even emerge until the late Triassic period, more than 350 million years later. Embryology, developmental biology, early stage vertebral similarities, conserved developmental pathways, shared genetic control systems, and embryogenesis. Biogeography, island species resembling near mainland relatives and continental patterns matching plate tectonics and evolutionary, as well as Australia's unique marsupial radiation. Comparative genomics or bioinformatics, nested hierarchical clustering of genomes, independent data sets converging into the same phylogenetic tree, predictive accuracy of evolutionary models. Microbiology and virology, the viral evolution observed in real time, mutation and selection patterns and pathogens such as the flu, endogenous viral insertions across genomic patterns. On the right, you can actually see this is what a live understanding of evolution of specifically the flu virus. Anthropology in the biological as well as the physical, human evolutionary lineage and fossil and genetic record, shared ancestry with other primates supported across multiple data sets. And who disagrees? The church. And it's not even all of them. It's just a tiny minority of them. We have to act in good faith here. There is no creation argument. There is only the blind faith in Genesis. Thank you. And you could subscribe to me on YouTube /@1stAmender, 1stAmender. Thank you.
All right. You can stop sharing your screen now. Perfect. All right. Someone's got to echo. Oh, that was you. Okay. All right. Resetting the time here. We're going to turn it over to SFT and Sam. Whoever wants to go first out of you two. The moment you start talking, I will hit the start button.
Great. So thank you, fellas, for engaging with this important debate. Today, we are asked, does genetics support creation or evolution? Well, unfortunately for our opponents, they gave us the W by simply showing up to debate. You see, one cannot argue that a position is true or false unless they have access to truth. If evolution on naturalism were true, then we would have a defeater for trusting our cognitive faculties. And therefore, if our opponent's position was correct, they couldn't know it. I will explain. Instead of acknowledging the God who made our minds to know truth for his plan and purpose, our opponents would have us believe that the mind is an emergent property of the brain, and the brain results of random chance. The mind and thoughts would simply be neurological structures that are created and established by evolutionary processes. According to atheist philosopher Patricia Churchland, natural selection selects by way of the 4 F's: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and reproduction. By the way, those are her words, not mine. She goes on to say that truth, whatever that is, takes a back seat. So feeding, an organism needs nourishment. Fighting, an organism must defend itself and or impose its will on another organism. Fleeing, an organism must know when to retreat, lest it become the feast. And reproduction, an organism has to have offspring, or else the whole process comes to an end. By the way, it needs to be able to tell the difference between a pink one and a blue one, or they can't make a new one. I know some people are confused about this these days, but reproduction would be the difference between a superior and inferior organism on this evolutionary paradigm. If a false belief has survival value, then natural selection could select for it. Natural selection could select against a true belief, thus lowering your probability for trusting your cognitive faculties. For example, one could believe that a lion is harmless and a snuggly creature, and it just likes to race. And so as long as one would run from it and they got away, then this belief could be held as true. Another example would be that our atheistic friends believe that evolutionary processes created theistic beliefs, and they are all false, but perhaps have some historical communal survival value. On the other hand, knowing the truth might lower your survival value. For example, knowing about the Clintons' dirty laundry might get you killed. Therefore, truth would exist on these terms, but it would be less probable that our cognitive faculties could discern it. The power of this argument is that there is no defeaters, and any rebuttal from this paradigm would only be the invocation of these neurological structures that have arisen by evolutionary processes, which we have already given reason to distrust. Hope is not lost. However, there are at least some options. Number one, our opponents can embrace a theistic form of evolution, but that would be an implicit concession in this debate because theistic evolution is not random and unguided. Number two, they could say that truth does not exist at all, but that would be a performative contradiction because they are here to argue that their position is true. This would also be an implicit concession of the debate. They can explicitly concede the debate. They can repent and be reconciled with the God from who they are absconding, the God who they already know. This is our desire for our unbelievers. Amen. They can refuse to engage with this argument and borrow our firm foundation from the Christian worldview. Unfortunately, this would be another implicit concession. For our opponents, the argument does not stop here. The argument has collateral damage on their paradigm. This would make unintelligible the very scientific method that we are arguing. It would make the preconditions of science, such as induction, the rationality of the mind, the belief of the rationality and the uniformity of the external world, all unjustifiable. This would also give them a defeater for their belief in atheism, naturalism, and everything they say in this debate. Therefore, we can be sure that genetics does not, in fact, support evolution. Lastly, perhaps our opponents are comfortable borrowing from the Christian foundation for science and pretending there is no God. Perhaps they feel they can engage with the science while ignoring these broader, glaring worldview issues. Well, we come to take that away too. Donnie, over to you, brother.
Okay, let me pause the timer there. And Mike, if you don't mind, I can get my screen shared. So Sam, you ended there at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. So I have just over 10 minutes. Mike, is that coming in?
Yeah, it's looking good.
Okay. I couldn't hear Mike, but maybe he's just on mute. Okay. So 4 minutes and 35 seconds, and I will.
Yeah, I was on mute. I just thought you would start.
Oh,
and I
no
could
worries.
Stay
No,
muted.
sorry.
No worries.
Just wanted to make sure everything's good. Okay, here we go. Does genetics support creation or evolution? I am pumped for this debate. Sam, thank you for setting the foundation, and to my interlocutors, especially 1stAmender, bringing up some of my favorite points. So what I like is to stick as close to home as possible. Common descent teaches that all life, including humans, chimpanzees, grass, and ladybugs, are related through common ancestry. But if I can demonstrate, which we are going to do here tonight, that humans and chimpanzees aren't related through common ancestry, well, that means humans and ladybugs or humans and grass are definitely not related. Several genetics lines of evidence that we are going to focus on that preclude common descent. By preclude, I mean make impossible. There's a lot of evidence that's agnostic overall to the debate, which 1stAmender brought up several of those, but I like to focus on the discriminatory points that only one side can explain, in this case, the creation side. For example, we'll be discussing mutation rates in the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, the fact that mutation rates are fast, DNA diversity in these chromosomes, maternally inherited and paternally inherited, are fast. There's really only a few DNA differences separating any two people, and we can trace back all mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomal DNA to two single ancestors in the not so distant past. 1stAmender discussed in his opening statement the Y chromosome, and he did not satisfactorily answer it, and so I'll cover that here, which I've got built into my opening. If humans and chimps share an ancestor and evolution is true, why are their Y chromosomes so different? So right here is an image from a paper in the conventional literature. And you can see on the visual, we have humans and chimpanzees. The human Y and chimpanzee Y, when you consider overall gene content, size differences, and architecture, they're less than 30% the same. As a matter of fact, you can see in the color-coded areas, the heterochromatin, this is a densely packed kind of DNA, comprises a lot of repetitive sequences like satellite DNA. That is basically absent in the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee Y is half the size. And the question is, why is this the case? You can appeal to recombination, but naming mechanisms is not the same thing as providing a sophisticated mathematical model documenting when, where, how, and why these changes took place since the hypothetical split. You can take male Y chromosomes on the planet and you can line them up, you can build a family tree, and based on the mutation rate in the Y chromosome, which is roughly 1 to 3 per person per generation, goes back just 4,500 years ago. Why don't we find 100 to 200,000 years worth of DNA differences in the Y chromosome? This, again, from the conventional literature in 2020, despite a recent divergence of these species, roughly 7 million years, the evolutionary community assuming that a divergence took place, their Y chromosomes, referring to humans and chimps, differ just a little bit. No, enormously in size and gene content. So sure, 1stAmender can assert all day, well, recombination and gene loss and sperm competition. I want to see an actual model. I want to see a representative sequence of this hypothetical common ancestor where we can actually tell which lineage lost what, which lineage gained what. For example, the chimpanzee Y is only half the size as the human Y, as I said earlier. And they were so shocked, these researchers, that when they discovered this data, of course, evolutionists have post hoc, ad hoc rationalizations and rescue devices. They were so shocked that this is what they would expect between human and chicken autosomes that split roughly 310 million years ago. And chickens aren't even mammals, okay? Puzzlingly, so this is a puzzle to them, in terms of shared genes and overall architecture, the human Y is more similar to the gorilla Y than to the chimpanzee Y. So 1stAmender was discussing nested hierarchies. Well, there's a break. in the nested hierarchy. Remember, it's the differences that make all the differences. Sure, similarities. Okay, we can discuss similarities all day, but it's major discontinuities, whether it's fossil discontinuities like the hyoid bone and the ischium between Australopithecines, extant apes, and humans, or the genetic data like mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome between chimps and humans. Notice this, 2024, things did not get any better for the evolutionary community. You can look at the various creatures here, chimpanzee and humans, and you can compare their Y chromosomes. And as you can see, only 26.2% the same. Okay, I definitely want to cross-examine 1stAmender in the discussion on this, because again, he did mention recombination. Okay, we got a mechanism. Let's see if it works. So what I want to see is an ancestral Y chromosome reconstruction, not just assertions, not just claims. We don't want to see the 5 Ds of evolution as dodgeball here tonight. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. No, we want to see a reconstructed sequence, because evolutionists cannot just claim gain or loss without knowing the ancestral state. If you go back to 2010, they admitted that that ancestral state cannot be determined, and therefore imaginary storytelling is not the same as reconstruction. But it is 2026, so perhaps they've done it. We need a rate-based population genetics model showing the required duplication/deletion rates to account for these changes, required recombination frequencies. 1stAmender discussed recombination there. Remember, these differences are massive. We got differences in palindromic sequences, heterochromatin. Where did all the heterochromatin go in the pan lineage? Apparently, if evolution's true, it lost it all. Why? I want to see these mechanisms. I want to see 1stAmender and Ron model them, quantify them, test them, simulate them. So here's some questions. How did these massive architectural changes occur mechanistically in 6 to 7 million years? Why did these changes occur within the proposed 6 million year time frame? How is the entirety of that heterochromatic arm lost in the chimpanzee line? And so these are questions that we can go over in the discussion. Which lineage lost what? Where is the ancestral Y chromosome sequence? A lot here. Another point that precludes common descent in naturalistic evolution is mutually interdependent systems. We could discuss many. With 3.5 minutes here, I'll just go over one. We have DNA and DNA repair enzymes. It is said that we can accumulate roughly 1 million DNA breaks in a single cell in a single day. But remember, we have 65 roughly trillion cells. That's a lot of DNA mistakes. Thankfully, we have these incredibly designed DNA repair enzymes that go in and fix a lot of these DNA breaks or DNA lesions. The problem for the evolutionists, though, is that the information for the DNA repair enzymes are encoded in the DNA. But you need the DNA repair enzymes in order that organisms don't go extinct due to mutation accumulation, not only in somatic cells, but also germ cells. So the question is, which came first, the DNA or the DNA repair enzymes? Because if you say DNA, well, you need the DNA repair enzymes to fix the DNA mistakes. If you say the DNA repair enzymes, well, the information that encodes for the DNA repair enzymes are in the DNA. We discussed briefly earlier mitochondrial Eve, the fact that we've been able to trace mitochondrial DNA back to a single woman just roughly 6,000 years ago. Here's a sophisticated phylogenetic tree. This was created by Dr. Rob Carter, who's an expert in mitochondrial DNA. He's published, as a matter of fact, in the conventional literature, he's published the Eve consensus sequence. These branches represent mutations or DNA differences. And what you can see on this tree is an explosion, a starburst pattern. That suggests rapid and exponential population growth, which is what we would expect through a flood bottleneck. But what you don't find are a lot of mutations. On average, separating people from the Eve consensus sequence are about 20 to 30 DNA differences. And you'll notice, take the HVR haplogroup, for example, the most common in Europe, you've got differing size branches. What does that mean? Well, mutation rates are variable. You have some people that are picking up more mutations in the same amount of time than their cousins, as they can be traced back to a common ancestor. So where do we find evolution here? Where do we find thousands of generations. We only see a couple hundred generations here on this tree. Where do we find the kind of evidence that would suggest deep time evolution is true? Same thing.
40 seconds.
Okay. Same thing with the Y chromosome. And so there's something called mutation saturation. If evolution were true, then we should actually find many more mutations in the mitochondrial chromosome and also the Y chromosome. But we find low variation, fast mutation rates. This is all biblical time. In my last 20 seconds, I'll say I've got dozens of slides. We can go over this in the rebuttal and the discussion, going over DNA function, genome-wide functionality. 1stAmender mentioned pseudogenes, endogenous retroviruses. We know that those DNA units are now necessary to sustain healthy life processes in the cell, pointing better to common design than common ancestry. And that's it.
Thank you for being on time there. We are going to get into the rebuttals here. We got 10-minute rebuttals, or 10-minute rebuttals on each side. They can split it up however they want on each team. And then after that, we'll get into the open discussion. So I'm going to get the timer ready. I just want to ask everyone in the audience to go ahead, like the video again, pump it into the algorithm, and subscribe if you're new here watching on someone else's channel and you like debate stuff. That's going to be tons and tons here every week. We got more. I saw the schedule briefly not too long ago, and it's booked up. So then we got DebateCon 8 coming up next month on the 25th and 26th, Dallas, Texas. You can get your tickets. There's some left. And we do expect it to sell out probably sometime, 3 weeks or so before. We've been promoting it, a couple months now. So a lot of tickets have already sold. We're filling seats. So we want you there if you like this stuff. So here we go. Whenever you're ready, kicking it back over to the evolution side. Whoever wants to take the reins.
These are the rebuttals?
Yes, 10-minute rebuttals.
Okay. All right, so 10-minute rebuttal. I've written down some of the things that y'all have said. For Sam's intro, he had stated right at the beginning, saying, if you show up to a debate, you lose. I am a little lost as to exactly how that works from a logical perspective. It doesn't really follow. Is there a presumption that you are right every time you walk into a debate and that there is no possibility that you could be wrong? That's what your statement infers. You then also said that evolutionary processes create theistic beliefs. Actually, that is kind of true in the sense that religion has survived often due to dogmatism in the Middle Ages or throughout time in general. Those that did not believe were killed. This would be an evolutionary advantage to believe in the Middle Ages. Another good example of evolutionary processes create theistic beliefs is the fact that superstitious people tended to live longer. And the reason why is because if you can imagine a caveman that sees a bush where it's empty in the bush, but they see that there's rustling, the person that is not superstitious will probably get up to check the bush and then gets mauled by a tiger because they didn't realize that there was a predatory animal in the bush. Whereas the superstitious one that sees rustling in the bush hides in the cave. So there would be an evolutionary reason why people possess theistic beliefs. You also said that we could repent. We are actually not, in fact, making a God or not God argument. The question is, does genetics support evolution or creation? The answer is pretty clear. It's evolution. As for Donnie, I find that much more interesting in the part where he is saying that grass and ladybugs are not related. They are both eukaryotic organisms, and so they would be related in that sense. However, it would be a very, 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 very distant ancestor, having to go likely back to the last universal common ancestor, or maybe slightly afterwards, to find the common ancestor to those two widely diverging species. They had said that DNA diversity is in fact low. I would ask him where do you see that? Because I showed the full chromosomes among chimpanzees and humans. It's extremely similar, and any eukaryotic organisms share quite a lot of similarities, which would be why we observe a great deal of similarity even between humans and bananas. They are both eukaryotes. They possess cells that have cell walls with a nucleus and a membrane, as well as a mitochondria. You had brought up, and I love that you brought this up, was the Y chromosomes differences being wide. Yeah, that's correct. It is widely different. It is, in fact, one of the tiniest portions of the human genome that you could reference. I also answered mechanistic properties Y. You created, there's a creation of Y chromosomes evolves unusually fast compared to the rest of the genome. We know this for a fact. The Y chromosome has no matching partner for most of its length. Most chromosomes come in pairs. During reproduction, they undergo recombination, where copies are then exchanged and errors can be corrected. The Y chromosome only exists in males. It does not recombine with the X chromosome for most of its length. The Y chromosome is also very small. Humans contain over 20,000 protein coding genes, and the Y chromosome only represents roughly 50 to 60 of those protein coding genes. You pointed out a comparative analysis of chromosome X, in which it is a much greater portion of evolution, whereas the Y chromosome does not. The Y chromosome is less than 2% of the human genome. X and Y chromosome is not 50-50. It is a 98 to 99 to 2 to 1. The Y chromosome is specifically known for this. Do you at least acknowledge those facts that I have provided? Posit that these are further questions that I'm going to ask in the open rebuttal, but you also stated that endogenous retroviruses and that they do code. You know, I actually looked at the exact study that you are talking about. It turns out that what they are inferring as something quote unquote useful is whether or not does anything at all. As in, if you say, for example, have a protein that does absolutely nothing, it just makes a protein and then the protein provides nothing, it infers some use, which was thrown away by various other scientists. This would indicate its wide variation of use from its what is typically, I think, 5% of the total human genome now to over 80%. Most studies show this, around, I'm trying to find the exact number, but it is a much smaller number than that single study that you have provided. Anyway, those are my rebuttals.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to match Amender's point by points here. I have a sort of a more 60,000 foot view of this. I was a little bit worried when I wrote my opening that I would get in trouble for not sticking to the topic as stated and getting more general and philosophical. But I'm actually kind of happy to see that Sam did the same thing. So this debate is kind of dividing itself up naturally into two different directions. One of which is more philosophical and one of which is more technical and scientific. And I think it's important that we make some decisions about which of these we're going to tackle, because either of those is going to be pretty time consuming. And we have an hour, and the problem is that all of these topics are complicated and you can get deep into the weeds. So let me just talk about one point that Sam brought up, which is that we need a God in order to have any kind of grounding for talking about truth at all. That's not true. And there's a story I could tell about why that's not true. But for the sake of argument, I'll grant that it's true and ask, suppose if we need a God, why do we need specifically the God of the Bible and the God of Genesis? Why can I not ground my reason in, say, Vishnu, who created the universe 4 billion years ago with all of the laws of physics as they are, and has now just left the universe to evolve under purely naturalistic and discoverable laws? It's something I'm genuinely curious about, because I see an awful lot of daylight between the sort of foundational arguments for God's existence and talking snakes. And I'm always just really curious about how you get from A to B. Just since I have a little bit more time left, I will say just a word about how you can ground truth in pure naturalism. The scientific method is actually a lot simpler than most people think it is. It's just finding the best explanation for all the things that you observe. And it turns out that when you seek out those explanations, what you are led to is naturalistic explanations of everything that we observe, not just biology, but also the functioning of our brains. That can all be explained naturalistically. Our brains can be explained in terms of computational processes. And this used to be used to be an area of legitimate disagreement. But just very recently, we've seen constructive proofs that computers can do everything that human brains can do, at least in terms of their I/O behavior. And give it a year or two, computers are going to be exceeding human capabilities in just about every possible respect. So that's not proof that there's that mind can be reduced to the activity of brain, but it's a very strong indication that it might be. So that's another discussion that set of weeds that we could dive into during the discussion if we wanted to.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
Yeah. So the other thing that I'm curious about, Don, and I'll just pose this question as a lead into the discussion. Donnie, you listed a number of things that you claim to be problems for the evolutionary point of view. You said that there's no mathematical model for the evolution of the Y chromosome. You mentioned something called heterochromatin. You asked the which came first, the chicken or the egg, in terms of DNA or DNA repair. You mentioned mitochondrial Eve, who, by the way, lived not 6,000 years ago, but 150 to 200,000 years ago.
And that is time.
So my question, can I just finish off with the question?
Sure.
My question is, if I were to finish off that list, how many items would be on it? In other words, if we were to make a good faith attempt to actually address the points that you raised as problems for evolution, how big would our task be?
Okay.
And Mike, are we doing, so are these 11-minute rebuttals, or I just want to make sure?
The email I got was 10 minutes and he went about 15 or so, 15, 20 max seconds over. So I'll allow you guys to have that same courtesy before we get into the open discussion.
No worries. Just want to double check.
Yep. Whenever you're ready, we'll kick it over to your side. Y'all will get y'all's time, and then we'll go straight into it. Chatters, like the video, keep commenting. Please do not spam all caps, same thing over and over again. I will time you out. I don't like to do that. I like to see what you guys say, but it does get annoying. It doesn't help the algorithm when you do that. All right, go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, to answer your question, you guys lost because your position can't justify the facts that you invoke. It's called a self-refuting argument. Should your conclusion be true, then the reasoning that you're invoking cannot be justified. So it's necessarily false. So, Ron, you complained a lot and you talked about God a lot, but you gave no actual rebuttal to our position. You pointed to the consensus, but that's a problem. The consensus has a long history of being overturned, like a Copernican revolution, or when we went from an eternal heavens to a red shift. So that means nothing in a debate like this. You said that it was a conspiracy with an agenda. Well, everybody has their presuppositions, Ron, but I wouldn't say that it's a conspiracy. I would say that it would be a competing paradigm. That's all it is. So Ron's complaint about AIG and other ministries, and that science is not, Ron complained about AIG and other ministries, but science is not our ultimate authority. I would ask you guys, what is your ultimate authority? Science is going to be a lousy one. We can talk about that. So Ron said that we have no evidence and that we are at odds with the data, but here we confuse the facts with the interpretation of the facts. Respectfully, Ron, you should know better. This isn't your first conversation about this. 1stAmender, I'm not sure about you. Donnie gave plenty of facts. It's the interpretation that we disagree with. Ron failed to make a distinction between high quality science, that which is demonstrable, repeatable, and a low quality science, something that would be more forensic or inferential in nature, like a historical science. So he conflated a functional science with a historical science. Both Ron and 1stAmender made the same blunder of confusing the methodology, that which we call science, with the interpretation of the data. We love science, as you will see tonight. We just reject your low quality interpretation of the data. And lastly, why Christianity? Because all of these other worldviews that you can invoke, they're self-refuting as well. We can talk about that later. Donnie.
Okay, let me just pause the timer so I can get my screen shared real quick. And I think it's good. Sam, you can see that?
Yeah, you're ready to go.
Okay, let's go. All right. Okay, so I'll start it again. We're at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Good stuff there. Sam, I'll start at the beginning, cover what I can. Thankfully, I covered quite a bit in the opening statement as well. Like endogenous retroviruses, I'll just hit this real quick since I've got it up on screen. Shared endogenous retroviral-like sequences across the biological world. The question is, are these ERVs really the ancient remnants of past viral infections, or do they represent largely created units of DNA function? And 1stAmender, he is going to have quite the task here tonight. Here's one of my favorite papers, Switching Sides, How Endogenous Retroviruses Protect Us from Viral Infections. Notice this, long disregarded as junk DNA or genomic dark matter. ERVs have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. Notice this paper. This is incredible. HERVs, that's human endogenous retrovirus, appear to play important roles in physiology and fetal development. Notice this part. If the accidental infection of a mammalian ancestor by an exogenous, right? You got exogenous and endogenous, exogenous like HIV occurring from outside, ERV within, had never occurred, so they're assuming that happened. The placenta and the mammals that produce it, including humans, would never exist. I like to exist. Sam likes to exist. Hopefully our interlocutors like to exist. Why does the biological world share endogenous retroviruses? For the same reason all kinds of modes of transportation share engines in common. You're not going to get too far in your vehicle if you don't have an engine, and you're not going to get too far in the world if you don't have these functional DNA units to act in embryological development. They act in determining cell types. They function in the immune system. They even act in tumor suppression, which is incredible because they have to the ERVs have to share sequence similarity with exogenous retroviruses to carry out their roles. And they notice right in the conventional literature, our knowledge about endogenous retroviral elements involved in cell immune responses is constantly increasing. We have evidence now that over 80% of the genome is active, biochemically active. Okay, we have known functions for pseudogenes. I've got right here, 1stAmender mentions pseudogenes. Paper after paper documenting the fact that pseudogenes are not necessary. Yeah, there are some broken genes like the gulo vitamin C producing gene. Sure, we can discuss that. But a lot of the so-called pseudogenes that are shared between humans and chimps and other biological organisms, they're now known to be functional. They're active. They can act as a decoy mechanism for degradation to protect the functional protein coding counterpart. They act to regulate their protein coding counterparts, which they have to look like their protein coding counterparts to carry out those roles. It's function after function. And this goes back to Dr. Garrett's argument about consensus. Okay, consensus, therefore evolution is true, or the evidence is on the side of evolution. Well, consensus in the past was that endogenous retroviruses were non-functional junk. You can see that right here in the paper, long disregarded as junk DNA. Consensus was that pseudogenes were all junk, that the majority of non-coding DNA was junk. Consensus was bloodletting was good. It was a widely accepted medical treatment used for centuries in which doctors remove blood to cure diseases. Despite the consensus behind it, later evidence, just like we see here, showed it was often harmful rather than helpful. So if consensus determines truth, well, then what about all the errors throughout history. Ron also said that there hasn't been disagreement for 150 years. Well, maybe amongst those that already believe they're related to banana plants and grass, but there are thousands and thousands of scientists that disagree with common descent. And that's why I focused largely on the mitochondrial DNA and also the Y chromosome. For example, these graphs showing that there's far too few differences in the mitochondrial chromosome. Mitochondrial DNA, it exists outside of the nucleus. It's passed down on the female side. It's a smaller chromosome, 16,500 letters. And it doesn't have recombination. Its function is it turns sugars into energy, basically produces electricity for the cell. Very important. And we can trace mitochondrial DNA back to a single female ancestor. And Ron's rebuttal was, oh, but don't, and this is an assertion. This is a dodge. And I love you, Ron. But to just assert, well, Eve lived 100 to 200,000 years ago. Yeah, based on what? Evolutionary assumptions. They calibrate the data with the hypothetical geologic column. No, when we look at known mutation rates, take the Parsons paper, for example, and several other pedigree rates, where you take grandmother, mother, daughter, count up the differences, you get a fast mutation rate. You can also build a phylogenetic tree. We saw no rebuttal to this. Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA. 1stAmender is confused. There is low variation in the Y chromosomes of humans. Every male human is 99.9% the same in the Y chromosome. Then you bring in the chimpanzee and we're less than 30% the same. Yeah, you can say recombination all day, and recombination can act to create some diversity, but simply naming recombination is not the same thing as answering the question or providing a sophisticated mathematical model documenting which lineage lost what, which lineage gained what happened to the heterochromatin. That's like saying, well, this is explained by erosion. You can just name a geologic mechanism, but we need an actual model. No model has been presented yet. What do we see on this phylogenetic tree? We see a single woman. We see variable mutation rates. We see low diversity. Again, this is akin to this candle over here. Okay? If evolution were true, and we've been accumulating mutations in the Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA for 100 to 200,000 years, we should have a lot more DNA variety than just roughly 30 separating people from Eve. Max, you got 140 differences. That's nothing. This is all biblical time. Where's the thousands of differences? What we observe is that this candle has only been burning for a short amount of time. If deep time were true, then that candle should have basically been burnt. You'd expect mutation saturation. The other point he brought up was the chromosome 2 fusion. I've done a ton of work on the chromosome 2 fusion in my last minute here. A friend and I discovered using BLAST, these so-called telomeric repeats, TTA, GGG, CCC, TAA. We found those in other chromosomes. They're functional in gene expression. They're active. You can find a large signature in the chromosome 9. And so point is, these so-called signatures that we find in the chromosome 2 that suggest there is a fusion, you actually find those same signatures in other chromosomes that are said to not be the result of a fusion. So we're going to have to discuss that. But it's not a differentiating point for the evolutionists, because even if there were a fusion, it's an apomorphy. It happened in one line, the human line. So the creation model can easily account for it. The evolutionists would have a difficult time. I think I got 30 more seconds because of the extra
about
time.
15 or so
15.
from
Okay,
what
so-
I got.
So I'll wrap it up with this. The evolutionists, and the challenge for them, explain how this unilateral mistake, the so-called fusion, was able to spread to all people on the planet. No more people with 48 chromosomes. Everybody's got 46. Where is the model? We don't want just assertions. And that's it.
All righty, going back here. Everybody's good. Okay. If you could, thank you. Got it. We're gonna get into the open discussion, guys. I'm always down for it to get a little spicy, but try to at least let each other finish whatever answer from whatever question you ask before you go to the next one, or ask them a question. That always helps everybody understand what's actually happening, and keeps it at least on the tracks a little bit. And if it does get too hard, I will ask if we can go into 2 minutes and kind of let you guys decide who's going to go first in each of those. So without much ado, let's get into the open discussion here. I'm going to start the timer right now, and you guys can pick it up where you left off.
If I could jump in real quick, because I do appreciate that 1stAmender attempted to provide a mechanism for the Y chromosome dissimilarity. If I can run for a few minutes, a few points by him on that
now
issue.
minutes, I personally cannot
minutes.
grant you, because you guys are gonna
Actually,
need
before
to
you
do
dive
some
into
back
that,
and forth.
I'd like to make a couple
Oh,
of
no,
suggestions.
I was going to ask him a question. I wasn't going to talk for a few minutes. I remember I meant I had a question for him and see if he could.
Well,
what
before
his
you ask
thoughts
his
are.
question, would you mind answering mine, the one that I already posed to you
Sure.
at the end of my rebuttal?
Well, did you want to start with your question then, Ron, to be fair?
If you don't mind. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
don't
simple,
mind.
it's a simple question.
yeah.
I'm just trying to get a rough answer, a rough idea of the magnitude of the task before us as you see it. In other words, is there a list of like 10 problems that if we could satisfactorily address them, you would change your mind? Or
Close
is
the
it
screen share
100
for me.
problems or 1,000
Yes,
problems?
Mike, that's my screen. But Mike,
Yeah,
if you
if-
want, you can leave it up since I'll go right into my question. But yeah, so that's my screen shared. But I'll ask Ron's question because my answer is going to bring
just
us.
so people could see all you guys when he's asking the question. And
Oh, do you need me to click the stop?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. And then just let me know when I can share it again.
For sure.
So it's a great question, Ron. And it comes down to the question. Does genetics support creation or evolution? Obviously, you say evolution, I say creation. We put forth what we believe are a lot of challenges.
You've misunderstood my question. My question is, you started listing some things that you said were problems for evolution.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, if you had the time to complete that list, how long would it be? The answer to that question is a number or a rough guess at a number.
Oh, it would be a long list. I mean,
How long?
I brought up
10,
5 main.
100, 1,000, 10,000? How many problems are there on your list?
Quite a few. I'd say a couple hundred.
A couple of
if
hundred.
we're going to bring in the age of the earth and geology, I mean, right now this is just genetics. So if you want to bring in chemistry, you want to bring in, but I'm bringing up what I believe are the largest.
I by the way, have an answer to your requested mechanism.
Yeah, well, I want to say this, and then we're going to hand it to 1stAmender if you don't mind to answer this question, because would I change my mind is part of Ron's question. I think it's a good question. And there's a lot of points we could discuss. I mean, I could say, oh, the sky is blue, therefore creation's true. The earth is round, therefore evolution's true. These are agnostic points. Both models, a lot of different models can explain the data. So I want to focus on points like, let's say, if the majority of the genome is junk based on evolutionary leftovers, all these genetic mistakes that 1stAmender is talking about, then on that point, that would lean evolution, because now we're looking at genomes littered with evolutionary leftovers. But if we find genomes of treasure, genomes of function, well, then that would point more towards creation. So I think there's certain points we can debate, and depending on what's true, one side versus the other is going to be forced to say, okay, yeah, that fits better with either evolution or creation. But one major point is what 1stAmender wanted to discuss.
Yeah, so standing for truth, you've got a couple of things. Number one, I can either provide you the explanation for that mechanism, or there's a couple of questions that I have for you that I would like to go over.
Well, I want to ask you
Which one?
Well, because you mentioned recombination.
No, I'm asking you which one. I'm providing you the option to choose which one that you wanted. Did you want the explanatory mechanism, or did you want the two questions that I had specifically for you?
Let's start with the explanatory mechanism, then we'll shift to your questions, since Ron just had a question.
So you asked let's do this. Specifically the explanatory mechanism. What is going on? Are you okay? I'm trying to answer it.
No, well, yeah, but allow me to reiterate the question so the audience can hear, okay? So you said recombination could largely explain the differences in the Y chromosome. And it's okay. I would agree that
lack of recombination.
No, stop. I mean, if you want the full mechanism, I can provide it, right? So during meiosis, the homologous chromosomes, they swap DNA and it helps repair the damage. The Y chromosome cannot recombine with the X chromosome because it's not an X, it's a Y, for about 95% of its length.
Right.
So what happens is, because there's no pairs, that results in harmful mutations that are harder to remove. The beneficial mutations can drag nearby mutations along with them. The DNA repair is less effective. This also cuts it in half as well, because you're talking about only among males, specifically the Y chromosome, the father to the son, to the grandson, to the great-grandson. Male cells divide many, many more times than, say, female cells.
Okay, I want to stop. No, I understand the story. You're naming the mechanism. You're given the scientific details of recombination.
What you wanted me to explain the mechanism, right?
You're not answering the question, though.
No. From him in the time we have available.
I'm literally trying to explain the mechanism.
Said that the mechanism is real. I want you to provide a sophisticated mathematical model. I want you to actually answer the Y chromosome dissimilarity challenge.
Close your screen share.
Yeah, well, I want 1stAmender to answer this question. It's a very basic question. I got
Close
it on
your
the screen so he can answer it. Are you able to see this question on the screen?
Which lineage lost what? What are you referring to?
Exactly, because you got humans and chimps, and supposedly they share a common ancestor roughly 6 to 9 million years ago. You're saying the lack of recombination, the Y chromosome, can explain a lot of the differences. Okay, I want details. I want a model.
That's to provide specific DNA analysis of something from 6 to 7 million years ago is physically impossible.
Okay, so answer the question. What specific amplicons, palindromes, or gene families were
I've already
supposedly
explained
lost?
to you it's not possible to
the
have
beginnings
exactly
of your
what you're looking
sentences
for.
are starting in the middle of mine. Can I ask a single question without you interrupting?
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Also,
you're doing is
we got
naming-
the question, so let's close the screen share so everybody can be seen here. Otherwise, it's just annoying.
So every
Answer the
person
question.
has 2 copies of autosomes and 2 sex chromosomes, but only the males carry that Y. So that means the effective population size of the Y chromosome is much smaller than that of most chromosomes. So over time, the Y chromosome is going to lose those genes. The Y contains only 50 to 60 of the total protein coding genes. The X chromosome has over 8 to 900. Do you see the problem?
No, you're dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Why was all the heterochromatin lost in the pan lineage? Because of lack of recombination?
We don't have a way to determine that.
Exactly.
All
You
of
don't
that
have
is
an
gone.
answer. This is a fairy tale. This is not science. You're not actually telling me.
All right,
Okay, I'll ask
fine.
this. I'll
then if it is a fairy tale, no, what I want from you is stop for a second. Stop for a second.
It's the same question,
so then,
but he's not
So then if
answering
it is a fairy tale, then what I would like from you is specifically, I'm going to posit that the evolutionists are wrong and that you are right. What is your explanatory model for following the scientific fields that I've mentioned pointing to evolution? I probably mentioned about 8 separate fields that all rely on evolution. So what you need to provide is an explanatory model for all of those things sans evolution. Provide it.
Yes, and this can be extrapolated. The fact that we have
Go ahead.
Y chromosomes.
Sans evolution. I'm ready to hear it. Let's hear
So I
the
just want to point out
I'm not going to let you dodge.
Give a concession,
I'm not going to
right?
let you dodge and divert. Okay.
That wasn't
I didn't dodge and divert. You asked
Yes, you did
specifically
dodge
for
and
the
divert.
exact
Listen,
mechanism. I've
it's my
provided it,
turn
and
to
then you're
respond.
asking for
I
evidence that's
understand you're
impossible
excited.
to render.
I understand you're excited.
So no, it's not a dodge. I'm saying you physically cannot offer that. You cannot offer that evidence because you're asking for DNA from 8 million years ago. It doesn't work.
Okay, give us a minute response each, uninterrupted, because he's not allowing me to counter him.
No, I was just pointing out that he made an argument. He couldn't defend his argument. He gave a concession, and his argument was just an assertion that he couldn't defend. Before we move on, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that was a concession on your point.
Right.
It was just a story.
I want to say this for the audience.
That's not a concession
His explanation.
I've
his
explained it pretty
assertion of the lack
clearly.
of
I think you're aware. I think you're aware, Standing for Truth, that that is exactly what happened.
I want to be able to respond to his. I want to be able to respond to his assertion.
I do want to go to time responses. Just the moment you guys hear me talk, I wish, everybody could obviously listen and talk at the same time. It's hard, but the moment you do think you hear me, just give it a break so I can make sure we're being guided along here towards something productive. Just saying I said this, I didn't say that. We're not going to get anywhere. But I do want to go to the time and give, let's go with Ron here, a chance to pop in. And then we'll give you a full minute. And then if 1stAmender wants a minute, so we'll do a minute, and then we'll give back to Sam a minute, and then Donnie a minute, just so we can hit everybody there. And then if we can go back and forth peacefully, I'll drop it. But until then, let's just try to make sure
Yeah.
everybody's being heard.
I'm
All right,
not
Ron,
a-
go ahead.
I am not a big fan of these kinds of free-for-alls. I understand that some people seem to get something out of it. I don't get it. Nobody is listening. Nobody in the audience can hear what's being said. It all seems like a big waste of time to me. But I would like to know, Donnie, you accused him of not presenting a quantifiable model or not adequately answering your question. But we're under some pretty severe time constraints here. I mean, this entire debate is only going to last less than 2 hours, including all the audience Q&A. And biology is a complicated field that people study for years and make careers out of. So what would an adequate answer that could be delivered under these time constraints look like?
All right, you going to concede the last 10 seconds?
Sure.
Okay, and then you got the question, right, guys? So just hold
got
that
it.
Oh,
for a
I got
minute,
it.
and then I'll let First Amender give a quick thing just so both people on each team are getting a chance. Go ahead, First Amender.
Yeah, so I went over specifically several fields of science where it is explaining specifically evolution as an explanatory model. You have genetics and genomics, molecular biology, evolutionary biology, paleontology, embryology and developmental biology, biogeography, comparative genomics, bioinformatics, microbiology and virology, as well as anthropology, all of which say evolution. So I posit that maybe the creationists are right. Maybe the evolutionists are wrong and that it's not evolution. So then what I request is provide an explanatory model for the following scientific fields I've mentioned sans evolution, as in no evolution. How do you explain all the phenomenon?
Okay, we're going to kick it over to who wants to go first? Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just take a few. Not
Take
that
the minute. Take the minute.
So yeah, I mean, just listing a bunch of fields of study and saying that the fields of study say something, that's just a blunder. Okay, fields of study don't speak, bones don't speak, molecular molecules don't speak, scientists speak. Okay, data methodologies are hopefully performed. You've already conceded that you cannot perform a methodology on some mysterious, ancient, mythical piece of DNA. You said it doesn't exist. Ron, your partner, conceded that point. It's not because it's difficult. Okay, so people speak, the data is interpreted through their perspective worldview. Donnie specifically asked you for a methodology, not an assertion. And this is the second time that you've conceded the point. You said, fine, we're just going to grant everything that you believe is false. That's not how a debate is done. You make a point, you got to be able to engage with the point.
That's referring to positing, not conceding.
Paul,
to
I know
the
you're
point.
excited, but respect Mike, the moderator. We're going minute responses.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get to clap back as hard as I would as a debater, but I do, appreciate that. I would like that respect as I'm trying to give you guys the time to be fair on both sides here. Donnie's going to get a minute, and then you can say whatever you want. You can take your first minute on your team to be prompt with your response. So go ahead, Donnie. I'm starting now.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, I'll start my timer too. First Amender conceded the debate. It's about genetics. These are points like in the Y chromosome. I've never seen so much dodging in my life. I mean, he's completely destroyed. He names mechanisms like lack of recombination, provides no model. To answer Ron's question, very simple. Show me a paper. We're the ones in our opening statement that are going paper after paper, documenting functions in ERVs, documenting functions in pseudogenes. I literally showed on screen a phylogenetic tree of mitochondrial DNA that shows low diversity, rapid and exponential population growth, variable mutation rates. This is all pointing to biblical time. Where's the thousands of generations? So First Amender dodged the Y chromosome question. Which lineage lost what? Which lineage gained what? What happened to the heterochromatin? Show me a paper. Just say, here's a paper. Here's the methodology. Here's the population genetics rate model. He completely dodged. He's trying to go outside genetics now. I mean, come on, like actually engage our arguments. You guys have done nothing but dodging. That's a minute.
All right, Sam. You want to take a minute, Sam?
Sam again?
I thought he had one
Oh,
already.
I think it's First Amender's turn.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. I thought I was doing both the back to back. Okay, my bad.
All right, so you'll notice that
Cameron.
I did not actually concede to the argument. All I said specifically posit, which means to assume, suggest, or propose something as a fact, as a basic principle for an argument or a theory. So no, I did not concede to the argument. I'm specifically positing maybe you're right. Assuming you're right, provide an explanatory model for all of these following scientific fields that I've mentioned without any evolution. You cannot do that, because the current most explanatory model is, in fact, evolution. Provide an explanatory model. Go ahead.
Okay, let me respond.
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was hot, you guys.
No, that's okay. It is funny. I mean,
Actually, we're
seeing. Well,
take
hey, let me just say this, Ron. We'll throw it to you. I would just love just a single answer to the mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic. I think the only answer we got was from Ron, so I appreciate that. And he just asserted, well, mitochondrial Eve goes back 100 to 200,000 years. Yeah, not based on observed mutation rates, not based on overall DNA data. I showed several excerpts from a paper by Dr. Rob Carter in the secular literature showing very low variation in the mitochondrial DNA. I showed the data suggesting low variation in the Y chromosome. I'm still waiting for 1stAmender to simply say, hey, this paper published by these authors, the non-recombining Y chromosome, here's the numbers, here's what lineage lost what, here's what lineage gained what, here's where the heterochromatin went. I mean, we've received no answers to anything.
Are you asking for DNA from something that existed 7 to 8 million years ago?
No, you can reconstruct the ancestral Y chromosome sequence. You can document using mathematical
because
models.
of the insane amounts of mutation that would occur.
After that sentence, I do want to give it back to Ron here.
Give it to Ron. Maybe he's got it.
Yeah, Ron, I'll give you a slight bit of extra time there since there was a grab back.
Well, I
did want to hear the question.
I'm curious about something. Another question. So I don't have this data in front of me, but the Pew Research Organization, it's known for doing polls like this. Their most recent poll of working biologists indicated that greater than 90% of working biologists agree that evolution is true. I'm curious if you accept that as a fact, that greater than 90% of working biologists accept evolution, or if you think that there's something wrong with the Pew poll.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the consensus. I mean,
not with the consensus, with the claim that biologists believe this.
Yeah.
Do you believe that 90% of biologists believe in evolution?
Biologists believe they're related to grass and banana plants, but they don't have answers to the challenges that contradict what they believe.
So
we're looking for answers.
So we have this community of working biologists. The vast
I'm gonna let it roll
majority.
right now. I'm gonna try to take the training wheels off. I'm gonna let it roll.
And Sam, if you want to engage this, because I'm
Ron
really interested in the science.
Stop interrupting. Let Ron continue.
Actually, I think it's
1stAmender, calm down. I know you believe you're related to a banana plant, but just try and calm down.
All right.
As Ron and Sam are going at it, maybe 1stAmender can go and find a paper for me.
It's entertaining, but we don't need a lot of that, or else we're not going to get the arguments.
Okay, so you agree that it is in fact true that greater than 90% of working biologists accept evolution, yes?
So Ron, I've already engaged with your appeal to consensus. You're repeating.
No, I'm just trying to establish that we have any common ground here.
Answer the question or state his question.
You need to settle down. Go have some milk. Ron asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question.
He didn't even finish.
Okay. I do want to also
literally ask me a question.
Sam and Ron and anyone else. If you do ask your opponents a question and it's not clear that you're going to continue, expect them to respond, and then I'm just going to have to let it go.
I did ask him a question, but he's not answering the question.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer the question. Okay.
You're answering a different question.
1stAmender, you got to calm down a little bit. So I can grant you that the vast majority of secular scientists believe in biological evolution.
I didn't say secular scientists. I said working biologists.
Working biologists.
Not all of them are secular. Many of them are religious.
Listen, whatever you want. I'll give you 99%. I'll give you everyone but the careful reasoning of at least one man. Okay,
how about Dr. Rob Carter, a working marine biologist?
Well, let's
the one who brought us the mitochondria.
They can't
let's
follow
let him
a
answer
single
the
question.
If he starts it, let him finish it.
I'm almost done answering. Okay, I'm almost done. I can grant you whatever number you want. Nothing follows from that because the consensus has a long history of being wrong. Quick quote from someone you like, from Karl Popper. One of Karl Popper's most famous statements on this idea of from his foundational text, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, Ron. He says, there can be no ultimate statements in science. There can be no statements in science which cannot be tested. That was your argument. You guys invoked something that cannot be tested. And therefore, none which cannot in principle be refuted. So definitionally, Ron, you guys right now are in the field of pseudoscience.
No, that's not true.
Factually, you are. If you
let me explain why that's not true.
Yeah, please.
So everything you said that Popper said, that's correct, and I subscribe to it. And you will remember that in my opening, I said there is a chance that the biologists have gotten this wrong. But if you accept that they do believe this and that the Pew people are not lying about it or that they haven't made some methodological mistake in their poll, if you accept that they believe it, then it follows that they are unpersuaded by all of the evidence that you claim to have, right?
That doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow that they're
no, that doesn't follow.
Either that or they haven't seen it, right?
Well, no, so I'm a Christian, so I'm going to appeal to something much broader. I think it's a worldview issue.
My point is,
okay, it's a
you claim to have all this evidence that's going to overthrow the status quo. Why don't you go present it to the biologists and see if you can persuade them?
So that's another mistake, because now you're committing what's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. By you're only classifying a biologist as those who agree with you. That's
not what that presents.
Yeah,
that is absolutely not true.
If you provide, Sam,
if you provide, you need to settle down, bud.
Sam, if you provide specifically to the evolutionary biologist an explanatory model that possesses a greater explanatory power than evolution, then you would be. Well, then why are you not?
Let me respond to that. So we made a.
Where's your consensus?
Calm down. I made a distinction. Okay, or what Ron might understand as a line of demarcation between a high quality science which can be observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Those are the lines of evidence that we are arguing tonight. You guys are bringing inferential, historical, low quality sciences. Your argument was literally an assertion and then said, well, I'm going to concede it for the sake of argument. Yeah. You've conceded the debate twice, bud.
He doesn't even realize.
So I said posit for once again. If you Google what posit means,
my argument.
I can engage in a thing referred to as a hypothetical, and so I posited that concept. I provided you two papers right at the beginning.
1stAmender, give us the
provided
paper
you instances of the exact Y chromosome and why you have exhibit specific telomere functions where it does literally recombinate.
What's the name of the paper that has the model documenting a lack of recombination in the Y chromosome? The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine.
So I'll go ahead and provide it in your chat here so you can see it for yourself. Here is specifically telomeric sequences promoting cross chromosomal rearrangement between the multiple mechanisms. And then the secondary, if you're curious as to how you can have recombination of two completely separate chromosomes into a single point, it would have to create a functional single chromosome. And so that has been replicated in yeast.
Take a breather.
So this is that secondary. Hold on, you're asking specifically for that information. I'm providing you that information.
I want to make sure that you.
How is that a dodge? I'm giving you the paper you asked for.
About the loss of heterochromatin in the pan lineage. What does it say about the loss of heterochromatin?
Okay, so after he explains this, before you guys ask your next question, let him put a bow on it so that you're not asking a question as he's at the tail end of it. And regardless of if you think he's going to go on a lot longer, let's just give it a quick chance. That way he can feel comfortable doing the same.
Mike,
this is an explanation.
Mike, is it okay if I reiterate it in 10 seconds? I won't interrupt.
Oh, Jesus
Christ. Way the audience can see.
Reiterate your question, or
I'll reiterate my question in 10 seconds. He gets an uninterrupted response.
All right. Well, I'll give him a minute 30 seconds if you're going to do that.
Okay, so it's going to be a real quick. I'm going to reiterate. Where in that paper that you posted in the private chat, what does it say about the loss of heterochromatin in the pan lineage in the chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosome? What does it say about why, how, when, where that was lost? Go ahead.
You cannot determine specifically that point, and that's fine. Okay. You're asking specifically for DNA that would have existed 7 to 8 million years ago. DNA does not exist that far back. What we can observe is at least look at our those that share the most common lineage, and then observe the DNA genomic sequencing. You are specifically cherry picking the Y chromosome, which is a very, very tiny part, and it is specifically known for having more mutations than that of the rest. What's wrong? Why can't you just let me talk?
Because
you're asking for the explanation, and I provide it to you. You're like, no, stop talking. Don't give them the evidence. We don't want to hear the evidence. Hold on, I got a shill for my audience. You know you're being disingenuous here. You know it. That's why you specifically picked the Y chromosome and not the X chromosome.
No,
and
I've been asking you about the mitochondrial
similarity.
DNA. I've been asking you about the mitochondrial DNA.
What?
Why is there
it's extremely similar across various different creatures and eukaryotes. You're talking about a mitochondria that exists at a eukaryotic
DNA
level.
Goes back to a single woman 4,500 to 6,000 years ago, based on mutation rates. Why does the mitochondrial DNA, listen, okay, because maybe you're taking a nap during these questions. Why does the mitochondria, I showed the phylogenetic tree on the screen twice. Can you reiterate my points on that?
There's a simple answer to that.
Well, I want to see if 1stAmender was listening. The mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree that I had on screen, I mean, I could pull it up again, but I don't think Mike wants a screen sharing right now.
Just a question.
Hold on. Do you believe that the mitochondrial Eve is like, stop! I didn't even finish the fucking question. You're answering yes. Shut up.
The fact that you're doing
yes, I'm crashing out because you're being an idiot. You're being an idiot. Stop being an idiot.
I know
I'm telling you, asking you once again. Do you believe that mitochondrial Eve was literally the woman Eve in Genesis?
That's what I was presenting the whole time that you were taking a nap. Observe mutation rates based on these pedigree studies like the Parsons paper. Put Eve back 6,000 years ago. The mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree that I showed on screen shows 6,000 years worth of DNA differences. Separating any two people from Eve is roughly 20 to 30 DNA differences. If Eve lived 100 to 200,000 years ago, like you believe,
you did not
there
answer
should be
my
a lot more mutations. Why aren't there more mutations?
You're not answering my question. I'm asking.
I just said yes. It's the biblical Eve.
Okay. You believe? Okay, so you believe that it is biblical Eve?
Yes.
Why Eve and not Noah's wife?
No, well, first of all,
he's not answering my question, Mike. He's not answering. I asked him, why is there more mutations?
The Adam and Eve are not referring to a physical human group of people.
I know the argument. That's the assertion. You're dodging.
So then why do you think that mitochondrial Eve is talking about the same thing as literal Eve?
The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine.
This is actually wild that you
think
that's true. That's just idiotic.
Back to 1 minute.
Yeah,
we need to go back to 1 minute. Response.
We never left that. You guys just started interrupting each other, and I thought we might be able to get through. But anyways, that's why I said overtly, I'm gonna let it go for a second because we didn't talk about leaving it. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the minute, but I do want to clarify for the audience if Donnie, you are, as 1stAmender was just saying, conflating or equating the two things, mitochondrial Eve with the actual Eve. I think that was a point that maybe could be clarified if he's confused about it. Was that 1stAmender? Did I get that right? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So, okay. I mean, if
I'll give him a minute to respond to that, and then I got to let Ron talk for 2 minutes. I think that's fair.
That's fair. So if you could, Mike, just let me screen share so the audience can see what I'm referring to.
All right. I just started the time.
Okay. Let me start my timer too, because I got to get all this. This is a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree. The evolutionary position is the out of Africa model that mitochondrial Eve goes back 100 to 200,000 years. Okay, so the biblical position is no, this is biblical Eve. Eve goes back roughly 6,000 years ago. What does the data suggest? Well, let's look at the data. You can look at dozens of pedigree studies. The Parsons paper is one of them. You see that the mutation rate is fast. It's about one every few generations, low diversity. Okay, 20 to 30 separating people from Eve, max 140 in these deep lineages. Mutation rates are variable. All of this points to Eve going back 6,000 years. Where in the evolutionary model do you have an Eve of all people on the planet going back 6,000 years? You don't. So my question is, if what 1stAmender is saying is true, why is there not mutation saturation? Why is there not thousands of generations and hundreds of mutations in the mitochondrial chromosome? Go ahead.
All right, close your. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the human population wasn't
Started the time right now. After your minute, Ron, 2 minutes. Just a reminder. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Starting it over.
So the mitochondrial Eve is not referring to a literal Eve. What it is referring to is that there was an overall human population where you would have had thousands of individuals, not one. That's not physically possible from a genetic perspective. Mitochondrial Eve is simply happening because that is the woman where their maternal lineage never went extinct. So what you would have is hundreds of thousands of years of lots of different mixing lineages. They all die off. Only one line survives. That would be mitochondrial Eve, but thousands would have been existed. So that would be an example. Say, for example, if we observe Neanderthals, Neanderthals don't fit at all in the biblical account. But so a good example is like if Alice's descendants were alive, but then their maternity died out. And Beth, their maternity died out. Carol, their maternity died out. Dana, their maternity died out. But Eve maternally survived in their line.
Mike,
do you
can I get a minute to be fair? Because there's a lot
No,
there.
to be fair, I gotta let Ron talk right now. That would be fair.
I
Because
don't
every
even
time
know
I've
what I
been
would say. This
trying to do
discussion
it.
has just spun so wildly out of control that I don't even know what to do here. Except I'm genuinely curious. Why do you think mitochondrial Eve is Eve, biblical Eve, and not Noah's wife?
Are you?
Because we're all descended from Eve, but then God did this big cosmic reset, right? And then there was this second bottleneck, which is Noah's wife. I don't even think she had a name, did she? So
I can answer that if you'd like.
yeah, no, I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, well, it's the same reason why chromosome Adam is technically Y chromosome Noah, because it would be Noah off the ark with the flood bottleneck. But Eve, you'd have like in that phylogenetic tree, Ron, that's worldwide mitochondrial DNA from all sorts of women on the planet. That whole tree would basically represent Eve, but within that tree, you'd see that bottleneck event where you have Eve's, you'd have Eve roughly 1,600 years later, you'd have Noah's wife, like you said, their 3 sons, but their 3 wives. So Noah's 3 daughters-in-law would have that mitochondrial DNA. But
Wait, what? 3 daughters-in-law?
Right. Well, because Shem, Ham, and Japheth would have 3 wives, right?
Sure.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth are Noah's
where did they come from?
daughters. Well, they would have came from the pre-flood world. They married Noah's 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the haplogroups on that tree, L, M, N, and R. Isn't it interesting that we have 3 or 4 major haplogroups, yet the Bible says that all people today go right back to Shem, Ham, Japheth, and their 3 wives. Their 3 wives would have mitochondrial DNA, which would then spread to Europe, China, Asia, and the rest of the planet.
Yeah, that was the time there. I want to give an equal response here to Sam. If he has anything to say, I'll put a minute on the clock, and then we'll give it back to 1stAmender or Ron to respond.
I mean, yes and no. I do have another argument that I'd like to be engaged with, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind kicking this back to Donnie. I'll give my time to Donnie right now.
45 seconds.
Okay, 45 seconds. Back to what 1stAmender was saying, and then eventually we can kind of put a bow on this. Like Mike said, we'll let Sam or someone else pick another topic. Mitochondrial DNA. What he's missing is coalescence. There's no such thing as you'd need random mating in the past to get one single Eve in the evolutionary model. But historically, especially in the out of Africa model, you'd have people marrying within their tribes. You're not going to have random mating where like today you get someone from Australia who could marry someone in America or Canada, someone in Europe. Historically, you wouldn't have that. So you're not just going to get one single female lineage. But what he completely dodged is the fact that no, it comes down to DNA diversity. It's very low, on average 20 to maybe 30 between any two people separated from Eve. The mutation rate is very fast. So how long does it take to accumulate those differences? Just 4,000 to 6,000 years. The question is, where is the evolutionary model? Where's the thousands of generations in mitochondrial DNA? There should be many more mutations, but there's not.
Ron or First Amender, who wants to take it from here? Minute on the
Yeah,
clock.
I mean,
Go ahead.
he's already said that he literally believes that the mitochondrial Eve is literally Eve, which is that. I mean, I'm just actually curious if this applies in other fields of science to him. At what point, physicists at CERN were having a hard time finding the Higgs boson, and so they referred to it as the God particle. Was the Higgs boson literally God?
Do you have a rebuttal to the argument that Donnie made?
Man, wow, not answering any of my
No, he
questions.
doesn't.
I've provided multiple rebuttals. Answer my question.
All you did was
the
name a
God
bunch of
particle
fields.
literally God?
Oh, they're all
Why can't they
evolution.
answer simple questions? Are they okay?
I'll answer the
Okay,
question.
all right.
You're done. Dude, this
I just
guy
wanted to
needs
keep
some
this
milk.
between
Check it out.
Sam and
What a
First Amender for a
clown.
second.
Yeah.
First Amender, restate the question for the audience in
So
case it got
he
lost.
asked-
real quick.
Okay, you
He
said.
asked if the Higgs
Okay,
boson
wait, actually, what's
particle
better?
was
What's better?
God.
I'll let Sam.
Oh yeah, let's have Sam
Okay.
ask the question and Steelman it. Yeah.
Right. So he asked if the Higgs boson particle was God. He scoffed a little bit that we believe something based on an argument that Donnie gave. So to answer your question, no, we can say that God is that which is ultimate, fundamental, a mind and a creator. So God would not be a Higgs boson particle. That's kind of silly for you to even ask that question, being that you're so hostile towards what we believe, but apparently you don't know. But I asked you a question. I asked you if you have a rebuttal to the argument that Donnie made. Donnie made an argument. You ran over to a particle accelerator and you asked if something was God.
Well,
Yeah, he
I have a
requested
rebuttal.
specifically that
rebuttal.
I explain the mechanism, and I provided a very detailed explanation to the exact mechanism, and then he asked for some papers requesting where you have got that information, and then I provided the
Argument
exact
that he
papers
just made.
that
All right,
posits
Sam.
that exact information. I don't know what else you
Before-
want from me. Now, here's the problem,
Hold on,
right?
First
If you
Amender.
could
Hold on.
acknowledge, hold on, if you could acknowledge that the Higgs boson is not literally God, despite the fact that physicists called it the God particle, isn't it fair to say that
argument.
when the
The
science
debate topic
isn't
genetics,
it fair
by
to
the
say
way.
Stupidest thing
shut
I've ever
up?
heard.
Mike,
Yeah,
Let
can
me
you remind
finish.
First Amender the debate topic
It
is
is an
genetics?
analogy. Do you not
I know
understand
you're
a simple
excited, First
analogy?
Amender, but you're not
It is.
answering
One more time.
anything.
It is.
One more
but
time.
I'm gonna
One more time.
let Ron
It's a
respond to
dodge.
Sam before this point.
I
is
didn't even. I
lost
did. Yeah.
and-
No.
and
No.
the-
I didn't even.
Yeah,
No,
I didn't even finish my
I'm
question.
I'm going
I didn't
to
even
use
finish my
time
question.
here to cry foul, because even though I don't fully agree with all
Say that
of-
again, Ron.
I'm going to
Start
cry
over,
foul.
please. I didn't hear the first sentence, the first part of your sentence.
I'm
gonna
going
use the
to
time to
use
cry
my
foul.
allotted time to call foul.
Okay.
Hear that?
Yes, thank you.
And the foul I'm going to call is that both of you are interrupting Amender while he's in the middle of answering your questions. And as a result of doing that, you are missing a lot of the valid points that he's making. And the valid point that you're missing most recently is that the Higgs boson that he brought up sounds like a non sequitur, but he was using it as an analogy. Because just because scientists attach a label to something doesn't mean that you can read into that label any kind of greater meaning. So just because scientists discovered that all human lineages trace back to a single human female 150,000 years ago, that is the scientific consensus.
No, not 150,000. That
is
based
the
on
scientific consensus is 150,000 to 200,000 years ago.
How do they get the 150,000?
I have no idea. I'm not a
Exactly.
biologist, but
Right. That's the point.
that is the scientific consensus. Just because they called her mitochondrial Eve.
We've addressed
Yeah, but Ron,
that
I,
she is
I brought
Eve.
this point up to you
3
5
times
years
now.
ago when we debate. I brought this point up and I brought up all these.
You
there's
bring it
at
up
least
every time you
5
debate.
Well, exactly. So why don't you guys have an answer if I bring this
Right.
up every time? There's at least 5 pedigree-based studies. Parsons is a well-known one.
Oh.
Based on known observed mutation rates,
It's-
Eve goes back just 6,000 years ago. based on overall genetic diversity, problems with coalescence. You can't get Eve 100 to 200,000 years. They calibrate the data. They say, oh, well, the mutation rate's fast, but we know evolution's true.
Okay.
We know humans share a common ancestor with chimpanzees. So let's look at the differences and we get a slow rate, but fixation equilibrium demolishes that. So why don't you guys answer the question?
Look,
why is the mutation rate fast? Why is there low diversity?
How we determined?
It's like I can't even finish a single question without First Amender jumping in. The question is this:
because I have the answer.
The mitochondrial chromosome. We understand the mutation rate is fast. Go read the Parsons paper. There's at least 5 others you could read on that. Okay. And why is there low diversity if Eve goes back 200,000 years ago?
So, can I take that?
Yeah. Full minute to respond. The other two guys just don't interrupt. We'll mute both of you, and then we'll give it back the moment that time is done. So
I
don't cut them off at the last 40 seconds.
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. But when I search for mitochondrial Eve, this AI summary comes up that says mitochondrial Eve is the most recent common matrilineal ancestor of all living humans, meaning all humans descended from her through an unbroken female line. She lived in Africa around 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. Now, that may be wrong, but that's what an AI gets out of doing this web search and compiling all the data. And so by default, I, as somebody who doesn't have expertise in biology, accept that as the scientific consensus, if not the actual truth. Now, the burden then is on you if you want to argue that this AI got it wrong, or if I'm pretty sure that if I went to Wikipedia, that it would have the same information there. Why have all these sources gotten it wrong?
Because they're calibrating the data since they assume evolution's true. Again, why?
Why would an AI assume evolution is true if it wasn't?
Well, you got to ask AI the right question. Ask AI, how do they get the 100 to 200,000 years? And then they're going to say, well, it calibrates the...
If you want to adjourn and reconvene with another debate specifically on mitochondrial Eve and give me a chance to do my homework on that, I will happily engage you on that. But all of these details are really beside the point.
No, it is. Well, I just want to say this, Ron. I got to say, I think you're wrong there, because the question is, does genetics support creation or evolution? We've shown that the genetic data in the Y chromosome suggests that humans and chimps are not related.
You have not shown that.
I've shown the paper that suggests.
No, you haven't.
The Y chromosomes are less than 30% the same.
Let me explain why you haven't.
Okay. And the mitochondrial DNA, because you just said you'd have to come back and prep for.
I understand.
That's a major point, though.
All of this is going way over my head. I don't understand these details. I'm not a biologist. I've not studied biology. Amender understands this stuff much, much better than I do.
But he doesn't understand it very well. I can tell you that. Anybody who understands it looks at First Amender
that's a low bar, but
I'm not a biologist. I just read. That's it.
Yeah, you read and misunderstand what you read, and you still haven't explained anything about the heterochromate. You're not explaining why there's low diversity in the mitochondrial DNA.
I'm not a biologist. He's not a biologist.
I've already explained that.
Are you a biologist?
Well, then I guess the debate. I've studied this for years.
Are you a biologist?
I'm not a biologist. I don't have to be
you're not a biologist, Sam. You're not a biologist.
But I quoted papers and showed papers written by biologists.
I'm getting to that.
But nothing follows from that, Ron. Do you have a PhD in communication?
Why can't you guys, and Ron, because you have a PhD, that suggests you have critical thinking skills.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, and I like you, I love you, so I don't take this the wrong way, but we did debate the Adam and Eve question 5 years ago. I brought up mutation rates. If you go watch my opening statement, then I brought up a bunch of these papers. But it's always the same with you guys. Nobody ever has answers. It's like, well, I'll look into. It's like you guys don't want to look into it because you know that it contradicts evolutionary theory, and you guys are invested in being related to grass and ladybugs. So what's the reason that no evolutionists ever have answers?
The reason is that this forum, where we're in an adversarial environment under time constraints, putting on a show for an audience, that is not the venue to litigate these kinds of questions. The venue where those kinds of questions are litigated is in the scientific journals. Now,
I want to respond to that.
Yeah, you've claimed. Now done a gish gallop of papers where you said that it supports your position, but the biology community
I really only showed a
disagrees
few
with
papers.
you. So,
Yeah.
I really only showed a few
you're not a
papers.
biologist,
Again, Ron,
Sam's not a
that's
biologist,
fine.
I'm not a
So-
biologist, Amender's not a biologist.
Yeah, so hold on.
The
I wanna
people
respond
who
to that.
are biologists
Yeah, Ron, I wanna
say that
respond to that.
your
Yeah, let him put a
papers
bow on
are
it.
not
We'll let you get
sufficient
Wrong, because
evidence
one of the
to
papers-
reject
no.
evolution.
The paper that Sam, I'm going to hand it to you, but the paper from the conventional literature on mitochondrial diversity and the Eve consensus sequence, that paper was written by Dr. Rob Carter, a young Earth creationist marine biologist. He agrees with me, not you. And that paper was from the conventional literature.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Ron, really quick. I mean, you've known that this debate's been coming for quite a while. You accepted debate with 1stAmender. You're familiar with Donnie. He's been making these same arguments for a long time. I mean, just as a bystander, I can see that none of you guys ever deal with these arguments, and it's not like it's a surprise.
Because that's not our job.
So, well, it is when you come to debate evolution and you debate
Well, hold on,
Donnie.
I have an answer for you.
Same argument for so long. Okay, so yeah, I mean we're very underwhelmed.
Amender has an answer for you.
So let me ask you the question that
Are
Donnie.
you not interested in the answer?
Let me ask you a
You've been
question.
beating us for not giving you an answer, and now Amender says he has one.
I think
why
I've
do you not want to
interrupted
hear
less
it?
than anyone here at this point.
I concur with that. I would
Okay,
like
great.
Sam
So
to
let me
finish
finish
whatever
my
he's saying,
statement.
and
That'd
then
be
if
cool.
1stAmender wants to respond to something, I'll let him start that off by steel manning what the question is.
Yeah,
So that's fair, back and forth.
Yeah, so the question here that's on the table is how was it determined that these mutation rates are what they are? Or the difference between that which is observable, a pedigree mutation rate, and a calibrated phylogenetic mutation rate? That's the question on the table. One is a high quality line of science, that which can be observed, tested, repeated. The other one is just a just so story. But a lot of people believe it, Ron.
So
Right?
I would also say something about this
I have the
distinction you've been
answer.
making about high quality science and low quality science. That is an artificial distinction that's been introduced by
No, it's not.
creationists. It is not an actual valid distinction. There is no such thing as high quality science and low quality science. There is just science. There is just the process of finding the best explanations that account for all the data. And now let's hear Amender's answer to the question that you've been insisting you really want to know the answer to.
So
Okay,
I mean, just,
start it off by
Yeah, so just
us
to
what his
start off,
question is.
FYI, when I'm referring to mitochondrial Eve, it's not referring to literally Eve in the same
We
way
know.
that the Higgs boson
know.
is not referring to a God particle, right? So it's not literally Eve, because that was your claim earlier.
'Cause
So,
it is.
so how do we know specifically? Okay, you're saying it is, but then it isn't.
he made an
Great-
argument.
Great
No, it is.
contradiction.
I already
Good
demonstrated.
contradiction.
Now let's see what your answer
Anyway,
is. Go
so
ahead.
so mitochondrial Eve. How do we know that it was 150 to 200,000 years ago? Okay,
Was
so
that
let's
what
say,
the
for
question
example,
was right there that
Yeah.
Sam asked? Okay, go ahead.
yeah, okay. So let's say, for example, that we observe people that are alive today, right? Where we have like, person A related to, their son, and then their grandmother, grandfather. We can observe that there are slight mutations that are dictated on a linear clock. From this, we use that molecular clock. Okay. It is the time equal to the number of mutations over the mutation rate. Okay.
The pedigree?
So you asked specifically for the math
pedigree
function
rate?
for that. You asked specifically for the math function for that.
This is a clarification
It is the
question.
number of mutations
Is this a
over the
clarification
mutation
question?
rate
He just wants to give a
to
speech.
establish
There's no
a
clarifying.
common.
Soliloquy, bud.
You're
You're just getting
asking
into
for
the
the
audience.
fucking
He's reading
answer.
from AI.
You crashed
He's
out
reading
again.
from AI.
If
How
that-
come you can
That's a
never give an answer
clarification
in 20
question.
seconds? You just
We're
started
gonna
reading
get-
an essay.
We're going to get to
reading
the
a
closing
speech.
statements in 2 minutes, so I just let it finish,
No,
and you
I-
guys will have the last word since they started.
This is a point of clarification, and he crashed out. When he
No,
invoked-
you're
no
asking
idea.
for an
When he
answer,
invoked-
and
you're
I'm
crashing
not
out
getting
again, bud.
anything from
You're literally
the
crashing
moderator
out. You don't know how to have
for
a
me to
free-flowing
answer
discussion.
it. I can't
You're just
answer a
reading an
single
essay.
question.
Hey, this guy's unhinged. Okay, I'm
I'm
asking.
not
a point of-
unhinged. I'm just explaining it, and then I'm
This is not
notably
for you.
upset
You're
at
claiming he
the
was on the
willfully
app
ignorant
Hinge.
people here.
You're literally insane. So I'm asking you when you
Dude, I'm
invoke this
literally
mutation rate-
explaining it. You didn't
Can
even
you stop
understand it.
talking?
You didn't even let me
explain- you were
finish.
reading an
Let me
essay from
finish.
something that
Hey,
someone
Let me
sent you.
finish
Just
it.
answer the
Let
question.
me
It's
No
finish.
self-control.
Why is it a speech
Oh,
for you every
Zero
day?
Real quick,
self-control.
So
What an
how do we
embarrassment.
know? How do we know? And
No,
then
I'm asking
answer.
when he invokes the mutation rate.
I was
I'm asking
explaining
if
it
these are-
step by
there you
step.
go again.
Is
Can
he
someone,
allowed
like,
to ask a clarifying
can
question?
you guys
to you
mute
first?
this
No,
guy?
I'm
So
asking
insecure.
He's totally
specifically.
unhinged.
Allow him
I'm
to
trying
ask
to
the question, and
explain
then
your
you can
question.
continue.
You already
Yeah,
asked
he's
the
trying
question.
really hard to fail at it.
Please,
Moderator.
moderator, can you
Mike,
moderate
can
these
you
two
mod?
so I
I'm
can
gonna have
answer
to
the
mute
fucking
everybody
question?
here.
What a
Alright.
fucking
It's not a
clown.
clarification
He
question.
muted
Let's
me
get the
and not the
clarification out
two
of the way, 'cause I don't want to waste
douchebags.
the last 3 minutes that we had. Now a minute and a half on everybody saying you're interrupting me.
Why am I
so go
muted
ahead.
when I'm
Because I want
there
to
it goes
hear
again.
what the clarification is before you complete. And
Hold
I'm
on.
going
If
to give
they're
you the
if
full
they're
amount of
asking
time.
a question,
Hey.
I'm explaining it rather than you muting them,
Why are you
being
still
being
talking?
argumentative and
Why are you
interrupting.
still
You're
talking?
Because
instead muting me.
It erupted into chaos because you won't just let the clarifying happen now after we've already gotten
Oh
to
my
the point of
God.
the interruption.
Hey,
so
that's
it's
that's
already
how
been
you know-
interrupted. It's
This
already
is
been-
ridiculous.
So
Yeah,
I'm trying
that's how
to
you
just
know
hear
they
it.
took the L right here.
So
I'm
Okay.
trying to
we-
hear it so that's
so
the last.
I want to
clarifying
finish what
point.
I was trying to
Let
say.
him ask the question first. Why are you so insecure? Let him
just
ask
Because
the
I'm
clarifying
explaining
question,
the
then
first
respond.
question you
Off the field,
asked.
guys.
You
He
asked,
ran
how do we
away.
know it came to 150 to 200,000
Ran
years
away.
ago?
I'm asking
You
you a
asked
question.
that, so I'm explaining it.
Okay,
Can I
so
ask a question?
real quick, how much longer do you think that would take before the clarifying question? Just so I can
I
gauge which
wrote
one's going to come
down
faster.
a total of 3
Hey.
paragraphs here. I got
Mike,
3
You mean
sentences
AI
in.
sent
Mike.
you a total of
Hold on,
No,
man.
paragraphs.
I
Hold on.
read.
You
I
got how
wrote
many
it.
I'm
sessions?
sure you
Okay,
did,
I
okay.
buddy.
googled
I'm
and
sure
looked
you
it
did,
up,
buddy.
and there it
yeah.
is.
First
Can you
minute, real
mod?
quick. Yeah.
Cool.
What period in through did you get? You said, or what
Yeah,
paragraph
so I just
in?
have a point of a
What? I
clarification
have 3
question.
more paragraphs to try to
Okay, no,
explain why
I
it
don't-
was. Yeah,
I don't know
don't
if that's
want to
really gonna
explain
get
it.
through.
Okay, well then the answer is, right,
This guy's crashed
there
out.
is no answer that could ever be provided to you because you are not, nor were you ever interested in having a good faith debate
Yeah.
on this.
Oh.
It is very
What about-
clear to me.
Hey,
You guys
what
are
about-
obviously
For a bit of a
dodging
challenge,
every
but-
single
time, but
position.
that's-
I sat there and tried to explain it as clear as day that anybody could explain, but both of you showed yourselves in this moment.
Sam,
Look
can I
at
have-
you, what you're
Sam,
doing
can I have
right
Hey,
one,
now.
Donnie, bro. Here, you want
Bunch
some?
of clowns.
You want some,
Come
Donnie?
here.
A bunch
Okay,
of clowns.
so
Are
you know
you
what we're
done?
gonna
He's
move-
crashing out, boys.
Hey, are
We're
you
gonna
done?
move
Crashing
into
out.
closing
Oh.
statements. We're gonna
Sorry,
move
I don't
into
get to
closing
ask my-
statements. No, we
Oh,
don't.
thanks,
have
Just
Mike.
for that, we
that's
need,
why-
Right on,
we
Mike.
need old
That's why I
trusty.
can't
We
give
need
him
old
the time.
trusty for
Oh my
this.
God,
We
he's
should
gonna
just
create
go into
it.
closing
Right.
statements because
Wait,
it's a
no,
waste
it's a
of
time
time. We
thing.
have no
It's
answers.
a time thing.
That's
Give me
atheism
some
in a
popcorn.
nutshell, folks. Right there.
Oh God, you guys suck.
That's it.
Man.
Well, it's all the Red Bull
What
and
a-
alcohol
this
you've
is
been
content.
drinking,
This is
First Amendment.
content.
That's why you're crashing
What a
out.
trash argument, bro.
somebody call
Absolute
Nike.
trash.
If
Jesus
Nike
Christ.
is looking to
Man,
sponsor somebody,
if only I could
ran
find the
right off.
argument at the bottom of this bottle.
Chat,
Well,
you
we
liking
get
this?
we get
You liking
5 minute
this, chat?
closing, so
Yes,
you get
we
5,
do.
so he can answer. He can finish answering with his speech there.
But
Yeah.
that's gonna be up to Ron if he wants to let First Amender take the last 5 minutes of
Let
the
Ron
closing.
go. He's at least reasonable.
So we're gonna go into closings, 5 minutes and 5 minutes, muted sides on each. You cannot interrupt, you can't laugh, can't do whatever. No interruptions on that. And then we'll get into the super chats, which there's gonna be a lot more fluidity. I'm gonna let you guys get a little bit more chaotic, and then I'll bring it back in when we got to get to the next questions. So we got through the debate, guys. Congratulations.
Did we?
Take a drink for me. I didn't say we got to the bottom of the questions here.
Well, the party's just starting. Now.
Yeah, so that's what we just got
That
clocked out.
felt pretty
basically.
unproductive to me, but what do I know?
Well, I can't answer for you guys. And I
Felt
can't,
productive to me, Ron. I
can't control
love showing the
responses.
world why creation's true and evolution's indefensible. So very productive.
Well,
to
I
me.
don't think you did that.
Leave it up to the
Oh,
audience.
not even
I do love
remotely.
you though, Ron, but leave it up to the audience. We'll see.
Yeah,
what
we
they
brought
think.
arguments tonight that were not addressed.
Oh, none of them
Okay.
were.
None of it.
So wait.
That's
Are you
because
literally
the,
I will leave
minute
it up
that,
to the audience.
So
And you
that's
didn't
because
even
the
let
minute
me
that
explain
he
the
tried
full
to address them, you interrupted him.
okay.
And the
First
minute that
Amender
I'm
and
trying to
Ron.
explain to you why your arguments weren't addressed,
All
you're
right.
interrupting me.
First Amender and Ron, we're starting your 5 minutes right now. So I'm muting the other two. Please don't unmute yourself and jump in.
Amender, do you want to take this, or you want me to
Go ahead.
take a
It's
whack
starting
at
in
it?
3,
Go
2,
for it, Ron.
1.
I despair for the future of human civilization here. So I opened this by observing that there exists this creationist industrial complex that has been trying for 150 years to fight against the scientific consensus that has been extremely well established. They keep trying to come up with new arguments. They keep coming up with new tactics. You could I've been studying these tactics for, I think, longer than Amender has. So the fact that this discussion degenerated the way it did didn't come as any surprise to me. I was disappointed, but not surprised. Because one of the tactics is that as soon as somebody on the side of science starts to make a valid point, the creationists interrupt and start going into a gish gallop. Because if they were to slow down and actually start to address these points in a civilized manner, they would lose. But that's the way you have to do it, because that's the way science is done. It's not easy. You can't do it with sound bites. It's complicated. It's messy. And it mostly happens behind the scenes. And it doesn't happen in performative adversarial venues like this. And that's why they're able to use this context to their advantage to make it look like they have valid points, even though they actually don't. And the way you can know that they don't have valid points is because if they did, they would publish papers and convince the scientific establishment that their points were valid, and they would overturn the consensus. But they haven't, despite 150 years of trying. Yes, it is true that all scientific knowledge is provisional, but that doesn't mean that the current consensus is always equally likely to be overturned. Science is not a free-for-all. The overturning of well-established theories, and the theories as well-established as evolution, is extremely rare. It's happened. Overturning a theory as well-established as evolution has happened maybe 3 times in the entire history of modern science, which has been going on for about 300 years now, since Isaac Newton published his Principia. So there was Newton himself, then there was relativity, and then there was quantum mechanics, and there was evolution. And those 3 are unique in the history of science. So yes, it's possible that you can overturn evolution, but it would be a huge development. It would be major news, and it's not going to happen here in a YouTube debate. I have 2 minutes left. Amender, you got anything to say? Because I
do.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, as for my closing arguments, the question is whether or not that genetics supports creation or evolution. The answer is, based on the full body of biological evidence, it is in fact evolution. Evolution is not a side theory in biology. It is the framework that makes sense of everything from DNA to fossils. And when we actually look at the data, it consistently points to common ancestry. The Y chromosome argument falls flat on its face. My opponent had argued that human and chimp Y chromosomes are too different to share ancestry, but that misunderstands how Y chromosomes even work. The Y chromosome is one of the fastest changing parts of the human genome because it does not recombine for most of its length. It's passed only from father to son with higher mutation rates and has a small effective population size, making drift stronger. It contains repetitive DNA that causes instability and loses genes and rearranges more easily over time. So the rapid divergence is not a problem for evolution. It's literally what we expect. So importantly, the Y chromosome is less than 2% of the entire human genome. It does not override the genome-wide signal. When we look at the entire genome, the picture changes entirely. The human and chimpanzees show a 98 to 99% genomic similarity. There's aligned coding regions that show exactly that. I provided the chart that showed exactly that. If organisms are separately designed, we shouldn't expect a deep, consistent pattern across the entire genome. We've looked at observing the evidence of fusion site sequences. I discussed with you telomere-like DNA that exists in the middle, not at the end. We've observed direct one-to-one matching with 2 chimp chromosomes and the physical record of shared ancestry within our DNA. You also pointed out that
we're not doing 5 minutes per debater on each side. I just wanted to give you a chance to close it up, but I feel like you got a little bit more there, so I do need to maybe get you to put a bow on it.
All right, finally. So with mitochondrial Eve, then even that is misunderstood. It's not literally that they're the first woman. It means that they're the most recent woman from all living humans inheriting mitochondrial DNA. Using mutation rates and population models, we estimated it lived about 150 to 200,000 years ago, which matches exact early human fossils in Africa. I didn't even get to that. I wasn't able to explain that, but that is what we found. When you look at the full data sets, there's not isolated parts of it. Genetics overwhelmingly supports common ancestry. The Y chromosome is not a problem for evolution. There is not to reject evolution. You would not just have to explain one data set, but all of genetics, all of paleontology, and all comparative biology at once. There is no alternative model. You don't have it.
Cool.
So
we're
that's
gonna do
all
a hard stop there. That was 1 minute and 35 seconds over, so I am gonna give that same respect to the other 2 gentlemen here. Whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, Mike. Sam, you're going to take it first, brother.
You're muted, buddy.
Sam, you're mute.
Are we good?
Yep.
All right, great. So yeah, Ron, I'm going to bring up your boy Karl Popper again because you've brought him up in your past debates. He says that for a claim to be scientific, it must be testable, meaning that there must be a potential observation that could prove it false. So here he makes the distinction between high quality and low quality science. I understand why your camp would reject that, because your camp cannot prove evolution with a high quality science. Tonight, what did we see? I made an argument. I pointed out that their position would undermine itself. Okay, that wasn't addressed at all, and I explained the collateral damage there. Donnie made arguments from the data itself, and those arguments were not addressed with anything more than reckless conjecture. When we asked to press on it, they were not actually engaged with. The icing on the cake was when 1stAmender literally ran by not letting me ask a clarifying question. It's a good time to be a biblical creationist. Donnie.
Amen. How much time was that?
That was a minute.
Okay, so I got 5 minutes then, or 5.5 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll start it here. Okay, 5.5 minutes. It's going to be fun because now the crash out.
5 minutes now.
Okay. The crash out, 1stAmender can't interrupt me destroying his point. So no, he did not address the Y chromosome dissimilarity. He made assertions, he made claims, he named mechanisms. But notice every time I would try and ask him a basic question about the model, about backing up his assertions, he would interrupt, he would dodge, he would run. Where's the ancestral Y chromosome reconstruction? We didn't get that. Why do humans have entire palindrome families and gene systems absent in pan? We just recombination, lack of recombination. Okay, are you going to back that up? How does a 2-time size difference arise purely by loss or by lack of recombination? Why does the human Y resemble the gorilla Y more than the chimp Y? Where is the rate-based population genetic model? Because 1stAmender is so insecure in his position, we really didn't even get through any of those questions. You could barely get through one. If I remember correctly, I don't think they addressed the mutually interdependent systems argument. Certainly didn't address the Eve, just reciting textbook answers. Again, Eve cannot go back 100 to 200,000 years because the rates are too fast. All they do is calibrate the data. There's a bias in interpreting the data. No, this is a natural reading of the data right here on the screen from the 1,000 Genomes program, the data that is. This was put together by Dr. Rob Carter, who's a young earth creationist and published on mitochondrial DNA in the secular literature. Okay, what we see on this tree are variable mutation rates. So no, what 1stAmender is saying is wrong. You can't extrapolate backwards in terms of an evolutionary molecular clock. making evolutionist assumptions. This is the HVR haplogroup, okay? Listen closely, First Amender. These rates are variable. You have differing size branches. These are mutations over time, going back to the same common ancestor. This entire tree, on average, is 20 to 30 mutations separating people from Eve, and the largest branches are about 140. It's trivial. You can only take this DNA diversity back 4,000 to 6,000 years. How do you actually get? They never backed up their assertion that Eve goes back 100 to 200,000 years ago. Plus, historically, you're not going to have random mating. So you're not going to expect just a single female ancestor like First Amender asserted, because you'd have people intermarrying within their tribes. So in a way, you should have multiple mitochondrial DNA lines if deep time evolution were true. Then you bring in Neanderthals. He mentioned Neanderthals. Bring in Neanderthals, Denisovans, bring in Heidelbergensis, and they split off before, apparently, according to evolution. So they'd be accumulating their own independent mutations in the mitochondria. We should have a ton of mitochondrial diversity if evolution were true. They didn't address any of that. Nothing but rescue devices. Neanderthals, they were known to be highly inbred. They would have had mutations in DNA repair enzymes, leading to more mutations accumulating. Faster rates of fixation. They existed in areas that were exposed to more uranium and radiation. That explains why they're different. So no answers to any of that. This is directly from the conventional literature here, showing low diversity in mitochondrial DNA. When it comes to ERVs, pseudogenes, did not get any explanations for how, according to the evolutionary model, we can get endogenous retroviruses if First Amender's correct. How do we get ERVs that are functional in embryological development? Notice paper after paper, increasing knowledge. Over 80% of the genome is active. That means these mutations that accumulate, they accumulate in non-neutral regions, leading to rapid and accelerated genetic degeneration. So the mechanisms that they claim to take their fish to fishermen, to take their pond scum to people, they're inadequate. The mutations are largely overwhelmingly deleterious. Here's some questions that First Amender will dodge. What is the evolutionary pathway by which an LTR evolved? Show the mutation by mutation pathway. How does random viral insertion produce coordinated development timing? Endogenous retroviruses don't, it's the differences that make all the difference. If deep time evolution were true, we shouldn't find these hierarchical signatures and the strong level of homology in DNA sequences, because mutations over time would actually scramble those signatures. So creationists, we can explain similarities, we can explain dissimilarities. There's also discontinuities in fossil data. He brought up fossil data to run away from the genetic data that absolutely demolishes them. But we find discontinuities there. 10 seconds. Discontinuities. The chromosome 2 fusion, so-called, is an apomorphy, doesn't help them at all. There we go.
All right. Guys, please don't jump in and start talking about each other's closings just yet. We're going to get into the super chats here. Funnest part of any debate on MDD. This is not an Oxford debate. We're not scoring points. That's more for the audience to kind of take in. But we do the super chats and allow people to respond to those however they want, as long as it's TOS approved. And we got a few here, and I'm sure once we start, there'll be some trickling in. It's 9:13 Central, 10:15 Eastern. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to give about 1 to 2 minutes max per question. And then if you guys go back and forth, please keep it as brief as possible. Don't list off 20 things, just ask a question or answer a question.
Mike, maybe totally up to you to keep it coordinated. What if, let's say the questions for Ron and First Amender, they get to respond for 1 to 2 minutes. Sam and I could do an uninterrupted 30-second, just real fast response. And then they get maybe the last 20-second response. And then if the questions for us, and then that way we're not over talking. Just an idea.
That sounds reasonable. The thing is also, I know that no matter what, someone's going to respond to a response, and that's where it starts trailing. So if it's interesting, I'll let it go for a second. But if it's not, I'm gonna just come in and mute everybody and say, all right, I got to go to the next question. So it just gets too chaotic. But we'll pull those up now. And we'll also, as y'all are answering the first one, we'll put up a poll here in the chat. So I'm going to ask the first question, and then I'll work on the poll while y'all are doing that. First one is from Kevin Blackwell Welder. This guy has been dominating the super chats tonight, so expect his name quite a bit. He sends $5. He says, for Dr. Ron, how do you explain the April 2025 Nature study showing chimps and humans differ by 410 million base pairs, not 40 million? So go ahead and respond to that, and then just let me know when you're done. And then if Amender wants to respond as well. I just
not
realized
familiar with that paper, so I can't respond to that. Amender, do you know that?
I don't
paper?
know off the top of my head.
I have to go read it and do my homework.
Me too.
This is the big problem with all of these kinds of things. There's just so much information out there that no single human brain can contain it all. And so this is where we, the defenders of science, are actually at a disadvantage, because they'll always be able to come up with something, some question about some obscure little thing, and maybe not so obscure, that we just don't know because we're not professional biologists and we don't have all this stuff at the top of our head. We have to go look things up. So don't, for the audience, they want to claim victory because they've asked us questions that we couldn't answer off the top of our heads, but that is absolutely not the case, because that's not how it works.
So I'm very much aware of that paper. This tells me that evolutionists, they're not up to date on the origins debate. That's why it's easy to refute evolutionists these days. They're not up to the 2024 paper on the most sophisticated analysis looking at the genetics of the great apes and humans. This is a major paper. I mean, this has been talked about everywhere. And then both of these evolutionists, and Ron says, oh, the side of the science is not those who believe they're related to ladybugs and banana plants. We demonstrated that here tonight. The latest data in the 2024 Nature paper, if I'm correct on the one that's being cited, actually shows that when you consider everything, size differences, gaps, copy number variations, both alignable and non-alignable sections of the human and chimpanzee genome, the humans, and I understand you're excited, 1stAmender, but allow me to finish the
I never agreed. I just said that would be a good idea, but I know we're gonna
let's make it 7 minutes instead. We want to hear out.
It hasn't been, but
I understand.
We want to be fair.
He's excited. He believes he's related. He's excited. He believes he's related to banana plants. He was demolished here tonight. Yeah, so the overall genetic similarity now is actually about 85% when you consider everything between humans and chimps. But you know what? I love the Y chromosome because it's less than 30%. It's the differences that make all the difference. And I'm still waiting for 1stAmender to offer me a sophisticated mathematical model. I'll be waiting a long time, I'm sure, though.
Can I have a last word here?
Go ahead, and then I'll ask the next question.
If this paper was the breakthrough that you claim, why hasn't it been front page news?
It has been.
Not in any of the papers I've read.
Well, you got to get out of the Arthur books and the Franklin. You got to get into the literature, Ron. Are you, what's your favorite Arthur?
He says you have to get into the literature while also saying mitochondrial.
If this were true, it would be front page news on the New York Times.
It was front page news, Ron.
Not on the New York Times, it wasn't.
It was everywhere.
I do read the Times.
It wasn't in the movie trailers before.
No, it would be the biggest scientific breakthrough in the history of science.
Ron,
and it just
was hotly discussed.
Ron,
hotly discussed.
Standing for Truth isn't in the literature himself. He even said, "How do we get endogenous retroviruses in embryos?" It exists in the human genome. You
how
moron.
do you get embryological development as a function for ERV? Explain. Hey, show me a paper right now.
Embryological function. Well, you could either have something that's fit versus not fit to deleterious. If it was deleterious, it would cause them to die off, as opposed to if it was fit versus do nothing. And that's what endogenous retroviruses do. I know you don't like questions.
Show me your best paper. I want to see a non-functional endogenous
I just explained endogenous retrovirus. You're like, how are they in embryos?
You didn't explain anything. The beginnings of your sentences
you haven't
are
done
starting in the middle of mine because you're scared.
Idea what you're talking
about.
You're
a whiny baby. You're a even your own side.
Yeah,
in the
not an argument. I literally was explaining the argument, and you didn't like it, and then you had to interrupt every moment. Can we go to the next question?
You're really falling down in your moderating duties here.
Show me the best paper that takes
he's muting me
endogenous retrovirus. Hold on. Look at the crash out loser.
He's muting me.
I gotta mute you too, man.
You-
I'm not gonna let that go back and forth too much longer. Like I said, I was looking through to start this poll right now, so that I was taking a second to mute both of you. I was trying to do that equally, couldn't get it done. Relax, Amender. So the thing is that's gonna be probably a separate debate topic. We don't got time to go through and have him point out a source like that in this super chat section. We're just gonna get to the next super chat and appreciate you guys just bearing through it. I understand, there's points you want to get to, but it could come up on one of these other questions. So let me know. There is one that was missed from Even Lord here at the last debate, but it is relevant. He paid money for this, so it's relevant to this one. What is the basis for objective truth, and how is it justified? Matt, since I did cut you off, or Donnie, since I cut you off, is it Matt or Donnie? I've been calling you Donnie this whole time.
Donnie. Matt was my partner last time.
Got it. Wrong, Matt. That's right. Okay. I was feeling bad for a minute.
Get it together.
I'll let you answer this one first. What is the basis for objective truth? How's it justified? We'll let Ron or Amender respond, and if Sam wants to get in on that as well, you're welcome to.
Okay, I got to run to the restroom real quick. I've been drinking a lot of water. Can Sam take this on my side, and then
Totally. Yeah. I just cut you off right in the middle of that.
No, you're good.
Sam, go for it.
Who was it for? Was it for us?
It's just for the all four debaters, I would suppose.
Yeah, so we would say truth is that which comports with the mind of God, and that's going to be a difficult epistemological question. So if you don't have a foundation for fact, then you're not really going to be able to say that anything is true in an objective way. And on those terms, if your foundation is something that you could be wrong about, then anything built on that foundation could be false also. And that's going to be the problem within our opponent's system here. They have no foundation for fact, and if they understood the argument that I make, they have no reason to trust their cognitive faculties at all. But here they are. Yeah, go ahead.
The foundation of all logic and fact is a non-anthropomorphic source. Done.
Can I take this one?
Go for it,
Yeah,
Ron.
sounds like he's done.
Do you see this coffee cup? Sam, do you see this coffee cup? Do you see this coffee cup?
Yeah, I see a fact that was
Amender,
created.
do you see this
coffee cup?
Mike, do you see it?
I'm raking the poll right now.
You see me tapping my finger against it, right? We all agree that there's a coffee cup here, right?
No, we agree within the Christian worldview that coffee cup is intelligible. But within your system,
do you agree that there's a coffee cup here?
Yeah, I believe that within the Christian worldview, yes, that coffee cup is intelligible.
You can't admit a simple thing like there's a coffee cup here.
It's not that simple, Ron.
Okay, I think it is that simple.
Mind you, I ground all facts and logic on the basis of a non-anthropomorphic source.
The best explanation for the fact that everybody that I encounter who is not trying to obfuscate a point will agree that there's a coffee cup here is that there is in point of actual fact a coffee cup here. That's just the most straightforward explanation for what I observed. That's it.
So yeah, a coffee cup is not made of coffee cup. It's made of smaller particulars that are
but they're called atoms,
right? Well, and then even atoms, you're going to have atoms are unified. Those are particulars that are unified, and they consist of smaller states of unity. And you're going to get down.
I have no idea what you mean by unified and states of unity.
Is an atom made of atom?
Atoms are made of subatomic particles.
Great. So subatomic particles that are then unified. So we're invoking states.
I don't know what you mean by unified. Subatomic particles are, if you really want to get into the weeds here, we're going to end up in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, wait, Ron, so you don't know what unified means?
Not in the context that you're using it,
when you have a plurality of particulars, whatever those might be, if they are working in unison, then they are unified in some way, right? Like the letters in the alphabet are unified within a set. You don't know. Yes, and this is why, right? This is why you just say, "Look, a cup is a cup." But that's not what someone like Bertrand Russell said when he destroyed the object and the subject of knowledge.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's probably a good point to end on there. We're going to go to the next question.
He's saying, like, how do you ground all your facts and logic? And I can simply invoke a non-anthropomorphic source.
Right. So what would that be? First,
I don't ground them in logic.
Something
I ground
that
them in
makes
observation.
universe, but it doesn't possess any human perspectives.
Name it and claim it that provides that things have identity.
Like it just makes
can I finish my question? You behave like a child. Name it and claim it, that which dictates everything that's possible or impossible. That something has identity and identity over time.
Yeah.
What would that be?
I deny that things have identity over time.
But then
they're not-
intelligibility is
But this is
destroyed
another
on your side,
debate.
right?
If you want
Well,
to
then it's
put
not a
together
cup?
and engage, if
It's
you
not
want
a
to get, so I've actually
It's not a cup, Ron?
The
written
non-anthropomorphic
extensively.
source.
I've
Finally.
written a long series of blog posts about this. So
Right.
this is not something that I'm going to be able to answer in 30 seconds.
All right.
If you want to know, go read I've written a series of blog posts on seeking God in science, and there is a specific entry in there. I think it's number 3 or 4. The title is chairness, because that's the where I first encountered
An
this.
abstract category.
Yeah.
right?
So
Right, okay.
I address all this, and I'm happy to go get into the weeds with you
Is this
on
cup
this.
at T1
But
and
it's not
T2?
something we're going to be able to do in 30 seconds.
Is this a cup at T1 and T2?
Yes.
Sam, that's a coffee cup fallacy,
Right.
is what the chat's
So,
saying.
yeah.
So we're gonna move on.
Fair enough. It might be.
Appreciate you guys' spirited input, and I just want to remind the chat we are in the Q&A, so this is not going to be as cut and dry as where I'm going to have to cut in and cut everybody off and say we're doing timed responses. I'm just going to kind of let it go for a little bit, and when it's going on too long and I'm running out of time to ask the next question, we're just going to move on. But I want to give people chances to make their points, but like Ron said, sometimes points are going to take a lot longer. Next one here is from Even Lord again. He says, do you think the Animal Planet channel damaged people's belief in evolution when they made and aired their Mermaids and Last Dragon pseudo documentaries? And that's going to be for 1stAmender and Ron. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was specifically those documentaries, but I'll be honest. I think that when we have removed scientific research and instead put in place internet podcasts and entertainment, it has resulted in the dumbing down of society, as well as the rejection of higher science and learning has also resulted in, there's also the teaching to the test and the fact that we don't, that we allowed cell phones and smartphones throughout grade
And
school.
frankly, YouTube debates, I'm sad to say.
It is sad. Yes, that too.
But you believe you're related to a dung beetle, and you call that science.
You
And a
share a
walking
common
stick,
right?
ancestor, a very
That's
distant
funny.
common ancestor over the course
Yeah,
of
that's your
hundreds of millions
assertion.
of
Hey,
years. It's
that
not,
sounds like-
you're not
that's your
related to a
historian
dung
point.
beetle.
Hey, listen, Amender,
Right, like you
behaved
don't
like a
possess
child,
a
right?
vertebrate, right? But
And you're
you,
evolving back into a child before our eyes. Maybe you guys are right.
I mean, I'm just
That's going the
explaining
wrong
to
way.
you the reality. You just
He's
don't
not-
He's
like
just
the
very
answer.
excited. He gets the chance to
Yeah,
get
I do
refuted
get
for
very
3
excited,
hours.
but
Remember-
I've explained
So
it.
I wanted to
You just don't
reiterate
like the
something because
answer.
they're
Yeah,
because
it's
I'll
very
just
clear
ask Mike
answer.
I'll just ask when I'm allowed to talk since
Yeah,
First
just
Amendment
let us
can't
know when you're
control
done.
himself.
Fucking
casting
clowns.
out.
He can't control himself. You see
Yeah,
what I
no
mean?
That's
self-control.
correct. I
He's a-
cannot
he's a
control
crash
myself.
out.
You
He's a
guys are
crash out.
clowns. You guys are
Hey, he's
walking and
just
talking
tired.
All right.
Get in there, buddy.
clowns.
So you just
You are
you just
side
let us know
freak
when we
shows
have permission
that nobody
to
cares
respond.
about.
All right, 1stAmender, I'm letting everyone answer that question. So it's time for these two to get it out real quick, and we're going to move right on.
The hard alcohol's kicking in, folks.
Well, it's been kicking in all day,
You know,
probably all week,
drink
really.
since morning.
So you'd have to be drunk to believe you're related to grass and ladybugs. So
That's
at least the
fact.
person who came up with that.
Yeah, that again
So
is not
it's
the
fun. Oh,
argument.
see, he can't control himself.
No, so- well,
Put the
hey.
bottle down. I get it. You're excited. You believe that life came from non-living chemicals in some warm pond billions of years ago. It's very cute.
No,
But
it's not the
notice how
argument.
see, he can't
All right.
control himself.
Okay, yeah,
see?
dude. Don't
He's very
unmute
insecure. He's not
yourself when I
confident.
mute you because I just want him to hurry up and say what he wants to say so we can move on. And Donnie, if
Yeah,
you
we
could
do got to
keep
let the Christian nationalists
the-
talk. Go ahead.
Donnie, keep
Well,
the
I'm
pointed
just proving
insults
that he
to
can't
a little
control
bit,
himself.
a little bit lower there so he doesn't feel motivated to respond every 2 seconds to you.
I'll
That way
treat him
we
like a
can just-
child.
We can
I'll
just
treat
get
him like a-
your
I get it. I don't
answer
wanna
to
trigger
the
him.
question.
I don't want to trigger the little
There's
child.
going to be plenty
So-
of time for triggers later in these other questions, but yeah, you don't need to go over the line to do it on your own there.
Okay, so Ron and First Amendment, the documentaries and this and that, or getting people away from hard science. Good. No, it's just assertion and claim after assertion and claim that it's evolutionary theory or naturalistic origins that is good science. Just one point, and maybe they can address it later, that wasn't addressed the whole debate. What about the origin of these mutually interdependent systems? What came first, DNA or DNA repair enzymes? Because the information for the DNA repair enzymes is in the DNA, but you need the DNA repair enzymes to actually fix all these DNA breaks, or else we'd go extinct after a few generations. Only the creation model can best account for mutually interdependent systems. That's real science. Evolution's not real science.
Like ATP. There's a few.
Oh, we're just giving them one. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could go for 10. You can give them the last word because I'd like to see their answer to that.
I mean, the answer is simple. We simply don't know. We don't posit a God hypothesis when we don't know.
Just concession after concession. Sam, did you make this debate would make this easy?
Let them respond.
That argument is analogous to saying that because we don't know what Julius Caesar had for breakfast the day he crossed the Rubicon, that Julius Caesar must not have existed.
So it's
John, whoever told you that was a good response, go get your money back. They lied to you.
It's not falsifiable according to Ron.
We're going to the next question.
Atheists deny science. They're not even interested in
so
these mega questions about origins.
You guys need to do better.
Just for the record, I came up with that one myself, so thank you very much. But
alrighty, everyone's muted. Going to the next question. You can unmute whoever unmutes first to actually answer the question and not just insult their opponent. We'll get that time. Like I said, there's gonna be plenty of other things in here that's gonna make you guys probably go back and forth. Kevin Blackwell Welder sends 10. He says, for first, so this is specifically, he says, showing that genes mutate doesn't mean that they mutate at the rate you claim. What specific species has been observed to be able to fixate an average of 44 mutations per generation? He said specific species, I guess.
So this is where it gets into some really complex statistics and careful analysis and looking at genomic sequences. It's not as simple as, like, I tried to answer it in 3 paragraphs, when in reality, like, this requires like a full genomic sequencing course lecture where you have to already understand like some pretty complex statistics to understand. And so I can't adequately answer it to you without like a 2-hour lecture to explain it. I hope that, I'm sorry, I understand that that's not a satisfying answer, but that's the reality. This is you're asking a very complex question, and it is answered. It's just, it's hidden in some pretty complex math.
My turn.
So trust me, bro.
Yeah, I want to say this.
Bro.
One at a time.
So here, my turn. First Amendment, and try to contain yourself. I didn't interrupt you. First Amender, rather than just answering the question, he spent 1 minute explaining why he can't answer the question. So instead of just forgetting about to use that minute to answer it the best, he wasted the whole minute to explain why he doesn't have an answer. We've shown in this debate, past debates, presentations, articles, we've gone through all the literature on mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome mutation rates, showing from Parsons and Howell, okay, up to all these different papers with the Y chromosome showing that it's looking at the supplementary material, 1 to 3 per generation, showing the overall diversity, going through the phylogenetics, showing that the rate combined with the diversity means that the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA are young. Fixation.
No, you haven't.
The time it takes for these mutations to get stuck in place. That's another major problem for the evolutionist position, because they believe in the out of Africa theory, where fixation rates were actually a lot faster in the past, which means that Fatuma, he points out that the nearly neutral mutation rate approximates the fixation rate. So guess this is the last thing I'll say. Your observed rate's fast, your fixation rate is fast. There's no hope for evolution.
If you wanted specifically the statistical model, it's called coalescent modeling. You can look it up yourself. I apologize.
What is coalescent model?
But you haven't shown the things that you claim to have shown. You have not shown those things. You've waved a bunch of papers in the air and claimed that these papers show these things, but you haven't actually shown it. And that's because you can't. No, it's
that is not. Actually show. So he actually showed it, right?
Yeah, I did, Ron.
Right.
And Ron,
no, that's not what showing something. That's not what showing something looks like.
So no
Ron, just save yourself the embarrassment. You already admitted you don't know the topic, so don't make assertions that we didn't show, because the things we showed, you admit you don't understand. So how do you know if we showed it or not?
I mean, if you wanted specifically the model, it's coalescent theory.
Yeah, I already explained. Oh no, Mike, I got to ask him. I explained twice why coalescence doesn't work. 2 questions. What is coalescence? Secondly, reiterate my argument why it doesn't work.
I mean, it's a model of how alleles.
What is it though?
I'm explaining it. Coalescence
it's a
theory.
model. What's the definition of it?
Yeah, it's how alleles are sampled from a population which may have originated from a common ancestors. The simplest in a simple case, you could have example where coalescence theory assumes zero
you defined it. You
recombination.
don't need a lecture. Reiterate why I said that doesn't work. Go ahead.
There is no way that I could explain.
You
this.
weren't
You're
listening, you
interrupting
clown.
every
You
moment.
weren't listening.
You're the clown.
believe you're
the one
related to
interrupting
Ladybug.
me
You're not
every-
responding to
at every
anything we
second,
said.
and you're asking for explanation. And as soon as
Reiterate my-
it's
even
even
if you don't-
remotely,
maybe
like
you
if
don't
it's
agree with
longer
it.
than like a TikTok feed, you then get upset and then say you're not
answering
it.
the question.
Yeah, because
I
I'm
asked you,
trying to
what was
answer
my
it. You won't listen. I don't know what to
What
tell
was my
you.
response?
You're an
What was my
idiot.
response
Go
to
be
your
a
claim
clown,
about
you
coalescence?
fucking idiot. Go fuck
You're
off.
a crash out.
Yep. I'm
What was
crashing
my
out. You're an idiot. Yep.
What was my response? And notice he has no answer. Mike, all I'm asking him, even if he disagrees with my argument, he said coalescence earlier. I responded twice in my closing and the discussion why coalescence doesn't work. I'm asking him to reiterate my argument and then refute it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to that in the super chats, unfortunately. Maybe we can get another debate going if he's
He got raptured, I think.
if he's good. But we got some more here. I'll circle back to a couple of Kevin Blackwell welders here in a second because he is dominating the super chats, and I do want to give maybe everyone a chance to get some questions asked before someone has to dip. The Brandalorian for 5, that's a cool screen name. How do species know it's time to evolve if we did evolve? How can species just make themselves evolve? The Brandalorian wants to know. I do believe that's going to be for the Evo guys to answer first. So Ron, if you want to take point on this one. Yeah. Just in case there are some audience members who are like, who's going first?
The question assumes facts not in evidence, as a lawyer would put it. Species don't know when to evolve. Evolution is just something that happens. It's kind of like asking, how does water know when it's time to start flowing downhill? Living things reproduce. They make copies of themselves. The copies that are better at making copies make more copies. And over time, it turns out that there are lots of different ways to be better at making copies of yourself in different kinds of environments. And so life diversifies and specializes for being good at making copies in all the different varieties of environments that exist here on Earth. And over time, the result is what you see. It's not like the members of the species sit down around a conference table and says, "Oh, I think we'd better start evolving now." That's just not how it works.
So the problem with, unless 1stAmender may want to respond.
It was a question for you guys first. So if you wanted to get in on it too.
No, Ron is correct. That question presumes an anthropomorphic pathway, as in that there is like a commander that is commanding the evolution, but evolution relies on mutation and natural selection, not an anthropomorphic source. And so that's the problem with your question.
Okay, I'll respond. So the problem with these claim mechanisms anyways is, as we've shown throughout the program or debate here tonight, is the vast majority of mutations are deleterious. They're nearly neutral. Why? Well, as I've shown right from the conventional literature, that the vast majority of DNA is functional. It's active. ENCODE and subsequent projects revealed that over 80% of the genome is biochemically active. We understand there's functions for ERVs, pseudogenes, all kinds of genetic markers. So that means these mutations in autosomal nuclear DNA, the mutation rate is 100 new mutations per person per generation. They're accumulating, they're unselectable, selection can't see them, and so they're degenerative. That means selection is limited. Mutations won't take single-celled like ancestors into whales and chimpanzees and humans over time. So these claim mechanisms, it's not science. The science is against this idea of common descent and large-scale evolutionary change. That's a minute.
Awesome. Sam, last words? Are you cool with me go to the next question?
No, that's why I showed up with
How many
Johnny.
questions do we have?
Good. I mean, how much do you have left in the bottle?
I mean, I have to go to bed. I have work in the morning.
Gotcha. That's why we started it earlier.
He's tapped
right?
out. But think about it: 3 hours of not being able to answer questions and objections. That would be exhausting.
All right,
And
we'll
First
move
Amendment
through
definitely needs
single
a nap.
question.
I think we
He
have time
clearly
to
needs
hit
a
all the
nap.
questions.
And I have an 8 to 5.
chat
I don't
trolls
have.
me.
I can't. I don't make enough money off of my YouTube channel yet.
You're related to grass.
It's almost over, buddy.
All right, it's all we're gonna
No, I have a hard
these
cutoff
last
at
couple
11.
questions. All right, Kevin, I'm gonna get back to a couple of yours, but we're gonna say don't slay thy broski's chat here real quick. Get it out of the way because no one necessarily needs to respond. It's $2. He says Matt Dillahunty sucks. All right. Justin O'Dizzle for 5 says this the same Dr. Ron that worked for NASA his entire career. Thank God
What?
for SpaceX.
Is that true, Ron?
Wait, Ron.
Not my entire career, no, just the first half of it.
Wait, can I? So Ron, Robert Jastrow says that the supernatural is objectively proven because of the laws of nature that govern the physical world.
Robert
So
Jastrow is wrong.
what would you? What's that?
Robert Jastrow is wrong.
So what would it be then that dictates anything that's possible or impossible?
The laws of physics.
When you say the laws of physics, are you invoking something that's semantic, or are you invoking something that stands in a cause and effect relationship with the physical world?
The latter.
Then what would that be? What imposes those?
Nature.
Nature's an abstraction. Abstractions don't stand in a cause and effect relationship. So what would it be?
Nature is not an abstraction.
Nature
is a real thing,
No.
as evidenced by the fact that you and I are sitting here having this conversation.
No, Ron, nature is a category that consists of the things within the category that are real.
It's the
Okay?
same.
Nature
Dom
is an
Preset
abstract
point. Can we
set.
move forward.
Settle down, bud.
Nature,
so I want to know. So yeah,
same Dom
nature
Preset
is an
point.
abstract, unless maybe you're a Hindu and you believe that all is one. In that case, then nature would be concrete. So
Give
Ron,
us
I wanna
another
know
30 to a minute, 30 seconds to a minute, and then we're gonna move on.
And
I don't
if
think
you can't
we know
answer
what this
the
has to do with the
question-
question exactly.
If you can't answer the question, then you can't defend.
I
your
can answer
evolutionary
that question. I
timeline.
can't do it in
Therefore,
30
you
seconds.
can't
Like I said,
defend-
if you want to get together to talk about these philosophical issues, I am more than happy to get into the weeds with you on this.
Just give me an
It takes
answer.
longer
That'd
than,
be
it takes
I'll
longer than
moderate.
30
I'll
seconds.
moderate.
So you don't have anything you can invoke and defend real quick? Then that's another concept. We just won the debate again, because you can't say that evolutionary processes have happened over a timeline if you can't tell me what provides for the uniformity of nature. That is a foundational precondition of science. So your whole evolutionary timeline, your whole Big Bang timeline was just wiped away before your eyes.
All right, Sam.
We just took the win again.
Some people got a hard cut off here, so we're gonna shoot through a couple more of these. If you want to chill a little longer and go back and forth, you guys are welcome to. I'll cut it off around maybe 11:30 or a little after, so no worries. Or 10:30 my time, 11:30 Eastern. Okay, so 1313 Maryland says for 5, creation and evolution are psyops. We are all God. We always were and always will be. And that was brought to you by 1313 Maryland.
What's in my pocket then, God? If you're so omniscient.
Some of that popcorn that you were eating earlier, Sam.
Yeah, we're all God, bro. Just don't hurt me, and I don't know stuff.
We put a pin in that, so we'll go on. Scientific Origins for 5 says whales are more similar genetically to hippos than any other animal. Whales are mammals. Game over, evolution deniers. The broken 2x4 destroys design. Or the broken TBX4. Sorry, I thought they were trying to shorten what they were saying because they only sent $5.
Hey, I think that's the first question directed at us first. So I guess we get to respond first. Whale evolution. As I said earlier, it's the differences that make all the difference. Okay. We would expect the nested hierarchical patterns in the same way that human engineers design in hierarchical patterns. We'd also expect God to do the same. So whales, by definition, would have to share some of their genes more in common with another creature. Okay, superficially, we look in the water and you got whales and sharks. And so automatically you might think, their physiology, their genetics, their organs, their structure must be more similar. But no, sharks are considered a fish for reasons, and you have whales are considered a mammal for reasons. Okay, this is the whole point of classification: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. The whale doesn't care how you categorize them, neither does the shark. But it's fun to look at their genes and classify them. So some genes are shared or similar with the hippo. Okay, that makes sense. Hippos are mammals. They have a physiology in many ways that is similar to the whales. Similarities are not going to help win the debate. It's the differences that make all the difference, and it's why 1stAmender, he didn't do a good job answering the discontinuities that we find in genetics. That's what helps creation better answer.
Explanation.
I was so close to being done.
You're doing
just
it right
couldn't
now.
quite make
I
it.
know I'm doing it to you. How's it feel?
I don't mind at all.
Douchebag.
Hey, notice how you're the one doing the F-bombs, the name. I did name call you a little bit because it's fun. But
Yeah,
you're a
you
child. You need to be taught a child.
Idiot
But I wanted to
didn't
know
listen
1stAmender.
to what I was trying to
Not
tell
fun
you.
for me, guys. It's not fun for me. All I'm saying. I just want to put that out there.
So
Mike,
here's
you're doing
here's the
great.
last thing I'll say.
Anyone hasn't told you, you're doing great, Mike.
Mike, he did a great job last time.
I'm going to end
too.
the poll soon. So 1stAmender and Ron, guys, if y'all want to vote for your dude, don't let me win this. I put myself in there as a joke.
W for Mike, for sure.
Well, here's the last thing I'll say in our response. You can hand it to them or move on. I really want 1stAmender. I just want to see how strong his listening skills are. Again, what was my response twice in the discussion and then once in the closing in detail? What was my response to your coalescence claim?
My coalescence claim, it's referring to a
No, what was my response to your coalescence claim?
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing when you're saying coalescence.
You're
right?
talking
because
about
I'm referring to specifically coalescence modeling
in
which
mitochondrial
is
DNA.
a very specific statistical model, and we can like go over that. But I don't know if you're talking about like coalescence regarding mitochondrial DNA, or are you referring
mitochondrial
to
DNA?
Okay, those are two different things. So
okay, I know chat's gonna say I'm saving 1stAmender from answering this, but I do know he has a hard cutoff, and there are more questions for the evolutionists. I'm sorry, Donnie.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Saved. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Saved by the bell.
Kevin Blackwell Welder says, read Vox for wait. Oh, dang it. Wrong.
Vox Day.
For Evo's side, Mutu Kimura's neutral theorem equation was mathematically shown to be incorrect. Nature refused to publish the study. Appeal to authority. Okay, that wasn't really a question, but it was for the
I
Evos.
would have to look at the specific study and why it would have been retracted. I don't know.
Can I respond to
all
that?
the studies off the top of my head.
Briefly, because I want to get to any other
quick.
Evo ones before he has to go.
I mean, this is the problem when you try to make something like the consensus your authority or the peer review your highest authority, because there's numerous papers. In fact, I believe Harvard has a big study right now that shows that I believe 50% of the biological or the biology papers that have been published, the conclusions or results cannot be duplicated. There's papers all about the fraud and the peer review process. Like it's in shambles, but yeah, it is a problem because when a bad paper. Can I finish my? Can I finish?
That's all it is.
Can I finish, Junior? Is that okay with you? You got it. You
No,
behave like a
douchebag.
child. Can you do a little better?
No, you're the douchebag.
There are numerous papers. Let me know when you're done.
Lies to people.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
anybody
you're a liar.
can go in and look.
1stAmender, the beginnings of your sentences
And you're an
continue
embarrassment to Christians
to
everywhere.
start in the middle of ours. You got to come.
so-
You're the one who
I
has.
love to interrupt you.
You're the one who has a
anybody can
bedtime
go
in 15
online.
minutes. So
Because
let
you
Sam
have
finish
zero
his thought.
respect.
So
for other
anybody can
people.
go
So I
online
show zero
and you can
respect
just
to
type
you
up
piece of
problems in the
garbage
peer
douchebag
review.
who just spouts lies on the
What's
internet
wrong with this
for
guy?
money.
Sorry, bro.
Mike,
That's
if
not
you
well.
don't put a stop to this, I'm out.
Like this guy is not well.
I did. Ron, don't take it personal, Ron.
No, I'm not taking it personally. I have things to do. So
I get it. We got
I'm done in like
4 questions.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. So anybody can just go and search problems in the peer review, and they can see study after study after study. I'm not saying science isn't useful. I'm not saying that peer review is important. But what I am saying is that is a faulty foundation, a foundation of sand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now you can unmute 1stAmender. You did that 3 times. We were having a mute war there.
It's just ridiculous.
Okay. This one is directed at you. I think it's probably the only one left that is directed specific. So we can just get this out of the way. JAMA R724 for £5. He says a guest caller asked 1A if he believes he's a trans woman, and he said, quote, "It's a complicated journey. Forgive me for not taking this confused man seriously." Got it. JAMA R724 said that. So I don't know if he watches your streams or Do you have callers?
Yeah, I do. I take live callers. That's also a really fucked up thing to bring up when it's like you're talking about like a deeply personal thing that I'm dealing with, and it's not
Online
as,
publicly though.
It's okay. We'll just move on. We'll just move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I
We'll
mean,
just-
I do.
You
so
can't
online
answer a question
publicly,
without
but-
an F-bomb. Like, we'd
Yeah.
like to re-upload this to our Christian
swear to
channels,
God.
and it's just F-bomb after F-bomb. Like, grow up, act like a professional, put the bottle away. So are you're going to go to work hungover?
I was just
guess,
explaining it. I was just explaining it, and you guys were just interrupting.
Okay, we'll just
halfway
move on.
through.
You know, I agree. Personal stuff
Fucking
isn't cool.
Christian
so-
nationalist garbage.
Well, no,
human
the
beings.
only reason
Okay.
I asked it is because it was public when it was asked and answered. So this
Yeah,
is just
if you
this
make
is just
things
why
It's
I
just
did
a
it.
gotta
it's
address
just a
in public.
fucked up. It's just a fucked up thing to bring up.
Dude,
It's just
enough
not
with the
relevant.
F-bombs, okay?
Yeah.
It's immature.
So
All right. Well, next we'll just we'll move
can
on.
I just say something really quick? I want to respond to that.
Very brief. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say it's an epic blunder for an unbeliever to make ethical statements of efficacy if you don't have an objective standard of morality. So on your worldview, if it were true, there would be nothing wrong with anyone doing anything. But like our foundation for science, you can borrow our ethical foundation to condemn certain things that you don't like. That's fine. We got you, bro, over here within Christianity. You're good.
There's no hate like Christian love. Love
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's-
transphobia
that's
on
a
top of
cliche.
No
it.
immaturity like
Cliche.
1stAmender believing he's related to grass and ladybugs.
Slogans and cliches, bud.
Just
That's
for
it.
the record, I also believe that I'm related to grass and ladybugs. So
And you're a mature evolutionist. I
But
appreciate
you're nice,
that. about
Ron.
you,
Like,
Ron. You're
yeah.
a professional.
But just
Gentlemen,
keep in
W.
mind that
Ron.
when you start slinging that around, you're talking to me.
Well, 1stAmender just said there's no Christian, there's no love or hate like Christian.
I'm
He's
not
generalizing that
endorsing
one.
his behavior. I'm just saying that be careful when you start slinging your epithets, because you're directing those at me too, and I'm trying very hard to.
Well,
to
there
keep
are
my cool here.
exceptions to the rule.
So-
Ron, there are exceptions to the rule. You're one of the nice science
Wait,
denying.
so wait, Ron, are you not a nihilist? Do you think that you
No.
can like the laws of nature? Can you instantiate a
Like I
ethical
said,
framework?
I am more than happy to get into the philosophical
Okay.
weeds with you, but
All right. Well,
we've been at
I'm going
this
to
for
call your
coming up
show.
on
everyone.
3 hours now, and I have to go get some dinner, so this is not the time.
Ron has
Yeah, we're-
Ron has a
right,
podcast,
Sam.
you guys, and Ron needs some love
Sam,
on his
Sam, we're
podcast.
gonna-
Yes, I'm
do
looking
the
for
shout-outs here in just a
guests
second.
to come on
So,
my
let's
YouTube
not waste
channel.
the last bit of time for the
I'll
questions
come on,
we have.
Ron. We'll
Shouting
have a
out
good
to Ron.
discussion.
Okay.
Do the
Shout out to
questions,
Ron.
and you'll get the shout outs.
Ron's a good sport.
1 second. All right. Okay.
Wasn't
Last
even
couple
talking
are
and
from
you
Kevin
did
Blackwell. I was trying to spread them out so that it wasn't just Kevin, which I appreciate you, Kevin. Absolutely. And I hope your welding is going well either way. Whatever you believe, because you've been asking both sides stuff here. So we'll do a Kevin question, last non-Kevin. So he says, for Evo's side, how many generations do you think have passed since CHLCA? How many years does it take to produce an entire new generation in humans? For the Evo side, go. So one of you guys, if Ron, we haven't heard you answer too many first. So you want to do that?
I'm not sure I understood the question. How long does it take to produce a generation?
See, 1stAmender, did you get the question?
Are you referring to the chimpanzee last human common ancestor?
That would be it.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the exact
Human generation is roughly 15 to 20 years. A chimp generation, I don't know. I have to look it up.
They're talking about what was like the last universal common ancestor
Between chimps and humans?
Yeah.
6 to 7 million years ago.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't know, take
That's an
6
answer.
million years, divide by 20. That's how many generations.
Mike?
Hope you got the you want to do a quick response too, Sir Donnie?
30 seconds. Look, boom, starting now. So
Okay.
the problem with that is you got to fix way too many differences. We've already discussed the Y chromosome, 70% difference, all that heterochromatin loss, got to explain those differences. Even between similar sequences of the human genome and the chimpanzee genome, there's differences in how those genes are regulated, how they're expressed. There's epigenetic differences. There's alternative splicing differences. Way too many differences to account for, even in 10 million years. That's 30 seconds. Boom.
Okay. Let's see. Got Kung Fu, or sorry, does anyone have anything else to say on that one? No. Okay, silence
I
is
concur.
deafening. Kung Fu J03 for 5 says they claim evolution is falsifiable because if you found a unicorn, that would be falsification for evolution, but a unicorn is unfalsifiable. Oops.
Yeah, I want to respond to that. So if evolution is true, then things like unicorns and talking snakes or donkeys or all of these cliches they repeat, they would have no reason to reject those because evolution creates every kind of weird thing that exists today, right? So on what grounds would you object to anything like that? What metaphysical ground?
Based on
Or
taxonomic
epistemic ground?
classification, that's physically impossible. Like a
Evolution
unicorn.
produces
You don't
things that
have, Ron gave up physics. You don't have physics, remember?
We
What?
have
those
physics.
are
I
the laws.
invoke a
When did
non-anthropomorphic
did I
source,
give
and
up
Ron
physics?
Garrett appeals
those-
to nature.
So first of all, because you couldn't tell me what it is that dictates anything that's possible or impossible.
I've already
You had
explained
nothing
it. The
to present it.
non-anthropomorphic source
you
that
need
makes
to-
the
I think
you
universe.
really need to
he's
settle
talking
down,
about
First
Dr.
Amender.
Because I'm
Ron,
just
right?
explaining it.
Like you literally act like a child. This
I'm
is
not.
so bad.
I'm not. You're just misrepresenting my point.
It's kind of like a
Wait,
little
Sam,
bit.
could you clarify? Were you talking about Dr. Ron or First Amender specifically?
I was saying if their worldview is true,
Worldview.
where
Got
evolution
it.
creates all of this biodiversity, everything that exists. Evolution created monkeys that talk. They think that's what they are. So why not something else? Okay, it could be that there are unicorn. By the way, a unicorn, if you look up in an old dictionary, it's right there. If you look up unicorn, it would be a bicorn, and a bicorn would have a reference to a unicorn. It's just a single-horned rhinoceros, and you could look up. Gosh, I forget where it is that they actually found a Siberian unicorn. Look it up. So it wasn't actually a thing. Look up Siberian unicorn. So these are just slogans and cliches that these people who haven't actually done any lifting repeat. It's cute.
It's
but-
not that evolution couldn't produce an animal that looks like a horse that has
There
a
you go.
single horn growing out of its head.
There you go.
But as far as we know, it hasn't. But unicorn has the word unicorn has a lot of baggage associated
White
with
swan
it.
fallacy, right?
Yeah, this is
What?
the same problem
White
with like
swan
the God.
fallacy.
This is the same problem of the God particle in the Adam and Eve, mitochondrial Eve.
Yeah, you're
you're
confused,
referring
bud.
to a prehistoric
Which you haven't
rhinoceros
addressed
that
yet, First
roamed in
Amendment.
the Eurasian steppe. That's a
Yeah,
prehistoric rhinoceros. It is not a literal horse. It wouldn't be a horse with a horn on its head. Horses do not possess the taxonomic classification necessary for that to be possible. So you will never find a unicorn no matter where you go on planet Earth, even undiscovered areas.
So again,
Yes.
anyone can look it up. Just look up Siberian unicorn. That's all you have to do
Yeah,
to
it's
show
a
how little this
prehistoric
guy does
rhinoceros.
his homework.
It's literally
as
just
if
a
it wasn't
prehistoric.
bad
I
enough.
just googled it. It's a rhinoceros.
Yeah, there you go. So when we talk about when we talk about a unicorn,
Not a unicorn.
there you go. That's a historical unicorn. Like it was a thing.
Jeez.
It's just like the word dragon.
The
These
booze
guys
is
think
kicked in.
fire-breathing dragon. No,
Right.
historically, before the word dinosaur was invented, dinosaurs were called dragons.
So less than
The
200
Siberian,
Yeah, because we didn't
right.
know what it
And
was.
there were animals with
Right.
giant horns that were called unicorns.
Okay,
So the point here is that on Ron already conceded that evolution could have, and because evolution could have, you guys have no grounds. That was my argument to say that anything is possible or impossible. So that's just another blunder. So, but thanks for
Okay,
the question.
we have just a few
I
questions
didn't say
left.
that anything is possible.
What dictates what's possible, Ron?
We
And
don't have
how?
time
It
for
has
that,
to be
Sam. I
reproductively
apologize.
fit.
I apologize.
It
We
has to
we
be
got
able to
move on.
reproduce.
Kevin Blackwell Welder
that's
for
the one
5.
criterion.
He has about 2 more questions, I believe. He said, for First Amender, how does recombination equal a fixation? Recombination passing down one lineage has nothing to do with a fixation across the entire species.
Recombination does not. I mean, you're talking about what? Mutations that occur individually, or as opposed to like as a part of the entire human genome. I mean, these are different things. Recombination happens in all of this, and I don't know what exactly you're referring to.
Just for the benefit of the audience, because I'm not sure this was really made clear during the discussion, the Y chromosome is different because it's male only, and so it can't swap genetic material with the chromosome that it's paired with, and so the dynamics of how it evolves are different from all the other chromosomes, and that's the reason that it has diverged more from chimps than the other chromosomes. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's
Yeah,
actually
very
not.
good.
So, okay, here's a basic
explained
question.
Great work.
Which
He
lineage
understood it.
lost Okay, so are you saying that the lack of recombination is why the Pan lineage, Ron, lost the entirety of its heterochromatic arm?
No, that is not what I said.
James,
You're
how many
putting
more
words in
questions
my
do we
mouth.
have? Because
That's
I
a
gotta get
massive
going.
difference.
I have
So
to go.
clearly the
Yeah,
lack of recombination in the Y chromosome is not an
think
answer to the Y
two-
chromosome
Because
challenge.
one more just came in. So we'll do these last two, and then we'll let you get out of here. All right, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate
I'm
you.
out of time.
Appreciate your time. Okay. This one here is from Scientific Origins again for 5. Thank you. He says AIG all creationist sources are self-professed liars. If you actually think you're right, why do your sources have to lie and ignore / distort evidence?
Yes, that's exactly
that's
what's
just-
happening.
I'm pretty
where
sure
he
that's a
pretends
question
that
to
it's
us.
a
Yeah,
50-50.
Pretty
let
sure
them
that's a
respond
question
first,
to
bud,
us.
and then this next one I think will be towards you guys.
So evolution. It's funny because earlier, Ron, he was talking about answers in Genesis has a statement of faith. So do evolutionists. In the peer-reviewed journal, you could question some of the details, like with the Y chromosome paper or papers dealing with endogenous retroviruses that talk about their functional roles. They'll say, okay, well, maybe these are explained through co-option, or at the Y chromosome, maybe it's sperm competition, faster substitution rates. Okay, so they're questioning details, but they have a statement of faith. You're not going to publish a paper if you're trying to get it peer reviewed that just questions the idea that all life is related through common ancestry. Good luck with that.
You
Here's the thing I
absolutely
want to
can
say.
if you
I'm
can
almost
back
done.
that up
Ron,
with evidence.
Ron, we've already backed it up with evidence for the last 3 hours.
No, you
I've
haven't.
shown directly from the conventional literature, data point after data point, confirming the biblical model of origins, mitochondrial DNA, the Y chromosome, mutually interdependent systems, you name it. My point is that comment makes an assertion, but can't refute any of the papers coming out of creationist journals or papers coming out of conventional journals written by young earth creationists like Dr. Rob Carter, like Dr. John Sanford. Okay. Young earth creationists publish really good data in the conventional literature, and we actually take that data and come to the logical conclusion. The logical conclusion is creation, not evolution.
Yeah. So real quick, like it is said that
I have to go. Is there any
Socrates.
questions for me? I gotta go. I seriously needed to go several minutes ago.
Yeah, thanks, bud. It is said. that,
Wait, Sam, hold on. Let me just double check real quick if there's one more that is related to the evolution side specifically that I might have missed.
Can I just hit that real quick? Just a quote.
Right. Just go for it real quick.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm gonna cut you off though if I gotta.
It is said that Socrates said, "When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser."
How many books did Socrates read?
How many books did Socrates read?
Sorry, right.
He didn't write.
Okay, good. At least you wrote that. Good
So
job.
Kevin Blackwell welder, bro, if you're a welder and not a biologist, maybe you missed your calling with these questions. He says, for Evo side, how do you explain 20 million fixation events in 450,000 generations, giving Haldane's fixation limit is 1 per every 300 generations for the CHLCA, which we just...
I have not. I would have to look
no
up the
idea.
relevant. I would have to look up the
find a
relevant
biologist
literature.
and ask them.
That's what I'm saying. This guy might have missed his call.
Anyway, I gotta go. I appreciate
Yeah,
y'all. Thank you.
I do too. If
Wait,
there's like one last
one question. You answered it actually, but I just want to let you know that Big Helen Anthus was interested in wondering. He said, 1stAmender, are you employed? You don't have to tell him what you do, but
Yes,
I just want to
employed.
acknowledge that you answered it already, and I wanted to let him know that.
Yeah, I don't make any money on my YouTube channel. I well, very little. I make very little.
There
money
you go,
on the
Big
YouTube
Helen.
channel, so
Helen,
I
just
do need to be employed. That's why I
Go
have to
super
leave
chat
early.
your boy. Shout out your channel real quick before you go, and then we'll get to
you
the
guys
rest
can
of
reach
the...
me youtube.com/at 1stAmender, 1stAmender. I do debates all the time. I do a call-in show. If you guys like to have conversations, I'm more than happy to have it. We do better on one-on-one as opposed to, 2v2 nonsense, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think this worked very well.
Well, if you guys would have actually had answers to our arguments, it might have went a little bit.
Yeah, I'm leaving that meeting. Holy crap, what a fucking douchebag. Fuck. I'll just go here real quick. I'll talk to Ron for a bit. Hopefully Ron leaves. Hopefully Ron joins. Where the hell is his name? What's his name? His name's Lisper, at Lisper. I'm spending maybe 5 extra minutes with you. Man, I don't know, man. He may not even show up. Oh my God, dude. Guys, that was fucking horrible. I answered all his questions. I did. I really did answer his questions. He says I didn't answer the questions, but I directly answered his questions. I couldn't have answered it any clearer. I wrote down to ensure that I was going to get it correct. I wrote it down in my notepad here. And I mean, you guys saw me typing like mad during this moment as I was pulling up relevant articles to give me that info. And then I got the info, and then I was there like just repeating what it was, what I had wrote. And hardly even in like 2 or 3 sentences, they were already interrupting me. And it's like, bro, you gotta let me finish. I'm explaining the position and you're just attacking me like as a person. And I don't know. That was fucking awful. God damn it. That was awful. I'm going to copy this. Hold on. Copy. Maybe I'll make it easy for him. How do I copy? Invite to voice Lisper. Oh, God. Let's see. 55 says, yeah, they stunk big time, Amender. I agree. They were pretty god-awful. Sincerely, though, I don't have much time. Oh, man. What a waste. What a total waste. It's like one of those moments where you just try to have a debate or have a discussion. He was asking for me to answer his fucking questions, and I'm answering the questions, and he's just being so incredulous towards it as if I'm not answering it. Let's see. Josian says, well, they're stuck defending a dumb position, so bad faith stuff is all they're going to have for them. Very true. Very true. I sat there and I explained, I was explaining it. And like midway through explaining it, they're like, no, we have to stop him. Stop him from explaining it. See, you can't explain it, 1stAmender. You're wrong. And I'm like, bro, dude, I was just explaining it. I was writing it down. Look, I'll even show you my notepad. Look. I was bringing up specifically what he had asked for. Let's see. Mitochondrial Eve. How do we know that it was 150 to 200,000 years ago? This was the section I got to about here. I was going to explain this section here. Gwynblade says, you did well, mate. They knew exactly what they were doing by interrupting you and being bad faith. I think you did well, all things considered. Thank you, yeah. AWOL says, 1stAmender, watch a movie with your boyfriend. Cool off. Don't even stress this that much. I can't watch a movie with my boyfriend. I'm going to bed. And that fucking transphobic comment really fucking bothered me, guys. I'm not going to lie. That really bothered me. I guess it's just like they don't really know what I'm going through, and it's like me having to explain it, you know, in front of a giant audience is like, this is not the time nor the place. And rather than them addressing like what I was trying to say, you know, they decided to bring up a question that somebody asked saying if I was trans. And I told them that that's complicated. And the answer is, it is complicated. And, man, that was really fucked up. I'll spend a little bit of time waiting here. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully Ron joins. I hope he joins. I don't want to. God damn it. AOL says, first, are you okay, man? I'll bounce back. I always bounce back. That's the one thing about me that's different from a lot of people, is that I always bounce back. But, no, that really did bother me. I did not like that. Josian says, that has zero to do with the topic being debated. What a bunch of assholes. I agree. It's just fucked up. Well, that's your personal business. You did not have to answer that question. You should have told him to move the hell out, but obviously, upset man, go decompress. I'll be honest, it's already too late for me to decompress. It's 11 o'clock. I should be in bed, sleeping. I'm going to be in bed for like fucking an hour or two. Like completely awake. Let's see. If you have to take a break for mental health reasons, it's okay to take a break. No, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm very, I empathize very greatly with the trans, the whole trans thing. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll make a video on me explaining everything, but I don't know, man. It's so dangerous right now. Just coming out as that. Especially in the state of Florida. People are so horrible to one another, right? It has no relevance in the framing of the debate. The debate was intended to talk about specifically, you know, it was intended to specifically say, does genetics what does it support, creation or evolution? It's obviously evolution, but man, that was a fucked up thing. That was a fucked up question. They were saying like, oh, we can't trust 1stAmender because he said it's a complicated journey. Let me get some water. By the way, for those in the know, this is not alcohol. It's water. I just took an alcohol bottle and put water in it, and now it's cold water. Disappointing DBD Clip says, there are arguments were cartoonish. Thank you. I appreciate that you recognize that. and if you are new here, do consider subscribing. A small, very tiny YouTuber, and you know, I could have spent the day, the night rather, with my boyfriend and just having a good time and watching a movie, but I chose this instead. See, 1stAmender, this is why I recommend violent video games after a debate. It's like you need to load up Far Cry 6 and then commence with the mayhem. It'll make you feel a lot better. maybe some facts to that. Hi, Pepper. You always make me feel better. No, you guys want to know what I do when I'm going to bed? I load up a video of Astrum. Let's see. Come on, first. I don't like seeing you looking like you're defeated, sounding broken. You honestly don't believe that they beat you into the debate arena? No, they didn't beat me in a debate at all. They did not. That was a total loss, I think, on their part. And I believe that. I do. William, you missed the debate. Yep. And just FYI, this is not alcohol. It's just water. I just repurposed an alcohol bottle. I think it took me like a month to go over this bottle. and I was like, yeah, now I'm going to use it for water. Okay. It's not that I was like any defeat, really. In reality, what it was is just, it's tiring, man. It's tiring, like having, like, to be on a stage, and it's like always these right-wing podcasts that are super uber popular, you know, hundreds of thousands of subs, and I got like this, the tiniest little channel, comparatively speaking. And oh, hey, Opinionated. I was expecting.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of it.
Yeah, what did you think?
So who's the fucking younger one? Oops.
The younger one?
Yeah, what's his name? Dappy or whatever.
I don't know what you're referring to right now.
Oh, the one who kept on interrupting you.
Yeah, God, they're awful.
Yeah,
God, they were both awful. I mean, it was so clear to me that they had no intent of acting in good faith here. They had a clear effort of like, hey, just completely steamroll everything, and there's nothing that this person could potentially say that's going to convince us otherwise. It was a complete, utter steamrolling. Biodrug is here. Where the fuck is Lisper? I was hoping to have Lisper. Not that I dislike Biodrug being here.
About, so.
Lisper?
I don't think he understands what he's talking about. I really don't. From what he says,
Wait,
seems to be. I don't think he understands what he's.
Are you saying Ron?
I'm saying both of them don't understand what they're talking about when it comes to the science.
No. Yeah, yeah, like, did you see that blunder that he made? He made a really serious blunder where he says, how do we get ERVs in embryos? And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. ERVs? Like, you're talking about endogenous retroviruses. Of course that would exist in embryos. I'm like, what a silly question. You would know that on the very basis of what, endogenous retroviruses are. And so, like, he doesn't even understand even the tiniest little thing, you know?
He also conceded the debate in like the first couple of minutes because he admitted that we evolved from Neanderthals, didn't we?
Another one is, what was it? Like, I said something that triggered the shit out of them, and I don't understand why they had to get triggered on this. Where, let me say, yeah, I said, posit that the evolutionists are wrong and that you are right. Is that Lisper? That's not Lisper. Fuck. Yeah, so I said posit that the evolutionists were wrong and that you're in fact right. What is your explanatory model for following the following scientific fields that I've mentioned pointing to evolution, right? So basically they have to like no evolution. You can't use evolution as a argument to like these explanatory outcomes that are found in various fields of science. You have to appeal to something else. So what is the thing that provides a greater explanatory model? You know,
and that's
Honestly,
the point.
Amanda, do you want my opinion on this? I think you played a really good part in their downfall.
Why?
Because
their downfall? I mean,
'Cause
they're always going to
they're
have
gonna
their
have
group
to
of
debate
sycophants.
Real scientists on this, and they'll get absolutely walked on, who actually know what they're talking about.
I mean, they're always going to. It doesn't matter if they know what they're talking about. They're just going to overtalk them and then pretend that they won. It's really sad, actually, right? Because they're tricking themselves and everybody that listens to them. It's not even science. I would even call it pseudoscience is charitable, right? Because it presumes like that you're, using some, even at least a form of fake science, but it's just a complete dereliction of any science whatsoever. There is no science. I mean, that's why I was bringing up a lot of science. And I mean, at least with, the Standing for Truth guy, had some science, but it was just radically incorrect.
That's the thing, though. The larger they'll get, there'll still be, let's say, if they try and go to Oxford and stuff like that, or try and go to these bigger shows, they will have less say than the actual show. So they can't really bulldoze as much as they've done here, because they'll have a less sway in comparison to the viewership of the overall show or thing that they are attending. But they don't realize that because they're stupid. So just let these, eventually you'll see this on something like rationality rules or something like that.
Yeah,
and they'll get steamrolled.
If I can't get Lisper in here, I'm hoping I can get Lisper in here for like 5 minutes or so. I just want to hear his position. He was my debate partner, Ron.
Yeah, I know. What you needed to do is ask to provide them the references before the debate, so you could look at the references.
Kent Speak 465 says, I think debating them was just giving them the impression that it's worth debating, when it is not. All it does is reinforces believers' conviction in their ridiculous position. But you gotta be able to have that. Yeah, I mean, then they just end up in their echo chambers. They just confirm their own beliefs. It's just stupid.
That's what the doctor emailed you, though, right? Like when you were reading it out to us, like before you went into the debate, he was like, my advice, don't even fucking engage him.
That guy called it.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
He did.
And it exactly went the exact same fucking way that he predicted.
Yes.
It was quite shocking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching it.
Alluded that these guys will actually go to experts.
That's a good point. You're right.
Yeah, no, they were just so bad faith against you. It was unbelievable. Like, and I think you getting muted a couple of times was just bollocks to.
I know. I was like mid explanation, and the mod muted me when they were interrupting me. Restitutor Orbis says MDD has fallen pretty far, and I think we need another platform. Is the thing that's definitely true. I don't think my channel is that, but I do try to have conversations with people, but even I get rude as well. But I don't know. If you like hearing the other side, then consider subscribing. If you're new here, Appreciate you, joining on my channel and taking a look real quick. I got to go very soon, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, mate, like usually in your comment section, sometimes where you debate, you might see a lot more hostility towards you. Like on that occasion, I think most of us were like, that is bullshit. Like, that is just uncalled for.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Kent Speak says MDD seems to be secretly on the pseudoscience side. Secretly? Secretly. It's not a secret. It's very clear that they're pushing Christian fascist talking points. This is just one more, feather in the cap. Disappointing BD clip says they couldn't even let you finish sentences because your sentences made them sound stupid. Again, you could just, by the way, you could just like Google this stuff. Like this is Googleable. Like a lot, it's not like I'm any smarter than anybody else. All I'm doing is, hey, let me read on that. You know what? I don't know. Let me read it. And then I read the thing and then I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. And then I add it to like the lexicon of knowledge and then I move on. That's what I do. That's how I operate, right? I don't have a degree. I mean, I have a degree in management of information systems. It's not related at all to what I'm talking about here. And they're asking me, I had to sit there and crash course myself through this Y chromosome differences shit. I spent like probably 4 hours, just 4 or 5 hours, just like slamming through it. And I was able to grasp as much as I could. And I was like, okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm ready. And I'm like, and it was funny. I think like Ron and I, we were having a conversation. We were like, is he going to bring up the Y chromosome? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's going to bring up the Y chromosome.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he did. He did. He brought up the exact thing in the most recent video. Yeah.
I know that as well.
Yeah, look at that. Kent Speak is like trying to be nice. Yep, they don't say it out loud. But here's the thing, right? Even from the beginning of modern day debate, when it was like, hey, this is an open platform or everything, I believe it was who's the guy's James specifically had said that he was a Christian. From the get-go, he had said that he was a Christian, and it's getting worse and worse over time, right? I'm seeing, Andrew Wilson getting a huge platform on modern day debate, and he brings in this giant audience that's only helps modern day debate grow bigger. And then the modern day debate crowd, they're sitting there listening to these hyper antagonistic people, going up against, real truth seekers, people that are trying to address this stuff. Hell, there was a moment. I gotta find the video where there was an open-ended question that was asked to the entire audience at DebateCon. DebateCon, by the way, is where, that James, he organizes. And at the DebateCon, he asked an open-ended question to the audience saying, how many of you would get rid of women's right to vote? 60% of them raised their hand to that. 60%. The DebateCon was completely overwhelmed by these like right-wing Christian fascist types, and they had chased off all of the intellectuals. This is why Matt Dillahunty does not debate on modern day debate. This is why Aaron Ra doesn't debate on modern day debate. This is why there's a crap ton of people. They just completely avoid modern day debate because it has become a platform, a direct pipeline for Christian fascists. If you want to become a Christian fascist, all you have to do is watch modern day debate without knowing anything outside. It's really gross and nasty. And the fact is that when I was listening to that other guy, I'm sitting there trying to explain my point. Midway through, they interrupt me And rather than moderator mute the two people who are clearly interrupting me, he instead mutes me and then gives them the mic. And I'm like, bro, this is just, y'all are just biased. This is just bias.
And then
I'm
they
sitting there
gaslight you
explaining
to
it.
think that you're the problem.
Yeah, and then they gaslight everything. Like, oh yeah, 1stAmender's the problem.
I'll just say leave that.
Yeah, you
When it
work
gets
on
real sciencey, leave it up to the experts. Because
Nobody there
eventually
was
they would have to
scientists.
confront
Nobody
the
there was a
expert.
scientist outside of Ron, and
Right.
Ron was trying to. Ah, man, I really wish I could have had conversation with Ron, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I do legitimately have to go to bed. I needed to go to bed 30 minutes ago. So, all right,
Yeah, I
everybody,
should
y'all
probably-
guys have a good rest of your
All
night. If you guys are not subscribed, please subscribe. We do debates, call-in show often, very often. So do subscribe. I appreciate y'all very much for being a part of that. That was a fucking shit show.